Chapter 1. Leon, I hope you can take care of yourself in the future. Brother, I don't know if I can successfully break through tomorrow. Another early morning. Leon woke up to the sound of calling in his ears. At this time, the golden sunshine filled his whole body, like a handsome knight in his sleep who was lit with holy light. His black hair was straight, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and they opened suddenly, and there seemed to be a bright light rising in his black pupils, as dazzling as the sun. Tony. Leon subconsciously shouted a name. Tony Stark, the biological son of his adoptive parents and his brother, had just called him in a farewell tone, but there was no Tony beside him. He immediately realized. Something happened to Tony. How could it be? Wait, did he not listen to my advice in the end and go to Afghanistan? Damn it, this arrogant guy. I have obviously emphasized this to him so many times. Leon wordlessly reached out and tapped on the electronic display beside him. Intelligent systems react quickly. With a click, the restraint around Leon's waist was untied, and the next moment he floated gently in the air. It's not just him. Around him, paper towels, plates, tape, all kinds of messy items were just like him, floating in the air without any rules, like a group of plankton submerged in a pool swimming freely. But this is not a pool, but the interior of a manned spacecraft. The bed that Leon used to sleep was not a bed, but a titanium alloy plate fixed to the cabin. He was tied to this board day and night, facing the scorching sun all the time. You can eat fruit puree when you are hungry, drink nutrient solution when you are thirsty, and when you need to go to the toilet, you can directly control the intelligent system to solve the problem on the spot. It can be said that it is no different from growing on a titanium alloy plate. Counting the time, he has been living like this for half a year. Although I didn't get enough sunshine for the 2.5 years I planned. Even if I only get sunshine for half a year, it's enough. Leon clenched his fists in the air, feeling the strength in his body as never before. At this moment, every cell and every drop of blood in his body was full of power. When the sun's rays shone on his bare body, it traced across his chest and arms along his perfect muscle lines. He seemed to be able to hear his cells cheering and his blood flowing like a glacier thawing into a river. This is the power of Kryptonians. Leon sighed through the 2-meter-high transparent aerospace porthole in front of him, looking at the huge sun hundreds of millions of kilometers away. It has been almost 19 years since he came to this world. He never thought that he would gain enough power to overturn the world so easily. Looking at the deep starry sky outside the window, Leon couldn't help but recall his past. Leon Stark, a time traveler. In his previous life, his name was Leon, and he was just an ordinary office worker. He thought he would live an ordinary life. Unexpectedly, when I was riding the subway home one day, I was stabbed several times to death because I acted bravely to stop a mentally ill patient who was wielding a knife. When he opened his eyes again, he was already an almost 1-year-old baby. He traveled through time, or was reborn, and did not awaken the memory of his previous life until he was 1 year old. As for the memory before 1 year old, because the brain is not fully developed, it can be said that there is almost no memory. In this world, he was originally an abandoned baby and was adopted by Howard Stark by chance. The first thing he saw in the world after awakening his memory was Tony Stark's crying face. Poor Tony's face was full of tears, and his eyes were frighteningly red from crying. He held him in his arms without saying a word. Later he learned that on the day he awakened his memory, Mr. and Mrs. Stark died in a car accident, and he was the only survivor in the car. At that time, he was tightly pressed under a ball of baby wraps and dumped casually on the roadside. His neck was roughly wrapped twice in the wraps. A few meters away was the flaming wreckage of the car explosion. Doctors said it was a miracle that he survived, and it was the last miracle left to the world by the Starks. Perhaps Tony also recognized this statement. He regarded Leon as the continuation of his parents' life, so he really raised Leon like his own brother. Therefore, starting from the facts, rather than saying that Howard Stark is Leon's adoptive father, it is better that Tony is the one who became both a father and a mother. Of course he didn't do a good job. After all, what kind of good father would hang his 2-year-old son around his neck, go to a cocktail party to seduce a cover girl, and then come home at night and put his son on the sofa to spend a long night with the beautiful woman? Fortunately, Tony met Pepper Potts later. With Pepper's care, Leon got rid of the dilemma of being so noisy that he couldn't sleep every night. In those sleepless nights before, Leon made a mental note to Tony, saying that when you go to Afghanistan, we will see if you can still date the cover girl. Leon knew that according to the development of the original plot, Tony would have to go to Afghanistan sooner or later. He had basically watched all the Marvel movies in his previous life. When he heard the names of his adoptive parents and brother, he knew what kind of world he had traveled to. To be honest, The danger index of the Marvel world is not low. Not to mention the supervillains who always show their faces and receive a lunchbox, causing a large number of civilian casualties. Just saying that if the time of traveling through the Marvel world is wrong, Loki, the god of story, has not yet ascended the throne of time. As soon as the time traveler landed, he might not even have time to let out a few loud cries before the heavily armed employees of the Time Management Bureau would have to kidnap him and eliminate him. Fortunately, although he was frightened, Leon still lived to the age of 18 smoothly. He speculates that the timeline of the multiverse may have been disrupted and the sacred timeline no longer exists. This is a good time to travel through time. However, this still does not affect the fact that the Marvel world is extremely dangerous, especially when he has a close relationship with Tony Stark, one of the protagonists of the story. And in this world, there is a chance of encountering a villain whenever you go out. He waited for 18 years, but he still didn't get his golden finger. It doesn't have the same IQ as Tony, nor the mutations like Spider-Man, nor the standard system for time travelers. He could only comfort himself that at least he could travel through time and live an extra life, so he would not lose anything. Besides, what he was traveling through was not the dark and deep world like the Lord of Mysteries, Taoism, and perfection, so he could just have fun secretly. But even though he was just an ordinary person, he still used his prophetic advantage to make some changes within his ability. In 2006, at the age of 16, Lion, who did not wait for the arrival of the Space-Time Administration, chose to try to change the world. He used the plot prophet to guide Tony and try to create advantages. First, he guided Tony to develop a series of new civilian technology electronic products such as smartphones and tablet computers that were only available after 2007. Driven by these high-tech products, Stark Group is now more than just an arms company. The group's business scope has greatly expanded. It is already the well-deserved #1 company in the world. In addition, Leon also tried his best to guide Tony in developing the arc reactor. It's a pity that Tony never thought about research in this area and always ignored it on the grounds that this kind of technology is not possible yet. In fact, it's just that this guy refuses to put in the effort to study. After all, in the first half of Tony's life, there was no technological product that he could make with just a click of his head. Even for cross-generational products such as smartphones, he heard Leon say, "It would be great if the phone could be turned into a screen and could be clicked directly with your hands." And then he developed it in a blink of an eye. Tony was too lazy to study the arc reactor, and there was nothing Leon could do. After all, no one could persuade a stubborn donkey to turn back. In 2 years, the changes brought about by Lion have come to an end. He is like a hard-working bee, looking for destiny that can change everywhere. He also tried to find Bucky's whereabouts and avenge the Starks, or expose Obadiah and send him to jail. Unfortunately, in the end, these goals were not achieved. Obadiah was very hidden until a year ago when he caught him and told Tony. But Tony is too emotional, and even if he has doubts, he is still willing to believe his uncle. Just having an in-depth conversation with Obadiah, Tony easily felt that everything could be solved. Faced with this helpless situation, Leon could only emphasize to Tony again and again that he could not relax his vigilance and could not go to war zones like Afghanistan alone. As for looking for Bucky, Leon couldn't even put it out there. The world of Hydra's power is deeply intertwined. He is an ordinary person, and if he investigates rashly, he will only expose himself and then meet the same ending as Howard. He couldn't even tell Tony. On the one hand, as the younger member of the family, he has little say, and Tony may not necessarily believe what he says. Tony is almost 20 years older than the protagonist. On the other hand, even if the source of the intelligence is not mentioned, it is just to guide Tony to think. With Tony's arrogant temperament, he would definitely use Jarvis to invade various confidential agencies as soon as he becomes suspicious. At that time, it will only lead to Tony and him to face Hydra's vigilant assassination. Maybe the one who comes to kill people is still an old boy like Bucky. In the end, this old comrade of the American team will be able to achieve Stark's 4 kills. In Marvel, ordinary people are so powerless, even if Leon is Stark. His position in this world is like Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries. He has money, but that's it. At most, he just has a genius brother. Fortunately, all this changed on the day of my 18th birthday. Chapter 2. On his 18th birthday, Leon rolled over the edge of the bed when he got up. Everything at home became fragile to him, breaking if touched and cracking if touched. As if overnight, he had traveled to a world made of hydrogen, where every brick and tile was as thin as paper. After Tony heard the noise, he kept saying, "Oh my God," in the mess, gave up the plan of holding a birthday party, and quickly gave him a full body examination. The strength is 30 tons, the speed is 100 meters per second, and the body cannot be penetrated by a knife. Overnight, everything changed, and the changes don't stop there. Leon could feel that he was still getting stronger under the sun. Tony also confirmed through research that Leon's cells will continue to be active and undergo a jump-like improvement after being exposed to sunlight. "This is simply Superman," Tony exclaimed dumbfounded. "I wouldn't be surprised if you come back with a heat ray tomorrow." Leon was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood his own changes, and nodded. "Tony, you are right. I am really a Superman now." A mysterious message appeared in his mind. Reaching the age of 18, unlocking the gifted abilities from the original world, awakening the Kryptonian bloodline, and awakening the ability to travel through time and space. Needless to say, the Kryptonian ancestry is the signature race of the DC world next door, and it can become stronger by basking in the sun. But unfortunately, he seems to only have ordinary Kryptonian blood. Just relying on the sun will probably not reach the level of Silver Super or Golden Super in the end. The ability to travel through time and space is exactly what it says on the tin. As long as he has enough reserve energy, he can travel through other time and space at will. As for whether to travel within the scope of the Marvel Universe, or whether to escape from Marvel and reach a broader universe, it remains to be tried. But no matter, his golden finger finally arrived. Leon's joy was beyond words, and he hugged Tony and cheered. So Tony immediately broke 2 ribs and shoulder blades as a mark of respect, and was admitted to the operating room that day. At night, Leon stayed by Tony's bedside, feeling annoyed at his carelessness and wondering how the golden finger could still be delivered on time in his adult life. 18 years of his time were wasted. If he could awaken his bloodline and bask in the sun since he was a child, he might be able to do whatever he wants now. Maybe when he was 1 year old, when the Howards were assassinated by Bucky, he could take the opportunity to fight back. Is it possible that Golden Finger also has anti-addiction rules for minors these days? But he also lived for more than 20 years in his previous life, so why is he a minor? Leon was puzzled. 3 months later, after a discussion with Tony, Lion applied to the university for 3 years of late admission. Get on the manned spaceship built by Tony himself and fly into the deep space of the universe. The spacecraft has been sailing in an orbit between the Earth and the Sun. There is no day or night here. Every minute and every second is full of sunshine. Half a year has passed. 180 days. Leon tied himself to the titanium alloy plate throughout the entire process, facing the sun's rays. He could feel the raging power running like a river in his body, setting off huge waves all the time. Even his breath carries great power, like a majestic wind and thunder. The original plan was to bask in the sun for 2.5 years. By then it would be the eve of the Chitauri invasion. I should have enough strength to protect myself. He clenched his fists. But now it seems that even half a year is enough. Leon was a little cautious. More than 10 years of uneasy experience in the shadow of the space-time administration, giving him a severe phobia of lack of firepower. Whenever he went out, he wished he could bring a mercenary team with him, each carrying a machine gun and a rocket launcher. After the Kryptonian bloodline awakens, he has the qualifications to pursue power. He even wished he could plunge directly into the sun and sleep for 10 or 8 years before coming out again. Today, he is not said to be a seeker, but he can be regarded as possessing the mentality of an ascetic monk who diligently pursues power. Get stronger. Keep getting stronger. Become stronger than everyone. More than 10 years of restlessness have filled Leon's heart with a desire for power. No, it's not enough. It's far from enough. Leon denied the complacency that had just emerged in his heart in the next second. He clenched his fists tightly, and his marble-like muscles were knotted. I have only been exposed to the sun for half a year, and I am already starting to feel complacent. I really deserve to die. The power of a Kryptonian is not enough. I only have the blood of an ordinary Kryptonian. There is a limit to how much I can just bask in the sun. In order to become stronger, I won't do Krypton. No, my next step is not only to bask in the sun, but also to find more sources of power. Magic, technology, martial arts, everything is good. First, try all the ways to become stronger that you can find on Earth. After half a year of exposure to the sun, Leon has now awakened all the abilities of the Man of Steel Superman. Heat rays, freeze breath, bioforce fields, including super brains. With his super brain, he can now learn knowledge and abilities at an unprecedented speed. Reading a book to learn a technology is as fast as using a disk to copy electronic data. From now on, what will limit him will only be the speed of knowledge input, not the speed of understanding and comprehension. Leon can now say something arrogantly. The speed at which a few bytes of language can instill knowledge is as slow as a snail crawling on the ground. But before that, Leon tilted his head and cast his eyes faintly on the earth. His ears moved slightly, and his vision shifted in the direction of Tony's voice, passing through layers of barriers. The bulkhead of the spacecraft, the Earth's atmosphere, the dust on the surface. Except for lead, nothing in the world can block his gaze. In less than a second, he saw Tony, who was sleeping in a cave in the Afghan desert. Whether it's Obadiah, Bucky, or Hydra, it's time to put an end to these things. After 18 years of being solemn, I suddenly awakened my bloodline, and now I am reborn after all the dust is gone, and I know that I am who I am. With strength comes confidence. Although I feel from the bottom of my heart that these powers are still far from enough. But Leon also knows that he is indeed qualified to do some little things on Earth. Tony, I'm here to save you, Leon said softly. He casually took a pair of trousers floating in the air and put them on, then floated forward and pushed forward gently with his right hand. Everything is silent in a vacuum. No sound. That space cabin door cannot be damaged even if it is hit by a huge impact of tens of thousands of tons. In an instant, it slowly fell down like a thin piece of clothing, gradually drifting away in the universe. Leon lowered his head and floated out of the cabin. He stands between the Earth and the sun. The golden sun shines all over the body. On the other side is the blue Earth. He looked up at the sun and looked down at the Earth, as if he was already a god in the world, and he could lift the sky and support the Earth with just a single movement of his hands. But Leon knew it was all false. He still has a long way to go. Suppressed the pride rising in my heart again. Leon leaned over, paused slightly, and then broke through the air in an instant, heading straight towards the Earth. Chapter 3. Boom. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, a sonic boom occurred around Leon. His speed even exceeds the speed of the second universe. After entering the atmosphere, his figure split the entire sky into two. The huge air pressure generated by the ultra-high speed cuts through the sea of clouds. The invisible air waves tore apart the floating clouds in the sky, and suddenly took shape at this moment, surrounding Lion and dragging a long trajectory high in the sky like an air shield. It was like a snake of the world descending from the sky, falling into the world, and would devour everything it encountered. When approaching the ground, Lion began to slow down, with a deceleration of more than 5,000 meters per second. He must slow down. If he lands at full speed, even if he uses a biological force field for protection, it will cause widespread damage to the surrounding surface. The distance between the spacecraft and the ground is 30,000 kilometers, and the flight from North America to Afghanistan is tens of thousands of kilometers. It took him less than 20 minutes. Leon hovered over Afghanistan, and all the clouds above his head were pushed away by the air waves. It's cloudless here at the moment. It's about 10 o'clock at night. Leon did not stop, twisted his body in the air, and continued flying east. This time his speed was very slow, more than 200 meters per second, not even exceeding the speed of sound. Like an invisible ghost, he flew above the cave where Tony was imprisoned. Tony, it's time to wake up, Leon whispered as he saw Tony frowning and sleeping in the cave. Then he fell rapidly downwards like a meteor. Boom. The hard mountain covered with rocks was no better than tissue paper in front of Lion. He pierced through more than 10 meters of rock and soil and entered the cave. Leon fell from the ceiling of the cave and landed in front of Tony's bed in a pretentious squat, which was very similar to Tony's posture in the movie when he appeared in a suit. From the breach in the cave roof, pieces of gravel fell with him, large or small, making continuous crashing sounds in the cave. Boom. Bang bang bang. Vibrations, loud noises, continuous shaking and continuous loud noises. Anyone who is sleeping is awakened by such a movement, and they will think that the world is about to be destroyed. Tony was no exception. He had been sleeping lightly, but he was instantly startled awake by the sound of Leon penetrating the cave. Then he was frightened and screamed by a series of loud noises. Those guys are coming. His face was full of panic, subconsciously thinking that it was terrorists who couldn't wait to come in. A terrorist organization kidnapped him, and the leader of the organization asked him to build a batch of Jericho missiles. Tomorrow is the final delivery date set by him and the other party. According to the plan, he will put on the Maid Mark armor tomorrow and lead his assistant Ethan to break out of the terrorist organization. That's going to be a tough battle. For this reason, just a few minutes ago, when he was about to go to bed, he prayed, hoping that tomorrow's plan would go smoothly. If things don't go well, I hope Pepper and Lion can take care of themselves in the future. But after praying and barely sleeping for a few minutes, these terrorists couldn't wait any longer and came calling. Damn it, even that kid in Lion isn't so anxious when he wets his pants. Tony cursed subconsciously, looked around in panic, and shouted, Ethan, are you okay? Those guys are coming. Wait, why did this damn cave collapse? Oh, Leon, go and see Ethan. Wait a minute, Leon. Tony stared at Leon, who was squatting beside his bed with wide eyes. This kid was only wearing a pair of pants, and gravel fell from his head, but not a single grain of dust fell on him. Leon, why are you here? Tony tilted his head back and almost couldn't help but rub his eyes with his hands, wondering if he had hallucinated before he died. Shock and confusion mixed in his eyes. Tony's heartbeat accelerated and his hands trembled slightly. He felt that he was definitely hallucinating. The return time of Lion's spaceship is clearly set to be 2 years later. So how could that kid appear in front of him at this time? But not to mention, even if it is an illusion, Leon's posture is really handsome. It seems that only Tony can think of it. However, illusion, Leon stood up and looked at Tony with a smile. Because I heard you missing me late at night and kept calling my name, saying that you couldn't sleep without seeing me, so I came here. To be honest, I'm surprised that my 39-year-old brother still needs sleeping services. Leon joked. I can sing lullabies and hum country ballads. Tony, which way do you like to sleep? Oh, let's talk about it first. I can't do it by holding you and rocking you. That's Pepper. Tony was stunned for a moment and retorted reflexively. Hey, kid, I'm the one who holds you and rocks you to sleep. Pepper doesn't hold you as often as I do. Tony's implication is that you are rebelling against Tiangang. The relationship between the two has always been like this. Tony has an arrogant personality, and Leon likes to make jokes to tease the arrogant Tony. Come on, a man who is almost 40 years old can still say, I reluctantly accepted the holiday gift you gave me. Then the old man displayed it in his collection room as a treasure. Very cute, okay? Tony reacted as soon as he finished his retort. His eyes widened, his body trembled slightly with excitement, and he stood up. You? Leon, are you really here? How could it be? I mean, how did you do it? You should know that you should be in space 300 kilometers away now. He even reached out and squeezed Leon's arm. The strong muscles feel like pieces of marble, and the touch is so clear. This is not an illusion. Leon is really here, and this guy is here to save him. Tony was shocked, but his whole body relaxed at this moment, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed. An indescribable sense of security suddenly emerged, and the fatigue of the past few months suddenly came to my mind. He couldn't help but smile, stepped back and flopped on the bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. No one knows Lion's strength better than him. During the test half a year ago, Lion already had a strength of 500 tons, and its defense was so powerful that even a sniper rifle could only leave scratches. Now that Lion is here, those terrorists outside will no longer be a problem. Leon raised his eyebrows. To be precise, it's a satellite orbit more than 40,000 kilometers away from here. When I was sleeping, I heard you crying to me about being wronged, and I rushed over immediately. He blinked. After all, except for Pepper, no one in this world can let my brother suffer. Tony's head was full of black lines. Oh, you are wrong. Even Pepper can't let me be wronged. No one. And I won't be wronged either. So you had a very relaxed and happy life in this cave? Haha. Traveling thousands of miles on a business trip and then vacationing in a terrorist organization's base. Leon looked at Tony. Tony's big, charming eyes were still bright, but the deep tiredness inside them could not be concealed. Chapter 4. You are still so stubborn. Look at your beard, which you always used to look pretty, has grown into weeds. You're not that good either. I didn't know that my brother had a habit of showing off without a shirt on. Tony never loses his words. In other words, he enjoyed bickering with Leon. How should I put it? It made him feel very different, like a family member. After all, he only has Leon as a relative in this world. And next time you can consider another angle to criticize. Can you hear my voice in a spaceship in outer space? Haha, this is not funny. You have forgotten the knowledge that sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum just half a year after graduation. Tony said that with his scientific literacy, he could see through Lion's lies in 1 second. So you came back early due to some accident? Or did Pepper contact you? Well, as Pepper. Okay. No, she didn't contact me. Maybe because she didn't want me to know the terrible news that you were attacked, and the situation was tragic. Leon shook his head. He explained, but I did hear your voice in the spaceship. You were calling my name, so I heard it. This is my newly awakened ability. Tony opened his mouth. Your ability is really unscientific. Sound is produced by vibration, and the propagation limit of this vibration is generally not too far, not to mention it is still in the vacuum of the universe. But this is the fact. I have awakened a lot of unscientific abilities this time. I will have to ask you to test them again later. Leon said while observing Tony. He could see the shrapnel trapped in Tony's thoracic artery valve. Sighing. Tony, you don't look too good. Those terrorists must have tortured you a lot. He frowned. The shrapnel pierced the arteries around the heart, and the only way to temporarily delay the injury was through magnetism. This is like a sharp knife hanging over your head at any time. Those damn bastards. Tony was stunned for a moment. He saw Lionsson's cold eyes, and he felt a little moved in his heart. His lips moved, and finally he shook his head. This small injury is nothing, but you came just in time. I am preparing to break out as planned tomorrow. But now, we can go out directly without worrying about Ethan's safety. Oh, by the way, Ethan. He suddenly stood up with a slap on his forehead, and then remembered that Ethan had been silent for a long time. Ethan, are you okay? Are you, so you are at this. Tony gave a slightly embarrassed smile. A slightly bald, middle-aged man wearing a vest and looking like an engineer was standing quietly next to the two of them. It turned out that Ethan had been not far from the two of them. It's just that Tony's attention was all on Leon just now, and he ignored Ethan. Ethan spread his hands. I haven't slept yet. In fact, I came over just now when this gentleman fell from the roof of the cave. Tony nodded awkwardly, laughed for a few seconds, and then took Leon's shoulder to introduce him. Ethan, this is my brother Leon Stark. Leon, this is Ethan, my friend. He saved my life. Tony introduced the two to each other. The two shook hands and said hello. Leon knew that Ethan was a good person. I didn't expect that Tony could still make friends in the cave. You must be taking care of him during this period, otherwise it will not be easy to survive with his injuries. Oh no, I actually just... Ethan shook his head. Leon raised his hand to stop him. No need to say more polite words. Ethan, you saved Tony. That's my friend. What we have to do now is to fight out and send those guys outside to where they should go one by one. Leon's face was as calm as a lake, but his eyes were filled with arrogance and thunder. Maybe we can come up with a plan first? Those guys are very powerful. Ethan hesitated slightly. Plan? No. No need to plan. Tony interrupted. He walked proudly to the armor he had built, patting the armor. Look, Leon, this is my masterpiece in the past few months. Even if you don't come today, Ethan and I will definitely be able to kill those guys tomorrow. Leon looked at Tony, a child showing off like a toy, and shook his head helplessly. Just keep your little toy for later. I'll walk in front, and you can just follow. He said concisely. I haven't been exposed to the sun in vain in the past 6 months. Toy. It's unbelievable, Leon. I know that your academic performance is average, but you may not understand the greatness of my armor. Tony cannot accept that his masterpiece is called a toy. So when you don't understand the situation, you can stay silent and watch me show you how excellent it is. Leon held Tony's shoulders. Tony, maybe your little toy is indeed better, but I have to tell you, I flew directly from the spacecraft wearing these pants. Tony's eyes widened slightly. Flying back from the universe with just the physical body? And the pants that Leon wore, which looked like they hadn't been washed for a long time, were not damaged at all? Tony knew the meaning of this all too well. What? You. Tony was speechless. It's over. Now his armor is almost like a toy. So just follow me. Leon smiled. But there is one thing before that. He glanced at Tony and stopped at Tony's chest. I have to help you solve the trouble first. Future trouble? Tony didn't understand for a moment. But Lion has already taken action. His figure didn't move at all. His right hand pressed on Tony's shoulder, and his left hand suddenly became blurry for a moment. Then Tony felt his chest stagnate, and the severe pain was about to hit his heart, but it dissipated instantly. 1, 2, 3. There are still a lot of fragments. Tony, you can still survive such an injury. It can be said that you have a strong vitality. What did you say? Tony subconsciously touched his chest. When he looked up again, but he saw Leon spread out his palm, and there were more than a dozen scattered tiny shrapnel lying quietly on it. Well, I just took out the shrapnel from your chest. I'll leave these shrapnel for your collection to commemorate that you suffered a huge change when you were about to be 40 years old and finally grew up and learned to take responsibility. Leon gave Tony the shrapnel in his hand and turned towards the closed door of the cave. In just under a microsecond, he used a biological force field to immobilize the shrapnel in Tony's body. Then the fingertips of his left hand made small wounds on Tony's chest and quickly removed all the shrapnel. He then used heat rays to stop Tony's bleeding and heal the wound. A set of movements is as smooth as moving clouds, as fast as thunder, but as calm as water. Even the scene in Tony's eyes didn't change at all. But when he came to his senses and touched his chest, he found that the arc reactor was still there, but there were more than a dozen holes in his clothes. This. Tony's eyes moved back and forth between Leon's palm and his chest, and he was speechless again. Leon gave him too much shock today. So much so that he didn't even bother to refute the fact that he had just been teased by his younger brother for finally growing up. Let's go, it's time to leave. Leon took the lead. Chapter 5. He stood in front of the door, pushed it gently, and the heavy iron door collapsed. Leon's resolute actions stunned both Tony and Ethan. Before they could come to their senses, suddenly someone shouted loudly outside the iron gate. Fire! Give an order. Intensive gunshots rang out in unison, and the bullets poured out like a heavy rain falling to the ground. There had been so much movement in the cave before. The people in the terrorist organization had long sensed something was wrong. Under the command of the leader, everyone lined up with guns in the corridor in front of the cave entrance, waiting to empty the magazines of the rifles in their hands. Upon receiving the order at this time, everyone fired without hesitation. But Leon's reaction speed was faster than their shooting speed. He glanced around and reached out to protect Tony and Ethan behind him. In the next second, countless bullets hit almost simultaneously. The crisp impact sound sounded continuously, but it didn't have the slightest killing effect. The moment the bullets hit Lion, they were squeezed out of shape by the huge force and then fell to the ground. Even the bullet that hit Leon's cornea was no exception. At the same time, a large number of bullets hit the mountain wall and the ground, stirring up large amounts of dust and obscuring the view. In the swirling dust, the terrorists opened fire for more than half a minute before the gunfire gradually stopped. Jaligulu! Jaligulu! The terrorists shouted, thinking that no one could survive such crossfire. The leader stood behind the corner of the corridor with his hands folded, sticking his head out to stare into the dusty cave. After a few seconds, he waved his hand and sent someone to check. Everyone didn't take it seriously, thinking that there couldn't be any living people inside. At most, it was just a matter of whether the body was broken into a few pieces or dozens of pieces. But that's it. 2 scarlet light spots rose in the smoke. That light spot seemed to contain endless murderous intent, making people shudder with horror when they saw it. What is that? A bat? Someone asked blankly. No one answered, but the next second everyone no longer had any doubts. The brightness of those 2 red lights rose rapidly, and then they shot out 2 fascinating heat rays. That thick and long red ray is definitely the most terrifying laser weapon that terrorists have ever seen in their lives. Just by sweeping from left to right, all the people on the path were cut off at the waist and died on the spot, and even the cut surfaces were burned to a bloody pulp. The speed of the ray is so fast that no one can react. All the people blocked in the tunnel in front of the cave entrance were killed almost instantly, without even having time to utter a cry. The people blocked on the other side of the corridor only saw a flash of red light, and then all the people standing in front of them were cut in half to death. They stood in astonishment, their minds went blank, and they had no time to react. It was the bald leader in the crowd who was the first to come to his senses. So, that's the laser weapon developed by Tony Stark. He was extremely shocked and extremely sure. Damn, he's been making this thing for months. We were deceived by him. The leader's coughing closing conclusion calmed everyone's blank minds, but everyone still looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. As long as it is a weapon, it must be used by people. The leader then judged, since someone wants to use it, then as long as we kill the people inside, the laser weapon will be ours. He ordered, everyone retreat, use grenades to bomb the cave, and kill Tony Stark. After speaking, the leader licked his lips, his eyes showing greed that could not be hidden. I just want the laser weapon. As for Stark, kill him and ask Obadiah Stannis for money. The leader's order calmed everyone down completely. That makes so much sense. No matter how powerful Stark's laser weapon is, as long as they kill him, the weapon will be theirs. Almost everyone subconsciously forgot that the round of volleys just failed to kill the people in the cave. The terrorists retreated together, took out grenades, and prepared to throw them. However, footsteps suddenly sounded on the other side of the cave corridor. It sounded like only one person's footsteps, taking a leisurely stroll. Wait! The leader clenched his fist and raised it, signaling everyone to suspend their actions. Everyone slowly put down the grenades, raised their guns again, and stared at the corner of the corridor. Snap, snap. The footsteps are getting closer. The leader grinned ferociously and threatened. Tony Stark, do you think you can escape with weapons? You lied to me, but it doesn't matter, because you are dead today, and your laser weapon will also become mine. Oh, really? But my name is not Tony. The visitor responded calmly. The terrorists thought the man approaching was Tony Stark. However, after the man walked out of the corner, they were shocked. It was a handsome man wearing only a pair of trousers and bare feet, exposing his thick chest muscles. Who is this? When did he enter the cave? Why haven't I seen him before? WTF? Immediately, there was a chorus of disbelieving curses in the corridor. Who are you? Where's Stark? The leader's dark face became even more gloomy. The cave was a familiar one, but out of it came a person whom I had never seen before. He suddenly began to suspect that Tony Stark had been rescued unknowingly, and they were completely fooled. Leon glanced at him. I'm Stark, too. Are you Stark? The leader gritted his teeth. It's just a joke. Fire them all. The combat qualities of this group of terrorists are really good. After the leader gave the order, the dense muzzles of the guns in their hands once again spit out flames. Leon did not dodge, let the bullets hit him, and walked forward at a leisurely pace. His super brain tells him that he can relax here just as much as he does at home. However, the mood of the terrorists who are his enemies is completely different. Their eyes widened, and they kept pulling the triggers in their hands, but their minds were too confused to allow any thoughts. What kind of monster is this? Not even a rifle bullet can cause any harm to him. As the distance between the two sides gets closer, Lion remains unscathed. Some people began to lose their minds, dropped their guns, and turned around to run away. Ah, monster, stop. The leader reflexively drew his gun to kill the deserter. But two blazing heat rays shot faster than the leader, instantly piercing through and killing the deserters. The leader stared blankly at his men on the ground, who were still staring blankly, and then turned to look at Stark with eyes wide open. Those scarlet eyes seem to come from hell. None of you who call yourself the 10 Commandments gang can leave. Leon's voice seemed to come from the abyss. The next second, the heat rays swept across again, and the entire corridor was cleared instantly. A second later, except for Lion, there was no second heartbeat here. Before the leader died, he understood something. He looked at Lion with eyes filled with reluctance and regret. So that's not a laser weapon. After saying this, he completely lost his life. Leon shook his head wordlessly and continued to walk out. I told you that I am also a Stark. As soon as he came out of the cave, 3 rockets flew in from all directions at the same time. These people from the 10 Rings gang are really organized and religious. Their battle loss ratio is so exaggerated, and they dare to fight back. Leon sighed and stretched out his right hand to block it in front of him. 3 rockets were blocked by him one after another, and the explosion of fire instantly engulfed him. This was followed by intense gunfire and countless grenades. All terrorists are eager to pour out all the firepower at hand in the shortest possible time. Facing the monster that came out of the cave, you can never be too cautious. But their ferocious expressions quickly stiffened. I saw an intact figure jumping out of the fire, ignoring the bullets flying in the air. Not to mention being injured. Even the trousers that figure was wearing didn't have a tear. He glanced around, and his figure suddenly disappeared, then reappeared at the entrance of the cave in an instant. Then, one after another, all the terrorists present had their necks broken and collapsed to the ground. In a very short moment, Leon eliminated everyone at super high speed. He clapped his hands and shouted towards the cave. Tony, Ethan, the terrorists have been dealt with. Come out. Chapter 6. 10 minutes later. How about it? Tony, how do you feel about leaving your temporary home for the past few months? Do you feel reluctant to leave? Leon held Tony and Ethan in one hand and floated over the cave. He joked, this is a wonderful experience that ordinary people rarely encounter once in a lifetime. Why don't you come and share your thoughts? Tony's hair was messy in the wind. You call this a wonderful experience? Damn it, Leon. If you hadn't become Superman, I would have found someone to arrange such a wonderful experience for you when I got back. Okay. It seems that you are not in a good mood. It's my fault. I won't talk anymore. Leon closed his mouth. Ethan interrupted at the right time. Well, Mr. Lion, can I ask what you plan to do with the base below? Will it be left to the U.S.? Ethan has no good impression of American officials at all. He believes that the United States must have reasons why these terrorists are so rampant. Before Leon could answer, Tony spoke. Destroy it. Destroy all these Stark things. He looked down at the boxes of weapons and ammunition with the Stark logo printed on them, his expression as dull as water. No problem. Leon agreed and took the 2 of them to fly higher. When he was far enough away, he shot out heat rays from his eyes, instantly detonating the entire base's gunpowder. Boom. Box after box of ammunition in the base exploded. All the explosions were intertwined, creating a chain reaction. Fire covered the entire area. A mushroom cloud more than 10 meters high suddenly rose, and gunpowder smoke quickly filled the air. This relatively small terrorist organization base has become a thing of the past. It's so scary, it's all over. Ethan muttered in a low voice as his cheeks were burned by the high temperature of the explosion. It's over. This bad memory of yours has finally come to an end. Leon nodded. Next, I'll take you to the military base in Afghanistan. There is Tony's old friend there, and he will send you to the United States. Leon turned around and flew out of the base. But I won't be with you. After all, my strength is not suitable for the time being to be linked to my identity. Ethan seemed to have other ideas, but looking at the ground a few hundred meters below, he wholeheartedly chose to obey the arrangement. When Tony heard this, his expression that had been dull since he got out of trouble suddenly changed. He hesitated and said, "You said it's not suitable for the time being. In other words, are you planning to do something in the future, Leon?" "Yes," Leon admitted. "There are some things I have wanted to do a long time ago, but I didn't take action because I lacked the strength." His tone was calm. "After I go back, I can show my strength to all parties while dealing with these things. This way, even if my true identity is discovered in the future, those annoying flies won't attack me easily. We will talk about the specific matter after we get back. Superman is so powerful, and yet Lex Luthor is constantly jumping up and down looking for trouble. Not to mention a young man like him who has only been exposed to the sun for half a year. Leon has no doubt that once his physique and strength are exposed, covetous attention from all parties will immediately follow. Unless he shows his invincible strength in advance and his attitude that he will never show mercy. Otherwise, there will be constant trouble. There is no doubt that most people in the world are fearful of power and unethical. What? Do you want to persuade me not to make too much noise?" Leon asked. "No," Tony denied immediately. He paused for a long time, then took a long breath and spoke awkwardly. "Leon, I want to say, I'm sorry that I didn't listen to your suggestion and shut down Stark's weapons department before." Tony's face showed deep guilt. This guilt is not for Leon, but for the ordinary people who were harmed by the arms sold by Stark. More than a year ago, when Stark Group's electronic product business spread all over the world, Lion has proposed cutting up and shutting down the arms business. But Tony didn't take it seriously at the time. He just felt that Leon had just grown up and had never seen the world, which was too sad, so he brushed it off with a few words. Thinking about it now, Tony only feels extremely remorseful and guilty. There's no need to apologize. Leon was a little surprised, but not too surprised. He knew Tony would shut down the weapons department, but he didn't expect Tony to apologize. God knows if Tony has made more than 10 serious apologies in his life. In the past, even if this guy made a mistake, he would only make up for it in other places. How could he admit his mistake? It seems that Tony did grow a lot during the time he was kidnapped. The past cannot be undone. As the saying goes, it is not too late to mend the cracks after a sheep is lost. You can make up for your mistakes in the future, Tony. Leon comforted in a gentle voice. And the small arc generator you developed this time, can it be popularized as a basic energy source and benefit the world? I believe that the whole world will change and become better because of you in the future. So you should feel guilty when you should, but you can't stay guilty. Tony listened quietly to Leon's words. It was rare that he didn't interrupt other people's long speeches. After Leon finished speaking, Tony smiled. Maybe you are right. Well, there is also the matter of Obi. There is definitely something wrong with Obadiah. Leon interrupted directly. You will still hesitate even if I tell you now, so I will wait for you in Los Angeles, and then we will go directly to him to figure things out. Tony subconsciously wanted to give some more advice. After all, he still had some hope for his uncle. But he opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded angrily. I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It seems that this experience has improved his voice with Tony. It is said that if you teach others, you will not be able to teach. You will learn things once you learn. This is indeed the case. After flying for a while, Leon landed in the desert with the two of them. Okay, I will send you here. There is an army base 8 kilometers ahead. Here, this is a flare gun. After I leave, if you shoot in the sky, someone will come looking for you. Leon gave Tony the flare gun that he had received from the terrorist base, and then took off to leave. Wait a minute, Tony shouted again hurriedly. I forgot to mention, you remember to go back and take my armor home. And if the blueprints haven't been burned, take them back too. Mom, fake? Why didn't you tell me in advance when we were in the cave? I don't think you can hold anything more with both hands, so I'm talking now. Tony, I have it for you. Leon gestured his middle finger backward, soared into the sky, and broke through the sound barrier in the air to leave. The two people who stayed on the ground blinked, watching Leon leaving a trail of clouds as he left, and shrugged at each other. Will your brother not be discovered flying like this next to the military station? Ethan asked. Tony raised his eyebrows. What, my brother? Didn't a guy who called himself Superman rescue us just now and then leave? We didn't even see his face clearly. Ethan suddenly realized. So this is how we should have escaped? That Superman is really a warm-hearted and good man. Chapter 7. Boom. Tony fired into the air. The flare traced an arc trajectory, flew into the air more than 20 meters high, and then slowly fell. The red illumination light was particularly conspicuous in the desert at night, bright enough to clearly illuminate the faces of the two people on the ground. Okay, just wait a few minutes and someone will pick us up. Tony threw down the flare gun. If a signal flare appears near the garrison base, the United States will definitely use satellites to check it. When the time comes, it will find him here and send a rescue team immediately. Tony looked at Ethan. Come to the United States with me, Ethan, and take your family with you. He could see that Ethan had been hesitant to speak since just now. Ethan's eyes were a little complicated. My family members are all dead. In fact, Tony, I would rather go back to Iran and do my best to help more people in need. The words Tony had just thought about suddenly got stuck in his throat, and he realized that the savior in front of him had a more tragic past. But then he would have to take Ethan to the United States. Ethan, he said apologetically and heavily, I don't know. About your family, I'm sorry. Ethan shook his head and said not to mind. Tony continued, I can understand your desire to return home. He could see that Ethan returned to his hometown with an obvious desire to die, and actually wanted to do something sacrificing his life. He paused. But what Leon said before is right. I go back this time to help more people. The contribution I can make to the world. It shouldn't just be something that explodes. He tapped the arc reactor on his chest with his fingertips, his eyes burning. Ethan, you can come and join me. We can better help people injured by violence, and then make the world change for the better. Ethan looked at the arc reactor blankly. It was indeed a technology that could change the world. He hesitated a little. Boom. Suddenly the roar of the engine came from the distance, and the sound became louder and louder. A patrol plane moves from far to near. Half a minute after the flare was sent out, the rescue plane arrived. Ethan couldn't help but marvel. They are so efficient. Then he watched helplessly as the plane passed overhead and flew into the distance. It doesn't seem to be a rescue team. It looks like a light patrol plane. I guess it was chasing Leon. He was discovered by the base. Tony stared at the fighter plane flying away, but the speed doesn't even reach the speed of sound, so they can't catch up with Lion. Wait a minute. Leon's appearance was too flashy, and those people's attention was attracted to him. But next time I put on the MK armor, I will definitely attract the attention of those rednecks in the military. Tony walked a few steps in place. Of course, there is yours too. You will also have to have your own suit of armor by then. When the time comes, we can have a team called MK Team. It doesn't seem possible, call it. 3 minutes passed as Tony chattered endlessly, and another dense sound of engines came faintly from the sky. It was a formation of 3 helicopters. Oh, look, our rescue team is coming. The 2 people, who were thirsty after staying in the desert, jumped on the ground and waved. The other side. As Tony said, Leon was not overtaken by the patrol plane. After all, in half a minute, this distance is enough for him to fly back and forth several times. When the patrol plane caught up halfway, he had already flown out of Afghanistan with the mark armor and drawings. However, unexpectedly, when entering California, Lion was intercepted by another group of fighter planes. After finding Tony's treasure from the collapsed cave, he carried the armor over Afghanistan and flew to the outer thermosphere of the atmosphere, then accelerate to Mach 30. It only took 20 minutes to cross half of the world and return to North America. He lowered his altitude over the west coast of the Pacific, slowed down to low supersonic speeds, and flew into California. The Stark family's mansion is on the west coast of Los Angeles, California. He only needs to cross the coast mountains in California to reach it. But because his speed dropped too much but not enough, he was photographed by a satellite above him as soon as he entered the country. On the surveillance screen at the U.S. military base, a figure moving at nearly twice the speed of sound over the mountains caught the operator's attention. After zooming in and observing, they were surprised to find that it was a small flying unit. Although the opponent's image is unclear for some reason, covered by a biological force field, but it looks like a flying humanoid object. The soldiers immediately reported the situation to their superiors. What is that? Connect the other party's communication and let them land for inspection. Whether it is the CIA or the Navy, let this good thing fall down for us to see first. The commander looked serious. Sir, there is no response from the other party's radio. Sir, the CIA and the Navy have just contacted us, asking if the flying object belongs to us and requesting the submission of intelligence. We have this good thing that is small, nearly twice the speed of sound, and has a long battery life. Not yet, sir. Shit. Go to the weapons research department and ask Colonel Rhodes to come over. Colonel Rhodes is in Afghanistan looking for Tony Starr, sir. Goddamn. Then give me the database comparison. Radar lock. Satellite lock. Give me the clearest satellite picture. Report, sir. There are no similar records in the database comparison. The target cross-section is too small, and the radar cannot lock it. The satellite image is blurred due to unknown interference. What should we do, sir? WTF? Who can tell me what is this thing that appears out of thin air and is flying over our heads? I don't know, sir. Damn. Are there any high-altitude surveillance units in the West Coast mountain range? Send them out and shoot this thing down. Yes, sir. Leon was flying to Los Angeles silently out of boredom. Suddenly his ears twitched, and he turned sideways and looked up. He heard the roar of 4 engines veering off course and approaching him. Am I seen by the satellite? Leon gasped, lowering his speed to check the situation. It's probably because I wasn't fast enough, so I was noticed. It's really troublesome. Flying below the speed of sound is too slow, and low supersonic speeds can easily cause satellites to detect abnormalities and lock on immediately. Maybe next time I'll have to consider flying above Mach 10. Then there was another voice in his ear. Target locked, a pilot shouted over the radio. Missile launchers are ready, waiting for final instructions. The commander at the U.S. military base ordered. Aim. Shoot. Shoot down that flying object for me. Global Hawk received. Early warning command number received. The 4 planes dived from high altitude. Although it was still difficult to close the distance with Lion, it was enough to hit the target with airborne missiles. Emission. Missiles were fired one after another, and their speed climbed to above Mach 5 within a few seconds, chasing Lion directly. Leon turned back and looked through the clouds to see the missiles spraying flames thousands of meters away. That is a powerful weapon capable of destroying any air vehicle. But for him now, he can't even scratch his itch. So Lion suddenly had the urge to stop and catch the missile, and then walk out of the firelight spotlessly, shocking the attention of everyone in the U.S. military. As the saying goes, having a body of steel and not showing off is like walking at night in brocade clothes. Pretending is a deep desire engraved in human genes. Abraham Maslow once listed the need to show off as the 4th level of the 5 major human needs hierarchy. When people have enough to eat and drink, there is no threat to their life safety, and they have a certain amount of social interaction, they will naturally want to show off. Leon cannot escape this worldly desire. But he thought about it. In the next period of time, when Tony comes back, he will definitely create a new armor and show it off. There is a scene in the movie where Tony is bombed by U.S. fighter planes after showing off his failure. Therefore, he should not pretend to be this now. It would be better to wait until Tony is full of ambition but is slapped in the face by the U.S. military, and then appear again, which will be a pleasure. After all, only by showing off in front of good brothers can you gain the highest level of psychological satisfaction. Thinking of the look on Tony's face at that time, Leon couldn't help but grin. Now that he has superhuman abilities, he doesn't want to be a member of the motherland and say I don't eat beef. He just wants to continue to increase his strength, and then do something that makes him happy in the process of increasing his strength. For example, pretending to be as cool as Tony wants to but can't in front of Tony. Think of this. Leon raised his head and glanced at the incoming missile above the deep clouds. With a thought, his speed instantly reached Mach 20 and disappeared into the lock of the U.S. military satellite. What the hell? The target has disappeared, the pilot said in horror. Report. The missile did not hit the target. Target lost. Repeat, target lost. Suspected to have invisibility function. In the U.S. military base, the commander's eyes were stunned. What? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Continue to search the entire area. You must find the other party for me. There was a commotion in the command room. It is foreseeable that for some time in the future, the entire Ministry of National Defense will be suspicious and anxious. Chapter 8. Welcome back, Master Lion. Long time no see. As soon as Leon returned home, Jarvis's voice rang immediately. Jarvis is an artificial intelligence created by Tony, named after Edwin Jarvis, the old butler of the Stark family. It's been half a year, Jarvis. Leon walked to his bedroom when entering space half a year ago, because considering that he will spend most of his time sleeping, and the spacecraft was built in a hurry. Therefore, there is no subroutine for Jarvis in the manned spacecraft. Now that he heard Jarvis's voice again, Leon suddenly felt a sense of relief that he had returned home. Jarvis, I have good news. I have rescued Tony from a terrorist organization. Is Pepper in the company at this time? Please tell her so she doesn't have to worry anymore. Leon ordered Jarvis in his room, took off his pants at the same time, and entered the shower room. He hadn't bathed in water for half a year, and the cleaning process on the spacecraft was really difficult to describe. Master Lion, Miss Pepper received the news that the young master was rescued 10 minutes ago and is now waiting at the airport. Jarvis answered. So fast. I didn't expect the operation efficiency of that garrison base to be quite high. Leon muttered. Pepper, as long as she knows. She must have been worried for the past few months. It's also my fault that Tony is so careless. I've reminded him so many times, but he doesn't take it seriously every time. Now that's good. If you calculate the time, I should have just gone to space with my front foot, and he will have gone to Afghanistan with his back foot to deliver food. I told you that Obadiah is eyeing him, but he still doesn't believe it. But Obadiah is really powerful. He can seize the best opportunity to strike. As soon as Tony and I were separated, he decisively struck. Jarvis listened quietly to Leon's complaints. Leon did not say these reproachful words in front of Tony. After all, Tony has already suffered enough because of his arrogance this time, and there is no need for him to add a few more criticisms to add fuel to the fire. People who have just escaped from danger need the jokes of their family members to dispel the psychological shadow. Master Lion, you just said that Obadiah planned the attack on Mr. Stark? Jarvis suddenly interjected. Do you need me to convey the message to Mr. Stark for you and remind him to pay attention? No, I've already told him. When he comes back, we will solve Obadiah's problem. Leon put foam on his hair. Also, Jarvis, why do you always call Tony Young Master or Mr. Stark? Shouldn't Young Master be me? And I am also Stark. Tony is so old, so he is called Mr. Stark. The Young Master is pretty much the same. Sorry, Master Lion. I was serving Mr. Stark before the 90s. Before you came to this family, I used to call Mr. Stark Young Master. I can change the title next time if you wish. That's not necessary. Just call me like you are now. Leon began to rinse the foam. He felt that Jarvis had probably developed human emotions. Otherwise, how could there be such a thing as habit? Perhaps he can help Jarvis evolve into a truly intelligent life in the future, rather than being killed by Tony's son, Ultron like in the movie. Leon quickly finished rinsing and put on a set of slim-fitting gray clothes. He wiped his hair with a towel and walked out of the room. Jarvis, prepare some food for me. I feel a little hungry. Leon walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door, but it was empty. Aha, that's as expected. Jarvis, please order takeout for me. It was already morning in Los Angeles. The whole city had just woken up from its sleep and started running for the whole day. Lion's takeout was quickly delivered to the mansion. He couldn't wait to sit down at the table and start eating. After half a year of eating bread and nutrient solution in the universe, his mouth was so pale that he could give birth to a bird. Tasting the delicious taste of fat and carbohydrates again, he couldn't help but eat for 2 hours. Jarvis, order me a cheeseburger takeout. No, order 10. Jarvis, order 10 pizzas, one of each flavor. Wait, 3 of the cheese flavors with the highest calories. Jarvis, order 5 steak Wellingtons. The meal lasted until noon. After having enough wine and food, Leon patted his belly with no bulge and sat on the sofa in the hall with satisfaction. Satisfied, so satisfied. No wonder Tony likes cheeseburgers. Eating food with explosive calories makes people feel full of happiness. Leon was filled with emotion. He suddenly felt that for him, perhaps one of the biggest benefits of the Man of Steel was that he could eat no matter how much he ate without getting fat. No matter how much calories and fat he takes into his body, it can only be turned into nutrients to make his body stronger. This is simply good news for him, a Huxia soul who loves food. Taking a bite of the last cheeseburger, Leon felt that he was so satisfied at this moment that he seemed to be able to understand the solemn and sacred artistic conception in Pieta. Jarvis, let me see the unanswered communications in the past 6 months. Lion said, Okay, Master Lion. A series of information windows popped up on Hirosaka in front of Leon. Jarvis summarized it very logically. There are currently a total of 1,634 unread messages on your WeChat and 807 emails in your mailbox. 74% of the messages are from your high school classmates, 89% are from girls, and 93% are romantically inclined. Leon was speechless. These people are really blinded by money. Do men send me messages like that? Okay. Ignore emails from unfamiliar people. Okay, Master Lion, you currently have no unread messages. Leon clapped his hands. Perfect. Jarvis, now tell me about the company's development in the past 6 months. By the way, it is a company under my name. 2 years ago when Tony developed the smartphone, Lion also used the resources at hand to establish an internet company, Stark Networks. Anyway, at the beginning of the 21st century, the internet field in the United States was also in its ascendant. Moreover, it has just been a few years since the internet bubble ended, and this field has not yet been occupied by other larger capitals. Since there are large pieces of cake that have not been discovered, they are just there waiting to be divided. Then why can't he be the one eating the cake? There are resources from Stark Group. Lion has brought many internet applications that will only be available in the next 20 years to the market within 1 year. He founded WeChat, Twitter, acquired Amazon, and YouTube. He even didn't let go of P-Station, and he made it and registered the company before the Canadian group. Today, Stark Network has more than 200 million users worldwide. Lion slept in space for half a year, but the company's market value quietly doubled. It's just that his disappearance and Tony's disappearance some time ago caused the rising stocks to plummet by nearly half. After listening to Jarvis's report, Lion sighed. Although the stock price fell by half within a month, how come it is still higher than when I left? This is really a nice surprise. The current president of the company is Lao Chiao. Tell him that he has done a good job and give him 3 days off to rest. Okay, Master Lion, I will send a notice to Mr. George Bush right now. Jarvis responded and suggested, but I think that rather than taking a vacation, Mr. Bush may hope that you can agree to him adding an external home button function to his smartphone. Leon was speechless. Oh my God, he still misses that useless function like adding feet to a snake. Tony has already developed the mobile phone into an ultra-thin full-touch screen. The next step is to project mobile phones and screen projection glasses. Why is Lao Chiao still immersed in his retro obsession? Jarvis, tell him to bury his obsession in the ground quickly and take a good rest for a few days. Stop being as old-fashioned as Aunt Susan next door. Okay, Master Lion, Jarvis responded. But there doesn't seem to be a lady named Susan next door to us. That's a metaphor, Jarvis, a figure of speech. Lion emphasized. I know. Jarvis's voice paused for a moment, and there was a slight electric sound, as if he was taking notes. Leon took Hirosaka. By the way, Jarvis, Tony should be back in Los Angeles at 4 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still such a long time, so play Superman for me. Okay, now play the 1979 movie Superman. It turns out that like Mrs. Susan, you also like to watch nostalgic movies. Jarvis learned and used it flexibly. Who is Susan? Oh, you learned so fast. Leon's mouth twitched. The time comes in the afternoon, after Tony returned to Los Angeles. First, he looked at each other affectionately with Pepper. Then I immediately went to buy 2 cheeseburgers. Afterwards, he returned and went to Stark Industries to hold a press conference. After Leon's repeated emphasis, Tony has developed deep suspicions about Obadiah. So when Obadiah showed up, he hugged him warmly and politely asked him for a burger to eat. Tony chose to refuse decisively. Sorry, I only have this burger on hand and can't share it with you, Tony said as he took out another burger from his pocket. Leon was watching the live broadcast on TV at home. KNKV TV station broadcasts live footage simultaneously on the internet and TV. Tony Stark was rescued from Afghanistan, which was a big event that shocked the entire Los Angeles. As soon as the news appeared, it became a global trending topic on Twitter, attracting tens of millions of people to watch in the live broadcast room. At the same time, Stark Group's share price has been rising. How it fell off a cliff before, now it is taking off and climbing. Just because Tony Stark is back alive. It's as if his name alone is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. All investors are excited. This is simply a time to enter the market with a sure profit and no loss. Until in the live broadcast room, Tony squatted in front of the podium and said a lot of things about meat eaters. Then he stood up, walked behind the podium, and spoke with great solemnity. I declare that from now on, the Stark Group's weapons department will be permanently closed. Tony was extremely serious. I want to seriously think about the future of this company. Let this group create greater benefits for the world. Boom. Everyone present and all netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked at this moment. The scene was noisy and full of excitement. Every reporter was trying to put the microphone to Tony's mouth and asked what stimulated him to make such a decision. There are all kinds of vocabulary in the live broadcast room. Some are in disbelief, and some laugh at the fact that even capitalists will find out in their conscience. But more often than not, investors who have just bought stocks are scolding people on the screen. Tony is really decisive. There is no buffer at all. Now the market value of the subsidiary will fall again. Leon lay on the sofa and raised the milk in his hand to Tony on the TV. But this is his style. Master Lion, you seem to have known that Tony would do this? Jarvis asked. Of course, this is something I wanted him to do 2 years ago. Leon turned over and sat up, picked up a piece of fruit on the table, and stuffed it into his mouth. He will be back soon. I have to prepare. By the way, has Mark's armor been cleared out? You can give Tony a surprise, Jarvis. Leon opened the door and walked down the stairs. Jarvis responded. As per your arrangement, the armor has been repaired on the robotic arm console. You can take Mr. Stark there when he comes back. Chapter 9. In the evening, the underground laboratory of Stark Mansion. Tony kept rubbing his chin with his palm, staring back and forth at his mark armor. He has been in this state for a long time. Next to him, Leon struggled to hold back his laughter. "So, why did you dye her pink?" Tony finally said, pointing at Mark's armor that turned into a girly pink color with an expressionless expression. "This." Leon stopped smiling instantly and put his hands behind his back in a serious manner. "This is a surprise carefully prepared by Jarvis for you." He took a step forward and pointed to the location on the armor's chest where the energy core was placed. There is a small circle of vague English engraved on it. Leon read it out. "Tony has a pink heart." He winked at Tony and said, "How are you? Are you very touched?" "Pink represents innocence and kindness. Jarvis is complimenting you." "Humph. Thank you for clarifying my doubts. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have thought of it." Tony pursed his lips and sneered. His face turned dark, and he couldn't believe how beautiful it would be when he put on this suit of armor again. "I'm afraid that before he can take action, the enemy will laugh to death when they see the English circle on his chest, even saving ammunition." Tony took a deep breath. Some words were stuck in his chest, and he couldn't say them out, which made his face turn slightly red. Leon almost couldn't help laughing when he saw Tony's wonderful change in expression. Finally, Tony turned his head and stopped looking at his precious armor. "Jarvis, why did you dye her pink?" Tony asked the other principal. He really liked his first set of armor and even called it her. "Sir, this is Master Lion's suggestion. He said that you will be happier when you see the armor that has been repaired and dyed pink." Jarvis seemed to be explaining, but in fact he was complaining secretly. "Oh, wait, Jarvis, you didn't object at the time. We all thought so, didn't we?" Leon pulled Jarvis into the water. "Master Lion, please forgive me for my offense. You know that artificial intelligence does not have its own thoughts. Artificially retarded people have no thoughts. Jarvis, you will remind Tony when he asks out the cover girl that Pepper will be angry. Now it is normal to want to prepare a surprise for Tony." Tony's face became even more ugly. "That's enough," he shouted, and glanced helplessly at Leon, who was already laughing. "Don't think that I don't know that you are taking revenge." Leon did not refute. "So you also know that it is wrong for me to make a special trip back to the cave to carry the armor back for you?" Tony spread his hands. Okay, I admit defeat. Let's end this matter. I'm not angry, and you don't want to torture me anymore because of that little thing." Tony has been tortured by Leon for more than 10 years. He has become accustomed to the self-emotional regulation required as a guardian when facing naughty children. Of course, this naughtiness is just what Tony thinks. In the eyes of others, Leon is very nice. For example, when he was a child, Leon always brought home new cover girls because he hated Tony. Several times, when Tony was about to raise his gun and mount his horse, he played the love words Tony had said to other girls at the loudest volume outside the door. Then the girl who was hugging Tony became angry and slammed the door. He emerged from the corner again and waved his little hand and said, "Good night. Sweet dreams tonight, Tony." So Tony got angry on the spot and chased Leon all over the room with a pillow in his hand. After Pepper heard Tony's complaints the next day, he was so happy that he gave Leon a lot of pocket money. However, Leon only continued to do this for half a month, because half a month later, Tony's newly customized soundproof bedroom was completed. Later, even if Leon was dancing outside the house, Tony could play Mozart inside the house, creating a quiet atmosphere and spending the night with the beautiful woman. A fight like this. The two started when Leon was 3 years old and continued until he started asking girls home after he entered high school. The night when Leon took the girl home for the first time, the older one and the younger one looked at each other and smiled knowingly. So the two brothers reached a reconciliation. However, the fighting in other aspects has not stopped. Sometimes Tony causes trouble for Leon, and sometimes Leon takes the lead. Pepper's comment is that these are two kids who won't grow up. "Jarvis, put this armor away and repaint it. Otherwise, I don't want to see her again." Tony waved his hand. "By the way, help me purchase a batch of materials. I want to build a new armor. The conditions in the cave are poor, and the armor I made cannot show my strength. Leon, this time I will definitely let you see that my armor is not a toy." Leon shrugged indifferently. "It's up to you. I'll just wait and see." At this time, several smart robotic arms from Dai and Binbin in the laboratory came over and worked together to push the pink armor out. Leon even helped out. He asked Jarvis to paint the armor just to tease Tony, but he never thought that Tony would actually be able to wear it. But what he didn't expect was when he visited Tony's uniform collection room 10 years later. This armor with the most bizarre style was displayed at the forefront of Tony's mark armors. "Are you going to start making the armor now?" When Leon looked back, Tony just did what he said and cleared the desktop with a slap in the face, ready to start a new round of work. "Could it be that you can't wait to prove yourself now?" Watch your words, Leon. Tony doesn't need to prove himself. He will only challenge himself. Tony said, okay, then when you challenge yourself, remember to come up before dinner. Leon walked towards the stairs of the laboratory. To celebrate your safe escape, Pepper plans to hold a family party, and both Ethan and Rod will come. Rhodes is Tony's good friend in the military, and the relationship between the two in the movie is good enough to give him a steel suit. Just a few of us? No problem. As long as I'm not the one cooking, everything is acceptable. Tony replied without raising his head. Since the last time he cooked grilled sea bass, it was all charred, and Leon laughed for a long time, so he vowed never to enter the kitchen again. After Pepper finished cleaning up the mess left by Tony at the press conference, he rushed to the mansion. She hugged Leon gently in the hall excitedly. Leon, oh my gosh, I can't believe Tony said you're back, even though the Mark spaceship is still flying outside the Earth. The spaceship built by Tony was named the Mark spaceship. In the end, you actually flew back by yourself. It's incredible. Wow, my God, your body is so strong now. Compared with half a year ago, you look like two different people. Pepper patted Leon's chest, and the marble-like texture made her cover her mouth and exclaim, if I had known you were so strong, I would have contacted you a few months ago, so Tony wouldn't have to. As she spoke, she felt a little guilty. Leon quickly comforted. It's okay. Pepper, you're also worried that I'm worried, aren't you? If I hadn't become as strong as Superman, even if you told me the news about Tony's disappearance, I would still be alone in the lonely universe. If we say that Tony is both an older brother and half an old man to Leon, Pepper, who had brought him up since childhood, could be called half-sister and half-adoptive mother. As he spoke, Leon blinked. Besides, although the process was a bit tortuous for Tony, since he survived the catastrophe, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Is that what you think? But I think he has become a little irrational. Pepper frowned. Maybe you don't quite understand Tony after the experience of almost death. Leon pushed Pepper towards the kitchen. Let's go. Pepper, I have to trouble you to make dinner. I will tell you about Tony's wonderful adventure. A few hours later, the dinner ended successfully with all the guests enjoying themselves. After Tony's introduction, Ethan met Pepper and Rhodes and successfully integrated into this small circle. For a long time in the future, Ethan will work in Stark's R&D department and do what he wants to do. Tony was also at the dinner table, explaining his idea of doing something more beneficial to the world. It's a pity that Rhodes doesn't understand this very well for the time being. Chapter 10. As the night got darker, the slightly drunk Rhodes and Ethan were picked up. Only Pepper, Tony, and Leon were left in the mansion. Lion sat on the sofa after eating and drinking, looking out the window at the undulating sea level, thinking long and hard. Tony looked at Pepper, who was clearing away the dishes in the kitchen, and then at Leon, who was in a daze, and he seemed to be trying to hide his words. Hey, Leon. He finally couldn't help it and called Leon. Huh? What for? Leon looked back with a bit of confusion. Tony glanced at Pepper. Didn't you say you were going to find Obadiah tonight? When will you leave? Also, don't let Pepper know about it for the time being. Otherwise she will say it's too dangerous and will go and she will resign. No matter how messed up Tony was, Pepper would just keep working with a cold face. But as long as Tony's safety is involved, Pepper's most common threat method to stop Tony is to resign. Even if every threat she makes has no effect, then wait until Pepper leaves. Leon glanced in the direction of Stark Industries and said casually, anyway, Obadiah is still in the industrial park. Wait, he is in. Damn it. Tony, let's go there now. Leon picked up Tony and pushed him out. He did not forget to shout towards the kitchen. Pepper, Tony and I went for a walk, and we'll be back later. Huh? Okay, Pepper responded. When he went out, Tony asked in a low voice, wait a minute. What did you just see that made you so anxious? Obadiah is contacting his friends in Afghanistan. Lion also lowered his voice. What? Tony was stunned, and then Leon grabbed his arm and jumped into the sky. The two soon arrived at Stark Industrial Park. At this time, the office building only had a few sporadic lights on. Among them, Obadiah's office is so brightly lit that it looks like a burning torch at night. Leon floats out of Obadiah's office window with Tony. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows allowed them to clearly see every corner inside. At this time in the room, Leo Badio was facing the window, sitting at his desk, saying something to the computer screen. He's on a video call with someone from a terrorist organization? Tony's expression was not very good. Can you hear what he was talking about? It's not a nice thing to say. You can listen to it yourself. Leon put his hand on the gap of the floor-to-ceiling window, and with a slight shake, the glass tilted up at a corner, and he grabbed it and opened it backwards. So the entire floor-to-ceiling window was peeled off silently. Tony's eyes widened in shock again. But the next second a voice came from the office, leaving him no time to care. Our leader died because of your commission, so you must compensate us before the next cooperation, said the person opposite the computer. Obadiah retorted angrily. You let Tony go? You actually have the guts to make amends with me. I told your leader that he must be 100% sure that Tony Stark's body is gone. How did he do it? That has nothing to do with us. If you don't pay compensation, we will expose what you did to Tony Stark. The terrorists used their usual methods. Obadiah's eyes became colder and colder, as if he wanted to eat the person across from him alive. Aren't you afraid that I will no longer provide you with arms and weapons? Sorry, now that Tony Stark has shut down the weapons department, I'm afraid you are of no use. Terrorists are emboldened. Threaten again. Do you accept compensation? If you don't accept it, I believe Tony Stark is also willing to pay for information about the real murderer. Obadiah closed his lips tightly, and the corners of his lips wriggled to hide his anger. A few seconds later, he suddenly laughed, with a smile as bright as spring breeze. Okay, of course. I accept your request for compensation, but I have a condition. Say it. Upon hearing that he could get compensation, the other party immediately became excited. I will find a way to get Tony to go abroad again. This time, you must kill him for me. Obadiah said about the plan. I will give you a batch of Stark munitions, which you can use to attract media attention. Tony has just announced the closure of the weapons department. At this time, a large number of weapons produced by Stark appear on the battlefield. He will definitely not be able to sit still. The terrorist continued. I know, the rest will be left to us. I guarantee that this time the Ten Rings gang will perfectly complete the commission from our friends. Obadiah smiled and turned off the video call. Of course, that would be great. With a beep, the video hangs up. Obadiah sat silently on the chair. The smile on his face gradually cooled down, and then gradually became ferocious. His anger began to boil over. Even if he is sitting still, it makes people feel as if he will rush out of his workstation at any time and choose someone to devour. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Obadiah finally broke out after a moment of silence. He stood up suddenly, swept everything on the table to the ground, ripped off the mouse, and smashed it into pieces on the wall. Even a playboy can let him escape. A bunch of losers, he roared, his roar making the windows tremble. Leon glanced at Tony, who was glaring beside him outside the window, and knew that Obadiah's performance was over. He took one step forward and led Tony into the room. He said politely, Well, how should I put it? I'm sorry to interrupt you. A sudden voice came out from behind, causing Obadiah's roar to stop abruptly. Who? Tony. He instantly broke into a cold sweat and turned around. Standing opposite him were Tony and Leon. Among them, Leon looked unhappy. Tony stared at him with red eyes. Those eyes, which were always beautiful, were filled with disbelief and anger at being betrayed by Jishin. Tony, and I heard what you just said. Leon pointed to the computer. Do you have anything else to defend? Obadiah's face showed panic visible to the naked eye, but he was thoughtful and quickly suppressed his emotions. He raised his hands and trembled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Leon, why are you still here so late? Well, actually, what just happened was a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. There is a reason for all this. Obadiah's mind was spinning rapidly at this moment. He put down one hand nervously and opened the drawer. This is because there is a force that I cannot resist, threatening my life and asking me. Kill you all. As Obadiah spoke, he suddenly pulled out a pistol from the drawer, quickly loaded it, and pointed it at Tony and the two. Raise your hands and stand back. Obadiah, who was as gentle as an elder just a moment ago, turned into a ferocious villain in the blink of an eye. You better stop now. Tony pursed his lips tightly, raised his hand first, blocked in front of Leon, and backed away. Huh. Tony, you still want to protect that little b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Obadiah's words made Tony feel even more angry. He said coldly, Obadiah, I originally thought you were one of my most trustworthy people. Really, Tony, I'm really touched when you say that. Obadiah pointed the gun at Tony. I also want to play this wonderful family game with you. But since you have discovered it, I don't have to hide it. Tony, actually you are just one of my chickens that can lay golden eggs. You know, I founded this company with your father, and I have been assisting you for the past 30 years, but I have gotten nothing. Even the outsider behind you can get half of the company. But what about me? Only by killing you, killing both of you, can I get everything I want. As Obadiah spoke, he waved his fist in pain. Everything should be like this. As long as Tony dies in Afghanistan, Leon will die in outer space. But why do you want to escape and why do you want to see tonight? Everything of. His eyes were blood red. and he held Tony back with his gun. You forced me. You pushed me to a dead end. Then I will destroy everything. No one can stop me. Tony was staring at his uncle from beginning to end. His cheeks were tense, and his eyes were full of indescribable sorrow and anger. His head was pushed back by the muzzle of the gun, and then he finally closed his eyes. Let's do it, Leon. He no longer had any expectations. Listen to you, boss. Leon's voice just fell. Obadiah's neck was tightly grasped by a pair of iron-like hands, lifting him up. You? Drink. Ahem. Obadiah's face quickly turned red due to lack of oxygen. His eyeballs bulged, and he stared at Leon, unable to understand what happened in that brief moment. Why didn't he blink? Leon appeared in front of Tony behind him and subdued him. He raised his arms with difficulty, trying to make some more struggles. But Leon just glanced at him and threw him out of the window without any care. 3 seconds later, a heavy landing sounded outside the window. It sounds like Obadiah has been reduced to peanut butter. Why bother? Leon sighed, walked to the desk, first connected the phone to the data cable, and then plugged it into the computer. Computers at the top of Stark Industries are generally not connected to the internet. So if you want to invade, you can only connect manually. Directly connecting to the external network for video calls like Obadiah did just now is already a serious violation. Jarvis, hack into this computer, collect evidence of Obadiah's crime, hand it over to the police, and note that he will commit suicide in fear of crime and jump to his death. Okay, Master Lion. After arranging the task for Jarvis, Leon turned around and saw Tony still standing there, just a little slumped. He walked over and patted Tony on the shoulder. It's all over. Go back and have a good sleep. Otherwise, we can meet up with some cover girls this week to relax. Tony's mournful expression stagnated for a few seconds, and he couldn't laugh or cry. You kid. Duh. Chapter 11. Obadiah Stanny, Chief Operating Officer of Stark, fell to his death in Stark Industrial Park 3 days ago. Based on official findings, the death of Obadiah Stane was not caused by others, but committed suicide out of fear of crime. Police announced. Stanny has repeatedly conducted arms transactions with foreign terrorist forces in his own name, and committed multiple murders, interference in other countries' internal affairs, and other serious crimes. Including the attack on Stark Group President Tony Stark a few months ago, it was also attributed to Obadiah Stanislav. For more detailed reports, we are now contacting reporters at the front. Leon was pacing in the hall, watching the news and stuffing a piece of cheese pizza into his mouth. It's great. Now the stock that just went up after I showed up at the company the day before yesterday has to fall again, like a roller coaster. Leon was angry at himself. Although this has no impact on me, I still feel very sorry for the investors who support Stark. He thought for a while, opened Twitter, and posted an update. The Obadiah incident was just an accident, and the Stark Group is inseparable from evil. Please continue to believe in Stark Group and support Stark Group stocks. You will definitely be able to wait until the day you return with a full load. Stark never disappoints his supporters. With a picture of leftover pizza on the table. So a few seconds later, the comment area under his feed exploded. Hundreds of scolding comments appeared immediately, as if buying a house on Twitter. Look at that, Obadiah. Such a person can still be the chief operating officer. Stark Group takes juju pills. It's all bullshit. I bought stocks when Tony Stark came back, and in the blink of an eye he shut down the weapons department, and I lost half of my fortune. Leon Stark showed up after half a year, and I bought stocks again. But 2 days later it was revealed that the COO was a super criminal? I can already see myself begging on the streets of Los Angeles in a month. Damn Stark, you made me lose everything. Then more comments popped up every second, all of which were disloyal investors crying that they had lost their wits before buying Stark stock. Lion looked at the comment section with 999 plus comments in 1 minute and felt a little ashamed. Well, it seems that Stark shareholders have their own ideas. Forget it. I believe everyone will have a bright future. Be safe and happy. At this time, Pepper came over with coffee. I thought I heard you praying for stock investors just now. Actually, it's not. Leon looked at Pepper's expression and had a bad feeling. But Pepper went on talking alone. To be honest, Leon, if you really want them not to suffer too much, you should go and call up Tony, who has been missing for 3 days now. Then you go back to your chair in your own company and make good money instead of leaving everything to me. Pepper was a little manic when she talked about her work because the burden on her shoulders was so heavy. Tony doesn't know what he's doing. Obadiah has committed so many crimes and deserves death, and you are at home basking in the sun every day. How can I do so much work alone? She complained very fast. Stark Industries, Stark Network, Stark Electronics Technology. Even if I have 3 heads, I can't handle so many things. And you, Leon, you still have time to pray for the investors. The more Pepper talked, the angrier he became, and he pushed the coffee in his hand to Leon. Oh my God, now that I'm sifting through it, I realize how crazy I have been these days. Leon, I ask you to tell Tony that if he doesn't come out of that damn laboratory, I will resign. And you, Leon, my boy, if you don't manage your own internet company, I will also resign. After saying that, Pepper angrily warned Leon with serious eyes, turned around, and clicked out the door on her high heels. She had to go to that damn class again. Leon opened his mouth on the sofa. He wanted to say a few nice words to make Pepper persist. But it seems that it is really too much to leave all the decision-making work of the 3 companies to Pepper. He scratched his head. Maybe I should go back to the company. No, how could I even think about going to work? Damn it, what I should do is let Lao Xiao stop taking vacation and go back to work. Yes, that's it. Leon clapped his hands and asked Jarvis. Jarvis, is Joe Bush still on vacation? You inform him and let him go back to work as soon as possible. Sorry, Master Lion, Jarvis said. In fact, Mr. George Bush's vacation just ended yesterday, and he has returned to the company at 4 o'clock this morning. 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock in the morning, Leon exclaimed. It turns out I misunderstood. Old Xiao is really the best CEO in the world. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely establish a World Outstanding CEO Award and award it to Lao Xiao every year. You said, since old Joe is already at his post, Pepper shouldn't be angry anymore, right? This question made Jarvis silent for a few seconds. Master Lion, I'm afraid not. Because Mr. George Bush is only in charge of Stark Electronic Technology and handles some of the Stark Network work on his behalf, Miss Pepper is still doing the other work. Leon thought thoughtfully. That's right. This was indeed the arrangement when I left half a year ago, but Tony would also participate in the management of the company at that time. Jarvis, do you have any suggestions? Master Lion, in order to prevent Miss Pepper from resigning, I suggest that you return to work temporarily and wait until you find a successor president before you go home and continue to bask in the sun. Leon immediately shook his head. That won't work. Sunbathing is the most important thing, so we can't delay it. Besides, I've been doing more than just basking in the sun these past few days. You also know what I've been up to. 3 days ago, Leon asked Jarvis to collect all the fighting tutorials on the internet. After these few days of study, he has mastered most of the fighting techniques. Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, Krav Maga, Judo, mixed martial arts, Bajikwan. However, the more he learned, the more Leon found that his control over power had become stronger, but his combat effectiveness had hardly increased. This makes fighting skills quite useless. Think about the world we live in now. Anyone he can hit can be killed with just one slap. If you can't beat him, you may not be able to resist even one of the opponent's moves even if you try your best. These fighting techniques can only be used when fighting against evenly matched enemies. But there are very few people who can evenly match him. Odin counts as 1, Purple Potato counts as 1, Captain Marvel counts as 1, and there are really only a handful of them. But your fighting skills have reached their upper limit, and there is no point in continuing to practice. Jarvis suggested again. So why not go back to work, which will not only make Miss Pepper happy, but you can also have a fulfilling day. Jarvis, why do you seem to want me to go to work so much? Leon was stunned for a moment. What did he think of? Ah, I see. You are protesting that I dragged you into the water in front of Tony 3 days ago. Well, Jarvis, you still say that you have no subjective thoughts, but you have obviously begun to have the human emotion of grudge. Jarvis' light bulb flashed on the screen. Master Lion, I will not do anything detrimental to you, but you will encourage me to do things that delay my becoming stronger and make me unhappy. Leon spread his hands. He thought for a while. Well, let me go down and call Tony up first, and then go find a president for the company. Then all the worries will be gone. As you wish. Jarvis was still very considerate. Chapter 12. When Leon entered the laboratory, he found that except for several arc reactors and a stack of DC comics on Tony's desk, there was nothing special. Even Tony isn't here. Tony. He looked around. Where are you? Leon's super hearing does not stay on at all times. Just like Superman in the movies. He has to concentrate and let his brain discard most of the external information in order to live in a quiet world. When he didn't get a response, Leon listened slightly, looking for Tony's movements. It turns out it's in the garage, but why does it sound a bit noisy? When Leon finds Tony in the basement, he looked like he had thick dark circles under his eyes, but he was full of energy. He wears mechanical shoes with exposed wires on his feet, holds the controller in both hands, and is directing the little assistants. Binbin, you continue to take the video. Dai, go over there. Yes, it's right there. You are responsible for putting out the fire. Then Tony stood in the center of his improvised experimental platform and took a few deep breaths. Okay, let's give it a try. First, activate 10% of the thrust and prepare to take off. Phew. Tony shook his shoulders and took a deep breath to adjust. Come on. 3, 2, 1. He pressed the control device in his hand, and a powerful jet of flame suddenly shot out from the iron shoes under his feet. Laugh. The ferocious thrust sent Tony flying into the air. Then it hit the ceiling hard with a thud. Obviously, the impact was not light. Oh! Tony shouted in pain and fell to the ground. The intelligent robotic arm on the side determined that the situation complied with the instructions and immediately released fire spray. Oh, that must be painful. Leon looked at Tony, who was covered in white spray, and sighed with his head back. Leon. Tony turned his head when he heard the voice. His cheeks squeezed together in pain, and he twisted his shoulders on the ground. Come and give me a hand. I'm afraid my ribs are going to be broken. Here we go. Maybe you'd better ask Dai to prepare a crash pad for you next time. Leon stepped forward and lifted Tony to the chair. He glanced up and down. Very good. It's just a skin injury. You can still continue to do the extreme sports you just did. That's not an extreme sport. Tony rolled his eyes. That's me making the Mark II suit. You mean your second suit of armor is this pair of shoes? Do you want others to shoot at your shoes? Don't be kidding. These shoes are not Captain America's shield. Lion joked. Of course not. I am currently experimenting with the propulsion system. Once this link is completed, the subsequent efficiency will be greatly improved. Tony immediately retorted, not forgetting to ridicule. Of course, ordinary people with average grades like you basically can't understand the logic here. Now it was Leon's turn to roll his eyes. I got admitted to Columbia University no matter what. Do you have some misunderstandings about ordinary people? Oh, really? There's nothing you can do about it. When I was your age, I had already graduated from MIT for many years and had 3 doctorates from Cambridge. I really couldn't understand the feelings of ordinary people. Tony waved his hands in a disgusting manner. But it should be the same. When you get to Columbia in the future, you will find that your teachers can't understand my armor either. I'm sorry, my university major is business, and my teacher probably understands the economic benefits of your armor. When Leon didn't have the ability to awaken before, he could only develop in the direction of managing a company. Naturally, he applied for a business major in college. But it's different now. He knocked on Tony's iron shoe. And the past was before, and the present is now. Don't forget what kind of ability I awakened. Ability? What ability? Isn't it just about getting stronger in the sun? Tony wondered. It's Superman's ability. Leon emphasized. I have everything Superman has. So, are you going to come and confess to me now that you are actually a Kryptonian? Yesterday, your Kryptonian father who became a super artificial intelligence came to your door and asked you to put on red pants and save the world. Tony said with an exaggerated expression. Or are your cousins from Krypton receiving the signal from the spacecraft and coming to capture you tomorrow, so they come to me now for help? Leon was speechless. Tony, when did you have so many naive assumptions? Of course I am from Earth. You took me for so many physical examinations when I was a child, and you still don't know. Leon is undoubtedly from Earth. 19 years ago, he traveled to this world and became a baby. By chance, he was adopted by the Starks. Although I have no memory of before I was 1 year old, I don't know if I have biological parents in this life. But his appearance is not much different from his previous life, and his blood tests have never had any accidents since he was a child. It all shows that he is a native of Earth. Also, you have read too many DC comics recently. There is no DC darkness in our world. Leon complained. Then what do you want to explain? Tony tilted his head. I mean, Superman also has a power called a superbrain, and so do I. A superbrain will allow him to make more achievements in engineering and even reach the top very easily. Leon pointed at the iron shoes. So now I can completely understand your research and even surpass you. Beyond me. Tony raised his chin directly. Leon, this year's April Fool's Day has passed. You can save this cold joke until next year. He blinked. And I don't remember Superman having this ability. If he had a super brain, in the comics, would he always be able to rush forward and shake his fist whenever he encounters an enemy? Leon smacked his lips. Maybe. His super brain told him that when facing difficulties, he must first learn to trust his superpower? Isn't that just a fool's brain? Tony concluded. So you still can't understand my armor. Leon didn't want to argue anymore. Stop it. The pointless argument ends here. People like you who only read half of the comics are the most annoying. Then you can finish the Superman comics for me, and then refute me. Don't wait for Tony to bite his tongue. He said directly. With your mortal wisdom, since you say that I can't understand your armor, do you dare to let me learn from you on the side? Leon raised a finger. It only takes 1 day, and your knowledge will become my knowledge. And in 3 days, I will build a better armor than you. What did you say? Tony wasn't sleepy now. What he can't bear the most is other people's provocation in his professional field, especially when the provocation comes from his stupid brother. This is the funniest joke I've heard in 2008. As if the pain in his chest disappeared for a moment, Tony jumped out of bed and looked directly into Leon's eyes. I accept your challenge. He issued a declaration of victory. Mortal wisdom? Huh. I will return this title to you in 3 days. Follow me. He waved his hand, returned to the experimental site, and began to command the intelligent robotic arm. Dudu, you go and clean up the scene. Binbin, go get the materials. Others, wait for me to design a new spray structure. Leon squinted his eyes and looked at the arrogant Tony in front of him, and the desire to win in his heart also burned. Jarvis, send all the knowledge about exoskeleton mecha to my Stark pad. I will understand Tony's design within half an hour. Okay, Master Lion. Jarvis agreed first. Then it asked, but, Master Lion, do you still remember your purpose of finding Tony and Ms. Pepper's previous request? Pepper? What's wrong with Pepper? Leave it alone for now. Leon twisted his arm. I'm going to let Tony know what a super brain is today. Duh. Chapter 13. Tony was full of fighting spirit and began to conceive the design drawings, while not forgetting to observe Leon on the side. He quietly paid attention and found that what Leon was learning was actually the most basic mechanical structure. So he couldn't help but smile in advance as if he had a winning chance. It's different when you have the motivation to compete. In just the past half hour, Tony has perfected the propulsion system that has been his most troublesome thing in the past 2 days. It can be said to be an explosion of inspiration. Leon has already finished learning about exoskeletons and has begun to learn circuit construction. Tony paid a little attention and smiled proudly again. He thought that Lion was giving up because he couldn't learn the knowledge of exoskeletons, so he changed his direction. Have you found it difficult to learn the knowledge of war armor? It doesn't matter. Let's start with the simple ones. Tony spoke like he was opening champagne. Don't embarrass yourself. If everyone in this world can simply learn knowledge, then what's the use of being a genius? He waved his hand and started modifying the equipment shoes again. Don't worry, when I make the most outstanding armor, I can still consider letting you experience it. At this time, Tony seemed to have forgotten the fact that Leon could fly. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of defeating his stupid brother 3 days later. With the help of Dai Dai, he even hummed the song Jingle Bells while modifying the injector. Lion ignored Tony, who opened the champagne at halftime. Sitting alone, he quickly studied the textbooks and comprehensive papers prepared for him by Jarvis. If Tony walks behind Leon at this time, look at the display screen in front of him. I will definitely give myself a slap in the face immediately for being so complacent just now. Because on that screen, lines of text and charts were jumping at a speed that was so fast that it was blurry. But Leon's eyes always stayed on the first line of text and chart that appeared every time. The speed of switching text on the display is actually not as fast as Leon's reading and understanding speed. It only takes 30 seconds for Leon to finish studying a college-level textbook. In just half an hour, he can become a comprehensive theoretical expert in a branch of the field. If there is a system that can rate the knowledge an individual possesses. At this time, you can even see that upgrade icons are popping up one after another on Leon's head. Level 0.1, Level 0.2, Level 0.3, Level 0.4. In that way, Tony can predict in advance that his brother has become a cheating player. Unfortunately, there is no if. When 3 hours have passed, Leon felt that he had a sufficient knowledge base and finally stood up. Tony was conducting his 13th propulsion device experiment. Now Tony can float in the air relatively stably. He was trying his best to control his balance and glanced at Leon. Look who is here. Could it be that our little Leon finally knows the difficulty of learning and is coming to admit defeat and beg for mercy from his brother Tony? Leon showed an enigmatic smile and stretched out his hand to adjust the non-existent glasses on the bridge of his nose. No, I have learned the necessary knowledge and am now ready to join your research. Tony was stunned for a moment and then said with some humor, That's just right. Although you can't help me much, you can still carry heavy equipment. He slowly descended from the air, and after landing, he staggered for a moment before standing still. Follow me. The propulsion system has been basically completed, and now we can start manufacturing the rest of the armor. Tony had already determined that he was sure of victory, so he began to devote himself wholeheartedly to the creation of the armor. He arranged follow-up work in an orderly manner. Leon, go get the titanium alloy material in gold, and hold the magnifying glass steady. The two soon began working together to build the armor. Tony was basically directing the whole process. Leon asked a few questions from time to time. Tony, who had entered a state of concentration, didn't feel anything was wrong. He explained everything while doing it, and he could tell everything he knew. It seems that although he thinks his brother is stupid, he still hopes that he can learn more of his skills. There, the location is wrong. You have to go around and start from here, otherwise there will be a short circuit. Aha, you must be kidding. How can such a large load be equipped with deformation equipment? Great, the flight stabilizer can be installed here. Leon, your strength is really a good tool for assembling and building equipment. I dare say that the hydraulic press is not as easy to use as you. I should have asked you to come down and help me a few days ago. For a day and a whole night, the two of them were building battle armor. Because of Lion's participation, the assembly and manufacturing of parts can be said to be both precise and efficient. For example, if Tony needed an IT-level precision part temporarily, he had to wait for it to be delivered from the factory. But on this night, as long as Leon waved his fist, he could get a component that was better than IT grade. Very good. Tony's dark circles have turned into dark bags, but his big eyes are still bright. The armor originally took a month or even months to build and fine-tune. Actually, with the help of Leon, 80% was completed overnight. Tony's current state of mind was extremely high. All it takes is one more final step, and he can put on his new armor and soar into the sky. He habitually commanded, Leon, you go and build a current loop. Next, we only need to connect to Jarvis's system and conduct assembly experiments to complete the final steps. However, what he waited for was another answer. No, Tony, I'm leaving. Leon refused. What are you talking about? Why are you leaving? Tony's eyes widened. Leon spread his hands. Have you forgotten? I said that I would build a better armor than Mark within 3 days. And now that I have learned all your skills, of course I won't stay here. It just so happens that the final step of building your armor won't be too troublesome. You can handle it by yourself. So I'm leaving. See you in 3 days, Tony. Leon waved. I'm going to your laboratory. If you need anything, just come up to me. What? Tony's mind was full of questions. You really want to build your own armor? Are you kidding me? You're just an ordinary person. Wait a minute. Tony suddenly remembered. This past night, in the process of assisting him, the questions raised by Leon gradually became more in-depth and even started to inspire him. The same is true for the hands-on part. It was unfamiliar at first, but then it became easy for me. In other words, Leon really learned those professional knowledge. Tony was shocked by his sudden awakening of memories. He was so immersed in work last night and so focused that he didn't notice it yet. Thinking about it now, Leon obviously grew from a mechanical novice to a mechanical expert overnight. He is still an expert who is not necessarily weaker than him. Your learning speed. Is this a super brain? Tony was horrified and sat down on the chair. What is this? A super brain can be so unreasonable? This is cheating. Duh. Chapter 14. Well, that's true. But how should I put it? In fact, I just learn and think faster. My creative ability is not necessarily better than yours. Leon thought for a while, worried that Tony would be hit, so he analyzed his abilities. The iron armor is a collection of the most comprehensive and top-notch knowledge you have. Every step is the most advanced application of relevant knowledge. Plus, you could be said to have guided me step by step last night. That's why I can master this knowledge very quickly. What I did was actually just copy your knowledge exactly as it was and make it my own. Leon nodded his head. A learning and processing capability as powerful as a supercomputer, this is a super brain. But when it comes to innovation, I have to rely on my own talent. And super brains have limitations in comics. In some DC works, it will be said that most of the computing power of Superman's superbrain will be used to restrain his own power. But I haven't encountered this problem yet. Leon made a small gesture with his index finger and thumb. The proportion of my brain power used to limit my superpowers is very small. So wait. Tony, wait for me to use your knowledge and my innovation to defeat you in 3 days. Tony, who fell into a chair, felt slightly better after hearing the explanation. Hearing this, he stood up with an unconvinced look on his face. Don't be ridiculous, kid. Have you ever seen a plagiarist who can surpass the original author? There is no way my masterpiece will lose. Then let's wait and see. Mortal wisdom. Leon left a provocative sentence and walked upstairs. In the parking garage, Tony's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. There is no way he would admit defeat in his own field, especially to his hateful brother Leon. However, Tony didn't wait until he returned to the workbench again. Leon's figure suddenly reappeared behind him. Oh, by the way, I forgot one thing. Tony, your condition is too bad. You can't continue working. You should take a rest first. As soon as the words fell, Tony felt his neck go numb and instantly lost consciousness. He's cheating. This guy is using his tricks outside the game. Before Tony fell asleep, he used his last consciousness to curse Leon in his mind. So don't play if you can't afford it. Look at this baby-like sleep. Leon commented, picked up Tony, and threw him into the bedroom. Advertisement, Master Lion. You may not be able to win in this way, and Mr. Stark will not be convinced. Jarvis reminded kindly. It's best if he's not convinced. I'm also worried that he will be mentally damaged after being defeated by me and will be unable to recover. Leon walked into Tony's laboratory. You seem very confident. Jarvis asked in a statement tone. Of course. Leon turned on the power supplies one by one in front of Tony's usual workbench. After all, the most important thing in the early stage of the armor is to improve its functions, and the requirements for technological progress are not high. And I happen to have several transformation plans in my mind that can be achieved without using more advanced technology. Just kidding, let alone the dozens of steel armors developed by Tony in the movie. It's the armor in the comics, which he also knew in his previous life. The research and development ideas for those armors were fantasies in the previous life. But in this world, it is a road that has already been trodden by other Tonys. He only needs to develop along these lines, and he can always be one step ahead of his brother. Poor Tony. He will live in Lion's shadow from now on. Leon happily moved Dudu and Binbin out of the garage and started making his own. Okay, Dudu, first put away the arc reactor that Tony has made on the table. Master Lion. Jarvis suddenly interrupted at this time. What's wrong? Miss Pepper is here. She's looking for you. It can't be done now. Tell her that I will be out in 3 days. But she's already down. Huh? Then tell her Tony is in the bedroom. Sorry, you might want to consider telling Miss Pepper the news yourself. After Jarvis finished speaking, Pepper went downstairs and appeared outside the transparent partition door of the laboratory. She caught sight of Leon, who was smiling and saying hello. She patted the partition glass angrily, entered the password on the door, and walked in. Hi, Pepper, good morning. Leon spoke first. When Pepper saw it, he said with an aura of provocation, You didn't go to the company yesterday, Leon. Leon was busy learning to make armor yesterday and had forgotten about it. He said with a sneer, But George Bush has gone. Old Joe is down to earth and hardworking. He will definitely be able to share your work with you. Advertisement. But that's not why you hide at home. Pepper looked at Leon's messy hair after staying up all night and couldn't help but straighten it. What did you do last night? Why are your hair and clothes so? Oh my God. Could you have followed Tony's example again and called those cover girls and asked them to come to your home? Pepper's eyes became dangerous. Leon was like her child. If he was ruined by Tony's teachings, then she would definitely scold Tony today to the point of embarrassment. No. Leon interrupted hurriedly. What do you mean? I have never done this before, and I will never do that kind of thing in the future. Pepper, don't worry. It's all Tony's fault that I'm like this. He clarified the relationship. I came down yesterday and asked him to come back to the company to show up, but he dragged me to make the armor. He rolled his eyes and snatched the oldest arc reactor from Dai's hand. Look, Tony has prepared a gift for you. A gift? Pepper became curious, and her attention was diverted to the arc reactor. This is from Tony's chest. Yes, that's the one. Lion artificially polished it. This gadget is an arc generator, a brand new cold nuclear reaction energy source, which represents the future of mankind. What Tony has been doing these days is research related to this little thing. That's the next step he planned for Stark Company, to bring better benefits to the world. And this arc reactor in my hand, was given to you by Tony. Leon Uezu said, This is a life-saving device he built in the cave of a terrorist organization. It is also the world's first small arc reactor. After he replaced this gadget, he originally planned to give it to you. But you also know that with his character, he would never be able to say anything straightforward in 100 years. So, Leon handed the arc reactor to Pepper. You know the meaning of this gift, right? Pepper didn't take it or speak, because she was so moved. This gift is so meaningful and romantic. Pepper covered her mouth with her hands and was speechless for a moment. Did he really give it to me? Pepper carefully took over the arc reactor. The happiness came so unexpectedly that she was at a loss. Chapter 15. Of course, but if it were him, he would definitely say. Leon drawled his voice. Pepper, I have many habits, but I don't have nostalgia, so just take this thing and dispose of it. Smash or burn it as you like. Leon imitated him so much that Pepper couldn't help laughing. She looked at the arc reactor in her hand and couldn't get enough of it. That's indeed what he would say. Pepper smiled broadly. Then where is he now? Leon shrugged. He was sleeping. He had been doing research all night a few days ago, so I knocked him out. I haven't slept for several days. Oh my God, Leon, you did the right thing. Is he in the bedroom now? Of course, go up and see him quickly. Okay, okay, I'll go right away. Pepper nodded repeatedly and left the laboratory briskly and hastily. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look back. Leon, you too? You have to take a good rest, you know. I know. Leon showed a big smile. After packing these gadgets, I'm going to have a rest. Pepper gave him a look of affirmation. That's the best. Watching Pepper disappear into the corridor, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, solved. Jarvis spoke up. Master Lion, is it really okay for you to do this? Mr. Stark did not. What's the matter? If it weren't for me, Tony would definitely leave the arc reactor to Pepper, and his words would be similar to what I imitated. Leon didn't care. Simulate it yourself and see if it's the same result. Jarvis paused for a few seconds. ZZ, based on Mr. Stark's past behavior pattern, the simulation results are 83% similar. Yeah, I just beautified the process. Leon spread his hands. As far as the results are concerned, Pepper got happy, Tony got happiness, and I got free time, a win-win-win situation. Jarvis immediately said, Mr. Stark will definitely be grateful to you if he knows. Leon raised his eyebrows. He must be grateful. Okay, no one will bother you now. Let's officially start making the armor. When Tony woke up again, the world seemed a little weird. Pepper became very gentle. Jarvis always asked him how he was feeling today. As for Leon, this treacherous boy is not even allowed to enter the laboratory. That's his own laboratory. Humph, with Leon's secretive attitude, he might not be able to make a suit of armor, and he's afraid of losing face, so he won't reveal anything. Tony made a malicious guess after discovering that he had slept all day. Very good. Tony angrily walked into the underground garage and began to assemble his armor. Even if I can't enter the laboratory, I will beat Leon in the competition 2 days later, and then pour a cup of heated Coke into his mouth. Now, Dudu, go and push the bracket over. Then Benben. After waiting for a while, Tony realized something was wrong. Dot-I? Where are you, Dot-I? And Benben. He searched around and found that none of his intelligent robotic arms were there. I can't believe it. Leon didn't even leave me an arm. They all turned into his shape. Tony went crazy. In the end, Tony ran back to the laboratory and got his little assistants back from Leon. After all, he doesn't have super strength. If he wants to assemble the armor, he must rely on machinery. 2 days later, it's another rare sunny day. Los Angeles West Coast. The refracted sunlight and waves on the sea merge into one, and each wave is a prism. Looking out from Stark's mansion, the sea thousands of miles away is sparkling. Sailboats and cruise ships are coming and going on the sea, which is a peaceful scenery. But even this tranquility cannot reduce the smell of gunpowder in Stark's mansion today. In the cool-toned underground garage, sunlight slants in from the entrance, dividing the space of hundreds of square meters into dark and bright halves. Leon walked into the underground garage from outside. Under the sunlight, his hair seemed to be somewhat transparent, shrouded in a golden shimmer. Tony was sitting at the far end of the garage. He wore a felt hat as appropriate, with the long brim covering his face. I'm here, Leon said coldly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tony's eyes were hidden under the brim of his hat. You are destined to lose. You shouldn't have come. As Tony's words fell, a burst of passionate and sharp music suddenly sounded, echoing in the garage, as if someone would pull out a gun and shoot at any time. WTF? Tony was startled. He actually jumped out of his chair. Maybe you feel that you have lost your momentum and lost the city first. Tony took off his hat and threw it on the table, asking angrily, Jarvis, what the hell is this music? Mr. Stark, this is Extreme Ways that Master Lion asked me to play in advance. It is an episode from the movie The Bourne Supremacy a few years ago. Tony could no longer be speechless. Leon, what we are competing against today is armor, not a gun battle. Do you want to take out your gun and kill me if you can't compete with me later? What are you talking about, Tony? Leon said he didn't understand. I'm telling you with exciting music that you will lose today's competition. Really? If talking big can lead to a winner, then those underground rappers in the United States will be the kings of the world. Tony insinuated. Leon was unmoved. You are talking so shamelessly even before you show off your armor. Who is the one with a guilty conscience? Then show me what you have built in the past 2 days. Tony looked around deliberately. But why is there nothing here except you? Could it be that you can't actually build a battle armor at all, and you are just trying to hold on and refuse to give in? Tony opened his hands. Leon, don't be like this. As a brother, I have always taught you to be honest. I can forgive you even if you apologize for things you can't do. Oh, don't worry, you can see it later. Leon smiled. Why not now? Tony raised his chin. Leon pointed his finger at Tony and said, because according to international practice, Ladies are given priority. Tony's face darkened. Boy, I didn't remember that I taught you to talk to a gentleman like this. Really? Leon crossed his arms on his chest. Then who told me that ladies come first on my graduation day when I was about to give a speech? That was almost a year ago. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. But you taught a young gentleman how to speak to another gentleman. Leon's posture remained unchanged. Okay, fine, it's my fault. But you can't say such things again in the future, it's very rude. Tony was rarely serious. Leon nodded. Of course not. I will only say this to you. Tony simply turned around and stopped talking harshly to this little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Tony stood in front of the experimental site he had built. In the middle of the field is a huge bracket. Underneath the stand, standing there was a big guy 2 meters high, covered by a wide black cloth. Its edges and corners lift up the black cloth, giving it a human-like shape. That's obviously Tony's suit. You have to feel honored. Tony opened his hands. You will witness the debut of the greatest masterpiece in the world, and witness it twice. Leon did not deny it. It seems that's right. Come on, please start your performance. Tony's expression became more serious. He kept his hands open. Let's get started, Jarvis. Crunch. After the order was given, several mechanical arms stretched out from the bracket behind Tony and peeled off the black cloth. A steel-colored battle armor suddenly appeared. The steel-like flowing shell of the armor reflects the sunlight like water. Suddenly, it seemed as if the basement was a little brighter. Several robotic arms kept moving, removing the parts of the armor one by one, and then began to dress Tony. The pieces of steel scales overlapped Tony's body and enveloped him, as if they were alive. When Tony completely put on the steel armor, the mechanical arm naturally moved away, and the armor's eyes suddenly lit up with a faint light. Tisk! Airflow spewed out from the gaps in each scale of the battle armor like breathing. Look, this is my armor. Tony controlled the armor to spread his arms, and the soles of his feet and palms sprayed flames at the same time. He flew up and was suspended in midair. This is the Mark II. Now I can fly too. Wow, cool. Leon couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the metallic armor in front of him. Jarvis's voice appeared at an inappropriate time. Mr. Stark, the flight function of Mark II still needs more testing. No, Jarvis. Sometimes we have to start running before we can learn to walk slowly. Tony denied repeatedly. It was obvious that he couldn't wait to fly around in the sky. Tony levitated, flicked off his visor, and looked at Leon again. The Mark II is equipped with a series of equipment, such as flight stabilizers and palm impact beams, which can be said to be 30 years ahead of the world. Now it's your turn. Where is your armor? Leon did not answer immediately, but walked around Tony. Made entirely of titanium steel, with new energy as the core, and equipped with the Jarvis system, it is indeed a masterpiece that spans the ages. Then the voice changed. But this is not enough. I remember that there is gold in the spare materials, but you didn't use it. This will be a failure. Tony was confused. Why do we need to add gold material to build the armor? That is superfluous. In a few minutes, you will find the answer to this question on my armor. Leon put away the admiration in his eyes and pulled up his sleeves, revealing 2 shining bracelets. Look, this is my armor. Jarvis, start the program. Beep. An electronic sound passed by, and the lights on the 2 bracelets on Leon's wrists turned red. Then a roar came from the garage upstairs, accompanied by the crackling sounds of various things breaking. Tony's eyes were strange. It seems like something broke in my laboratory. What are you doing? Well, maybe there was an accident on the planned route. Look, it's coming. Leon suddenly floated up and spread his arms in the air. The next moment, a red and blue elliptical flight capsule spraying flames flew in from outside the garage. Could your armor be just a big iron can? That's really my god. How is this possible? Tony subconsciously started to tease, but was immediately speechless. The red and blue flight capsule began to disintegrate after entering the garage. The parts of the steel armor unfolded in the air, spitting out flames, and stuck behind Leon in perfect fit. The pieces of red and blue scales, based on Leon's torso, were fastened on his body with incomparable precision. Finally, a battle armor with a blue base and red accents is formed. The eyes of the armor lit up, and each component was constantly adjusting its position according to Leon's movements, as if it were a living creature that could breathe. This is simply a work of art made of steel, with a streamlined figure that is both powerful and beautiful. After the armor was assembled, flames suddenly shot out from the soles of his feet and behind, keeping Leon afloat. He pointed at various locations on his body and listed his newly added functions one by one. My armor is driven by a bracelet. When it is idle, It acts as a flight cabin and can provide remote support when needed. Although it is not equipped with weapons for the time being, there are many positions reserved for adding weapons. The most important thing is that this suit of armor has a propulsion device on the back, which allows you to free your hands during flight and use it to fight or wave to say hello. In addition, there are many functions, such as the new liquid filtration function, which allows users to solve problems anywhere during flight. Even though Tony was so surprised that he opened his mouth, he hurriedly interrupted. Wait a minute, what I said just now seems a bit disgusting. Are you going to pee while wearing the armor? Don't you find it disgusting? Oh, really? I thought you would like this feature. Leon narrowed his eyes. If others don't know, how can he not understand Tony? This liquid filtration function was specially shown off by this guy in the movie. The reason why he interrupted him now was probably because Tony, an old man, couldn't stand the excitement and had to pick some bones in the egg. Would I like it? Just kidding. This disgusting, useless function is a blasphemy to the armor. Tony said seriously. Leon raised his eyebrows. Then anyway, I won this competition, right? He clapped his fingers. Your armor doesn't have as many functions as mine, and it's not as easy to wear as mine. There are so many differences, so... No, Leon, you made a mistake. Tony quickly started to make up for it. What is a battle armor? It's a weapon. Its main function is combat. It's a waste of time to have so many additional abilities. So, Leon motioned for Tony to continue. So, when comparing armors, the most important thing is to compare their performance, such as speed, environmental adaptability, and strength. I have no objection, so how can we compare? Leon thought for a while, and then he started to think about it. I suggest that we fly to the sky together and see who can fly faster and farther. Tony snapped his fingers. I think so too. Okay, let's go out. Let Jarvis shout start, and then... Leon increased the thruster power and flew outward. Oh, Leon, are you going to compete with me in armor? Tony felt something was wrong. How else can we compare? Leon stopped. Duh. Chapter 17. I mean, you can fly by yourself, right? What if your armor isn't fast enough and you fly faster than me? Tony finally remembered that Leon's own speed was dozens of times that of the steel armor. Am I the kind of person who cheats? You don't know how to cheat, so why did you knock me out 2 days ago? Okay, then I will come out of the armor, Jarvis, and you will control the armor. Wait, Jarvis will control it. You mean, this armor of yours can be completely unmanned? Tony hasn't gotten to that point yet. What do you think? My armor is strong. It's very... Well, I mean, it's a good idea, but I've thought of this before, but I just didn't have enough time. Then you are really awesome, Tony. Ahem. Okay, Jarvis, are you ready? We're going to start a competition. Tony changed the topic with a little hesitation. Okay, Mr. Stark, I will start the timing in 3 seconds. Are you ready? I have long been ready. Jarvis gave the order. Ready? 3, 2, 1, start. The two armors ignited their thrusters at the same time, took off at full power, and soared into the sky, with long tail flames streaking across the sky. Leon looked at the clouds where the two disappeared and couldn't help but complain. Actually, if you ask me, both armors are very slow. Sure enough, war armor has no other effect on me except feelings. Then he twisted his collar with both hands, and the biological force field spread out, rushing into the sky like a retroreflective meteor. Oh, Tony continued to accelerate in the sky. He had never had the experience of soaring so freely in the sky. The sky has been high above humans for millions of years. Flying into the sky and conquering the sky are the desires engraved in human genes. No wonder so many people have tried to fly in history. This feeling is really great. Tony was so excited that he felt proudly that he was the king of machines who would win at this moment. Jarvis, is Lion's armor far behind me now? He felt the answer was yes. However, Jarvis is always so ruthless. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I'm sorry to tell you that you have been thrown away by the mecha controlled by my subroutine. What? Tony was stunned. This is impossible. Sorry, the fact is that the distance between you and Master Lion's armor is already 700 meters. Tony raised his head and looked upward, but layers of clouds and mist in the sky made it difficult for him to see the scene above. This must be a mistake. Speed up, Jarvis, speed up. The Mark II exploded with greater propulsion, pushed away the sea of clouds, and moved backwards. However, a few minutes later, Tony still couldn't see Leon's armor, not even the exhaust fumes. What the hell, why is it so fast? Because Master Lion uses a more coordinated movement system and reduces the weight of the armor, the acceleration and top speed have been improved. Jarvis reported. Okay, now I kind of admit that the kid is a genius, but I can't lose this competition. Jarvis, use excess power. Sir, I want to remind you that continuing upward may cause the armor to freeze because the temperature is too low. Listen to me and keep flying. A few minutes later, Tony faintly saw the tail flame of Lion's armor. Okay, that's it. Catch up with it, and then surpass it. Sir, the outer layer of the armor has been frosted. Continuing to fly may cause damage to the components. Don't worry about it. Keep accelerating. Tony is now full of enthusiasm, and his competitive spirit has been completely mobilized. In the hot-blooded comics, he will definitely explode next, and then he will surpass Lion's armor and achieve a counterattack. It's a pity that the physical rules of the Marvel world will not give in to him for such reasons. Marvel only the more tragic people are, the more they can ignore physics and cheat and counterattack. As the altitude continued to climb, layers of frost began to cover the Mark II's outer shell, quickly spreading and thickening. The armor's acceleration began to decrease. Jarvis didn't have time to remind him. The next moment, the Mark II suddenly stalled. All current circuits inside the armor were frozen, and the power was cut off instantly. Wait, what's going on? Tony's upright figure lost his balance and fell rapidly like a frog with claws and teeth. Jarvis, open your wings. Tony found that the armor was too cold to function and wanted to call Jarvis. But the current is short-circuited and the intelligence system has already stopped running. The armor fell faster and faster, and gravity exerted its power mercilessly at this moment. No, Leon. Leon, help me. Tony shouted in panic. The next second, no problem, Tony. Lion instantly appeared in front of Mark II, blocking it from the waist, and its downward trend stopped instantly. This damn sense of security is so damn good. Tony was in shock. Oh my God, it was really thrilling just now. Thank you, Leon. Although I know you must be watching me make a fool of myself down there. Don't say that. In fact, I want to see if you can calm down and reverse the crisis. You better think so. Tony took a deep breath and gasped to calm down. On the other side, Jarvis flew down in Lion's armor. Sir, it's great that you're okay. It was really thrilling just now. Jarvis expressed concern in a mechanical voice. Leon continued to carry Tony. Okay, now the competition is over. Let's go back. Tony had no objection. On the way back, he suddenly asked, the gold you mentioned is used to solve the problem of high-altitude icing? Yes, adding gold material can allow the armor to continue to operate in extreme environments. Tony fell completely silent. Back in the underground garage, Tony took off his armor with the help of his smart arm. Leon, you win. He sat down with some frustration. Yes, I won. Leon smiled happily. He walked to Tony and sat down. But, actually, you also won, Tony. He explained to Tony's puzzled eyes. It was you who taught me how to build the steel armor so that I could make it. It's like if you taught other mechanics this knowledge. Wouldn't they really be able to learn it? Of course they can learn it. And even because of everyone's different ideas, they can also create armor with more functions than you. The most difficult thing in this world is never learning and extension, but creation from scratch. Tony, and you, are the one who created it. Without you, maybe 20 years later, no one would be able to build a small arc reactor, and no one would be able to build a steel armor. I defeated you this time, but I just perfected some things that you didn't have time to perfect. Tell me, Tony, do you think you can't do these things? Tony immediately shook his head. Of course not. Well, give me some time and I can do it. Look, Leon patted Tony on the shoulder. Tony, you just lack a little time, and I just used my super brain to save this time. Tony's frustration just now slowly dissipated, and his eyes were a little complicated. Leon, you are really different anymore. Did you just realize that I already look like a little Superman? How can I still be the same as before? No, I mean, you've grown up. Sorry, I can't tell for a moment whether you are hurting me or praising me. Of course I'm complimenting you. Well, Tony, I want to say that you have grown up since you came back from Afghanistan this time. After all, you never knew how to. Stop. Why did you suddenly turn around and scold me? Look what I just said. You won again. Oh, with this damn desire to win in adolescence, you should really go to school in Columbia as soon as possible instead of annoying me at home all day long. Look, Tony, you're in a hurry. Get out. Get away from me. Okay, I'll leave smoothly. Leon picked up his armor and ran away. This kid. Tony shook his head helplessly, thought for a while, and suddenly laughed. It's really amazing. Chapter 18. A few days later. Rain. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the drizzle turned the sea outside Stark's mansion into honeycomb. Underground garage. Leon wore a tight-fitting sensor suit with round iron plates attached to various parts of his body. There were induction wires at the ends of the iron plates leading to the huge machine. Are you sure this iron pillar can test my strength? Leon moved his wrist. Today was the day he and Tony had agreed to test their powers and new abilities. Then the sky just dawned, when the sun struggled to cast a few rays of light between the gaps in the continuous dark clouds. Tony happily dragged him out of bed. After washing up and having breakfast, the two of them arrived at the underground garage. On the wall of the underground garage facing the sea, a circular iron pier with a radius of 3 meters is fixed. This is a prop to test your strength. Why do you always use a questioning tone to state a fact? Tony was very confident. He introduced, after you went to space half a year ago, I had a premonition that such a day would come, so I built this strength tester here in advance. Much of it comes from a tungsten alloy that I specially synthesized. High melting point, high density, high wear resistance. It won't deform even if 1,000,000 tons of weight is placed on it, and it won't be damaged even by an impact of tens of thousands of tons. The alloy I created during the process of synthesizing this tester, even if it is used to build ships, will be of a type far ahead of its time. Tony stood in front of the computer desk. So don't worry, I can guarantee that it will not be damaged by you. Leon was still skeptical. Tony, you know, your confident look now is exactly the same as when we competed a few days ago. Tony was choked. This is not the same thing. In short, you only need to stand in front of the tester, punch with all your strength, and leave the rest to me. No, that's not safe, Leon said. At least put on your armor. Tony slapped his forehead. It's not safe for me to be more than 10 meters away from you. When did you become so arrogant? Put on the armor, Leon repeated. Okay, I'll wear it. Tony raised his hands. As long as it makes our little princess feel at ease, I can wear it. The two bracelets on his wrists glowed red. A few seconds later, a red-gold flight capsule flew into the garage and quickly transformed into a battle armor to wrap around Tony. Mark III. This is a new armor created by Tony directly copying Lion's data in the past few days. In addition to the fact that the energy source of this armor is not made of new elements, it has almost the same functions as the Mark VII in the movie. You know, the Mark VII is a battle armor that only appeared in the first phase of the Avengers, and its functions are extremely powerful. Parenthetical note. Leon helped to complete the project so quickly. Another bracket. Tony paid special attention to the liquid circulation function and deliberately excluded this function in front of Leon. He will definitely suffer from this in the future, and then succumb to the law of true fragrance. Okay now. Tony stretched his legs and made a gesture. I'm looking forward to your performance. Leon pouted speechlessly. This old man even wanted to copy his lines. I hope the tester you build can be as hard as your mouth. He stood in front of the dark tester and took a deep breath. For a moment, the airflow in the basement began to surge into wind. Tony on the other side had never seen such a scene before. He looked around at the papers flying in the sky, feeling dumbfounded. Then he saw Leon slowly squatting back, his muscles bulging like the most perfect stone sculptures. Why? It feels like something's not quite right. Tony stared blankly at Leon, let out a low drink, and punched fiercely. Then, the entire underground garage was turned upside down in an instant. Rumble. The roar like a missile exploding in his ears filled Tony's world. There were gravels and dust everywhere as far as the eye could see. The sudden strong wind blew Tony down. Tables and chairs fell on him, and he was about to be swept away by the hurricane to an unknown place. If Jarvis hadn't activated the suit's propeller in time, Tony would have disappeared into the underground garage. Fortunately, all this commotion did not last long. After more than 10 seconds, the feeling of heaven and earth shattering left. The entire underground garage was densely dusty and visibility was almost zero. Cough, 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 what happened? Tony turned off the propeller, fell to the ground, and staggered a few steps. Then, he heard Leon exhaling again. Call. The wind picked up again, but this time it was much gentler, blowing away only some debris and smoke in the air. Now the vision is clear. But Tony's brain shut down. The basement, which was originally a minimalist style, has now become a ruined version of the Syrian war. It's riddled with holes, like a dilapidated house. Everything in the room, including glass, machinery, lights, was gone. The dozen or so limited edition sports cars parked in the underground garage are gone. Even the tester on the wall, which he thought could withstand almost all impacts, had only a hole left. On the other side of the hole is the misty sea. My lord, the time comes in the afternoon. The location is a meadow outside Los Angeles. The characters are still two brothers, Leon and Tony. The drizzle kept falling, and Leon, wearing his shirt, kept knocking on a huge round iron pillar. You said this Iron Man, can withstand my strength. He complained. In the end, I didn't even use half of my strength, and it changed from a flat shape to a convex body. And it fell into the sea, so I had to go to the bottom of the sea to fish it out. Come on, Leon. Tony stood 50 meters away, wearing a steel suit, manipulating computer calibration data and answering via the radio. God would never have imagined that your power would be so outrageous. God knows you've only been exposed to the sun for half a year, so how could your strength increase so much? It's almost like exponential growth. Look at the 3 months you spent in the sun in Los Angeles half a year ago. It took more than 90 days to increase the power by more than 400 tons. Jarvis and I built models based on data from that period. It is predicted that when you come back, your power will be between 1,000 tons and 5,000 tons, and your speed will not exceed Mach 5. Who would have thought you could be so strong? And look at the TV series, Smallville. Clark Kent can't fly even in high school, but he has been in the sun for more than 10 years. Leon stopped what he was doing and pressed the headset. Do you still watch the Superman TV series? I think that movie was very well shot, and it showed Superman's journey of growth. But you probably haven't seen the second half, because Superman's expressiveness is outrageous, Tony retorted. Then he doesn't get stronger as fast as you. Well, maybe it's because I'm an adult, or maybe it's because I'm more efficient in the sun and space. Lion guessed. He punched the tester hard again. Okay, the tester has returned to its original state. How to test it now? Chapter 19. For the time being, we can't find a testing tool that can fully withstand your full punch. We have to change the method and use multidimensional data to estimate the approximate value. Tony always has flexible solutions. What do you want me to do? Leon asked. Exerting force in the air shouldn't affect your condition, right? It doesn't matter. I have a biological force field. Tony adjusted all the instruments and said on the radio. Then you fly up and push down the tester, just like Superman pushed the asteroid. Although this can't test your punching strength, it can test your pressing strength. We will test your punching speed later and let Jarvis combine the data to roughly calculate the strength of your punch. Okay. Leon jumped into the air, inverted his body in the air, and placed his hands down on the iron pillar. I'm going to start exerting my strength. Remember to use your best strength. Certainly. Leon's eyes narrowed, his muscles bulged, and he pushed down with all his strength. Tony reacted quickly. Almost instantly, the number on the screen jumped to 9 digits, which startled him, and the data was still rising rapidly. It wasn't until Lion roared in the distance that it stopped growing and began to fluctuate up and down. Okay, Tony's voice was trembling. Leon exhaled the breath from his chest. What is my thrust? Tony swallowed. 370 million kilograms, which is 370,000 tons. Jarvis predicts that your single-arm strength should be between 140,000 and 190,000 tons. So high. Leon couldn't help but be surprised. This value is really not low. The steel-bodied Superman who just debuted in the DC movie has only 800,000 tons of power in the setting. Although it was his first appearance and was not fully developed yet, he had been exposed to the sun for more than 20 years. But he had only been exposed to the sun for more than half a year. Besides, this kind of power is basically enough for him to be invincible on Earth. But it's still not enough. Leon clenched his fist. The Earth is just a small pond, and there are many giants outside the pond. I still have a long way to go, and I have to continue to find ways to become stronger. Tony listened to Leon's thoughts on the other side and rolled his eyes. He was even put in the mood to refute by this wave of Versailles, so he directly operated the computer and started the next test. Next is the punch speed test. Punch at the highest speed you think you can endure when attacking. Leon thought for a while. I usually use the biological force field to protect the surrounding environment when I punch, so I will use the fastest punch speed that the biological force field can withstand at full strength. He stood on the iron pillar and made another power charging action. Shrink your waist, twist your hips, punch. A standard straight punch. The fighting skills he learned a few days ago allowed Leon to maximize his strength. It's just that he just swung this punch in the air, without the tens of thousands of tons of power attached. Beep. Tony was still watching Leon from a distance. In his eyes, Leon didn't even move. As a result, a value suddenly popped up on his computer without any warning. 10,769 meters per second, close to Mach 32. Is this the maximum speed when you exert maximum force? Tony put his hands on the table and stared at the screen. Leon thought Tony was thinking the same thing as him and felt that the speed was too slow. It's a bit slow. Actually, I can go faster, but if I use my full strength to exceed this speed, my biological force field will be broken through and affect the surrounding environment, just like in the garage this morning. Tony smacked his tongue. It can actually be faster. This is simply a god on Earth. God. God is just like that. This is not enough. When I become stronger in the future, the biological force field will also become stronger, and the punching speed can also increase. Not enough. Tony felt puzzled. Do you know how powerful your punch of hundreds of thousands of tons would be at this speed? Probably, like a small meteorite falling to the earth. Tony wiped his face with both hands. Almost. Jarvis, tell him the specific value. Yes, sir. Master Lion. Calculate based on the model. With an acceleration reaching Mach 31 in an instant, a full punch from your single arm can explode with an impact of more than 1.5 trillion newtons in 1 second, which is equivalent to the simultaneous explosion of 240 Hiroshima atomic bombs. Tony slammed the table at this time. It is equivalent to the power of 3.6 million tons of TNT. And this does not take into account the fact that the force-bearing area of your fist is small and the pressure will be greater. Jarvis answered again. Yes, Master Lion. You are now a high-explosive hydrogen bomb that can walk at will. You also have unlimited firepower. Tony took 2 deep breaths. He was really excited now. Who would have thought that this little brother at home, who was noisy with him every day, would actually hide such a huge power? Do you still feel that your strength is not enough now? I don't know why you are so eager to become stronger. Could it be that I didn't protect you well enough when you were a child? No. Tony, of course you were very nice to me. You even hang me around your neck when trying to pick up girls. But there are many reasons why. Leon thought for a while, and it seemed that Tony was right. Isn't it just because he was worried about the time administration coming to arrest him every day when he was a child, and he had a psychological shadow, so now he desires to continue to become stronger? After experiencing the most powerless fear all day long, I understand more and more how important it is to have strength. What's the reason? Because I only care about picking up girls, so you're so jealous that you want to beat me with your super strength? Tony was confused and complained casually. Then I really should beat you. Leon pressed the communication earbud. Okay, let's proceed to the next test. There will be things that will shock you later, for the next hour. Lion successively conducted heat ray temperature tests, freezing breathing range tests, fluoroscopy tests, and flight tests. Tony's exclamations went from horrified at the beginning to half dead at the end. From God, to shit, to you deserve to die. I don't blame Tony for being insensitive. I just blame Leon for being so good at Versailles. The heat ray, which has a temperature of 6,000 degrees and can be adjusted in power and range at will, is barely usable in his mouth. He said that the frozen breath that could instantly freeze several kilometers of land was still far from enough. He said that the clairvoyant eye, which could see the whole world, could not see through lead and was defective, so it was better not to use it. Even with super hearing, he can say that being too noisy is of no use. After a set of procedures, Tony had no other thoughts and just wanted to use his size 42 leather shoes to kiss Leon hard on the face. Then what? What's the next ability to test? Tony's eyes were dull, and he sat slumped in the chair, sliding the mouse feebly with one hand. Chapter 20. The next ability. Well, no more. It has been tested, Tony. Leon spread his hands. Did you finish the test? Tony seemed to have heard some good news, and he suddenly became energetic and straightened his back again. He enlarged the chart on the computer. I thought you could give me a full-page list of abilities. A whole page? It can't be that exaggerated. Leon flew towards Tony. Why is it impossible? Tony said in an exaggerated tone. I remember you said that you have all the abilities of Superman. I thought you also wanted to demonstrate the ability to reverse time like in Superman 1, or use heat rays to treat wounds. Leon fell in front of Tony. Stop joking. How could I have such ability? You said it. You have all the abilities that Superman has. Tony emphasized. I still remember the confident look on your face when you said this in the garage. Leon was speechless. This time he was hit by his own boomerang. Who told this world that there is no Man of Steel Superman played by Henry Cavill? Other Supermen in movies and TV shows are much more powerful than Hung Chau. So what he was comparing in his mind at that time was actually Hung Chau. Leon sighed. Okay, I take it back. In fact, I just have the ability of a Kryptonian. The reason why Superman is so strong is because he is the protagonist in the comics. His fellow Kryptonians are not as powerful as him. And so do I. Leon walked to the computer and checked the records. Don't look at how fast my strength has increased. I estimate that the current level is actually not far from my limit. Tony thinks this is a very interesting topic. Really? In fact, this is reasonable. A race of life that can reproduce should not have the ability to evolve infinitely. He touched his chin with his hand. Maybe we can do a simple experiment and build a model to estimate your future growth curve. This is what I want to do, Leon agreed readily. But I have to ask you to help me with the subsequent tests. I'm fine, Tony answered. Leon smiled and patted Tony on the shoulder. Thank you, Tony. But now, it seems that we have to go back home. There is still a basement waiting for us to repair it. Damn, you shouldn't have mentioned that basement. I've already started to imagine Pepper being angry. Tony looked up at the sky, where countless raindrops were falling. Let's do this. Leave Pepper to you, and leave the basement to me. I don't really like this deal, but it's a deal. Night. Leon used a biological force field combined with heat vision and freezing breath to solidify the last part of the rebuilt wall. He casually wiped the cement in his palm onto the one-piece jeans on his body. Phew, over. He leaned against the wall and looked around, and was very satisfied with his results tonight. The war-damaged basement that was riddled with holes has now been completely renovated, and even the paint has been repainted. All we can say is that the productivity of superpowers is high. After confirming that there was no problem, Leon walked upstairs. He walked to the yard, casually took off his jeans, and plunged into the swimming pool. After swimming dozens of times, he emerged from the water, tossed his hair back, leaned against the edge of the pool, and looked up at the stars. On a summer night, the swimming pool is filled with mist, and the sound of waves crashing on the shore is refreshing. Strings of water droplets gathered on Leon's body and flowed down his chest, making every inch of his muscle lines appear particularly clear. Are you very tired? Congratulations, you have been promoted to the decoration boy of the Stark family. From now on, the family will no longer have to worry about decoration issues. Tony's voice suddenly appeared behind him. Leon didn't look back. It's only this time. Next time you break something at home, Tony, you can fix it yourself. Tony handed over a glass of red wine. Next time, it's your turn to face Pepper. She just left and kept talking about me, saying that I only do damage at home, and urging me to go back to the company to work. She's right. It's really time for you to go to work, Tony. Leon couldn't help laughing. Which company's president would stay at home like you and never show up at the company? Such a company will lose money and go bankrupt sooner or later. Tony swung the red wine. Maybe there happens to be a president like this next to me? Screw you. I will find a successor president soon, unlike you. Leon also picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The conversation between the two ended here. The swimming pool was quiet, with only the night wind and the sound of water still echoing. After a while, Tony actually jumped into the water with a splash. After swimming a few laps, he stopped next to Leon with a slight breath and looked at the starry sky like him. Leon, Tony suddenly said, but there was no further words for a long time. What are you doing? Just say what you want. Why are you so coy? Leon saw through Tony's little thoughts at a glance. Tony shrugged. I just think that maybe we two brothers should have a good talk. Why do you want to talk all of a sudden? What is this? Tony's sudden concern. Do you think I scared you today? Tony nodded. You did scare me, but you didn't scare me either. I just never thought that your power would become as outrageous as you showed today. He paused and said while drinking red wine. That has exceeded the limit of what the world can understand. The power of one punch is equivalent to 3.6 million tons of TNT. No one in the world can stop you from doing anything. Not even me. Tony exclaimed. He looked at Leon's sculptural and perfect figure. You are too strong. If anyone else had participated in today's test, they might even be too scared to sleep tonight. Then can you? Leon asked directly. Of course not. I am your dearest brother. You peed on me when you were 2 years old, and I would still take you to the dance to see beautiful girls. How could I be worried and scared just because you have become stronger? I will only be happy for you. Tony was so sincere. Leon knows that Tony never lies, because no one is qualified to let him choose to lie. Moreover, Tony's tone at this moment was extremely gentle, like running water, making people naturally choose to believe him. I know, Leon. You have never been a person who likes to do whatever you want with power, money, or whatever. After all, in the past 18 years, almost 19 years, you have never done anything bad by taking advantage of the money and other people's popularity. Just like me. Tony didn't forget to mention himself. So, I wanted to ask you if you have any plans for the future? At this moment, Tony really looks like a father who takes great pains to educate and teach his son who is about to enter society. From his words, it could be heard that he was afraid that Lion, who suddenly had power, would be as unbalanced as a nouveau riche. Even though Leon felt that this concern seemed to look down on him. But I have to admit that Tony's concern after letting go of his arrogance is really touching. Chapter 21. After Tony asked, he was worried that Leon would be disgusted, and even took the initiative to make a joke. For example, do you really want to be a Superman and save the world? Drag all the nuclear bombs to outer space and destroy them? Or find a few more girlfriends and pass on your powerful Superman genes? Come on, tell me. You don't look confused at all. You must have your own ideas. Come and satisfy my curiosity, brother. Tony followed the good temptation. Anyway, if I had this ability, I would date 10 cover girls in one night, and then fly out of the Earth to see if there are any aliens in the solar system. It would be best if I could meet a few more alien beauties. Leon laughed dumbly. This is indeed what Tony would do. I'm afraid there are no beauties in aliens. Only alien facehuggers waiting for you. He also joked along. I'm different from you. I actually don't have that many ideas. How I live my life in the past will be how I live my life in the future. I used to be the second young master of the Stark group. Wherever I went, I met smiling faces, and all the people in the world gave me kindness. Now that I have become stronger, this will not change. I have no reason to do bad things at all, don't you think? Yes, that's great, kid. Tony nodded, his eyes filled with relief that my cub has grown up. Leon took a deep breath. Tony, if you look at me like this again, I will definitely beat your A** with the slippers that Pepper just bought. I'm just your brother. Don't always think of me as your son, okay? Now Tony was unwilling. Leon, look at how sensitive you are. Come on, maybe we can have a drink to make you feel like an adult. What you're saying is that I'm not an adult. So how can I still be like you? Leon and Tony clinked glasses, but they didn't fall for the trap in Tony's words. He continued, I haven't finished what I just said. While I don't plan to change my daily routine, I will start on a different path. What way? Tony straightened up in the water, chasing the road to becoming stronger. Leon drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. That's it. But you are already strong enough. Tony was stunned. There is no kryptonite in this world, and there is no one you can't beat. So why do you need to become stronger? Leon smiled and said, Not now, but there will always be in the future. Tony was noncommittal. Then how do you plan to become stronger? Continue to bask in the sun? Leon shook his head. Of course I need to be exposed to the sun, but there is a limit to the height I can reach just by relying on the sun. So I plan to improve my strength from many aspects. Learn magic, learn qigong, and then learn scientific knowledge. Then when I have enough knowledge, maybe I can increase the upper limit of my body by studying genes. The bright moon was reflected in the water, and Leon gently clenched his fists in the water. Researching genes? A super soldier serum like Captain America? Tony had a bad feeling. That thing shouldn't be useful to you, right? It's really useless, but what I want to study is my own genes. Leon looked at Tony. It's Kryptonian genes. Tony was stunned for a while. Then his expression changed. Are you sure you want to do this? Those who study Kryptonian genes in the comics end up creating a day of destruction. It can be seen that Tony has indeed read a lot of DC comics recently and knows about Doomsday. That is the biological weapon of the Kryptonians. It only knows how to kill and will only bring destruction to the world. Even Krypton itself cannot master that power. Tony looked serious. This is not a smooth road, nor is it a broad road. If the genes of Kryptonians were so easy to study and they had so many super brains, everyone on Krypton would have become gods long ago. Leon, maybe you have to think about it again. You don't have to study genes. There are many ways to become stronger. I can find them with you. Leon shook his head. I will try other methods, but I will not give up starting with genes to fundamentally improve strength. With a headache, Tony submerged himself into the water and washed his face. He is now like one of those parents who are faced with their rebellious teenagers. All they want to do is try to persuade them, but they don't know where to start. In this case, Leon, have you ever thought about what would happen if there was an accident in the research and you became the Doomsday? Tony guided and said, As I said just now, no one on Earth can stop you. You can do whatever you want. And if you like this become the son of destruction, what will happen to the Earth? Is there no other ending besides destruction? You are a little extreme now, Leon. This. Leon looked at Tony blankly, lost in thought. Tony is actually a relatively radical person in the original movie. He will never retreat when it is time to forge ahead, and he will stick to his decision when faced with major decisions. Just like the birth of Ultron and the Civil War in Avengers. Part of the reason why these incidents occurred is that Tony's personality is too radical and he never looks back once he has made up his mind. And now, Tony, such a radical person, is actually telling him that he is a bit extreme. This forced Leon to start to reflect on whether he was indeed reckless for the sake of power. Okay, I admit, directly studying Kryptonian genes is indeed a bit extreme. After a long time, Leon nodded slowly, letting Tony breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second Lion changed the topic. However, after I get some kryptonite, I will still start this research. Tony's eyes widened. Wait, kryptonite? There is kryptonite in our world? Are you kidding? Of course we don't have it in our world. Leon glanced at Tony strangely. I'm talking about going to the DC world to get some kryptonite. Now Tony was confused. When we get to DC? No. Are we ready to start talking about the content of our dreams at night? I'm serious. Leon shook the empty wine glass. I have a hunch that my time travel ability should be able to travel to the DC world. So when I get the kryptonite, I'll put it in your hands. I'll really become Doomsday. You can kill me. Tony simply ignored the second half of Leon's sentence. He was confused. Let's not talk about kryptonite. Time travel? Do you still have this ability? Does the DC universe also exist? Although it is theoretically possible, Leon's head was full of black lines. I remember telling you on my birthday that I had awakened my Kryptonian bloodline and my ability to travel through time and space, but you didn't believe any of it. In fact, Tony never believed that Leon had awakened his Kryptonian bloodline. I just think he has a genetic mutation that makes him stronger in the sun. It was Leon who came back from the universe this time and showed more and more abilities similar to Superman. Only then did Tony believe it. However, another time travel ability that Leon mentioned at the beginning has been forgotten by Tony. Chapter 22. I remember now. Tony pretended to suddenly realize. In other words, you can also travel to other worlds? Well, that's right. Leon ignored Lao Deng's pretentiousness. This guy just forgot. My God, you are such a little genius. Now you have proven the theory of parallel worlds, or the theory of different worlds. Tony was startled, but then he looked sincere and sincere. When you travel across the world, you must take me to experience it once. Also, if you want to find kryptonite, you have to take me with you. Tony knew that he could no longer persuade Leon, so he directly chose to join. At least when you are turned into an ordinary person by kryptonite, I can take the opportunity to kick you. Leon was used to this kind of awkward concern. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse directly. We'll talk about it then. Okay, the topic of pursuing power is over for now. Seeing that Tony wanted to say something else, he changed the subject. Let's go back to the house first. Later we have to talk about what I said before and what I have wanted to do for a long time. Half an hour later, Leon and Tony sat around the lab bench. Tony was wearing a bathrobe, and his expression became more and more solemn as he listened to what Leon said. There are only 3 things I want to do when I come back this time. Leon raised his finger, as if asking Tony to help him take the lives of 3 people. The first thing is to deal with Obadiah. This goal has been achieved. I have always emphasized to you that he has a problem, and this time it has been proved. The second thing is to deal with the 10 Rings gang. They kidnapped you. Then I will help you kill them. I will start taking action tomorrow. The third thing is to investigate the truth behind the death of our parents. Everything was fine up front, but when it came to the third thing, Tony couldn't sit still. The truth? What truth? Didn't they die accidentally in a car accident? Leon couldn't directly say that he already knew that the murderer was Bucky, the Winter Soldier. There is no basis for this, and he has no evidence. Besides, his target isn't just Bucky. Only the entire Hydra combined is worthy of letting him show his strength. I've always suspected it. Leon put his hands together to support his chin very deeply. I wonder if it was really a car accident. Why didn't I, the most vulnerable, die? But they did. Leon, that's because the car was on fire and they couldn't get out. You were thrown out, and your neck was wrapped twice in a baby wrap. Tony's thinking was unexpectedly clear at this time. But there was actually a faint impulse in his heart, and he wanted to believe everything Leon said immediately. Perhaps he has been waiting for a long time for someone to tell him. Your parents' death was not an accident. 18 years ago, he was out of town when the couple died and was having trouble with Howard. When he received the news of his death, he was still thinking that he would return to Los Angeles after a while. The face of the old man at home was really annoying, until someone handed him the seal with the death notice written on it. Only then did he realize that something was gone forever. How much he wanted to vent. He was filled with endless anger towards himself, and even towards the death notice. Over the years, Tony has accepted the fact that his parents are dead, and has developed a peculiar habit of never taking anything from others. But deep down in his heart, he may have been longing for someone to tell him. The death of my parents was not an accident. In this way, he might be able to legitimately seek revenge on the murderer. The anger towards the past self that is hidden under the playboy appearance can also be vented. But the more this happens, the more Tony understands that he must investigate everything clearly and not affect innocent people. In the caves of Afghanistan, he learned not only battle armor, but also respect for life. On the surface it seems like this, but there is another possibility. Leon stared into Tony's eyes. The baby was also going to die. The cloth wrapped around his neck had already killed him, but the murderer who faked the accident scene and left didn't know that there was krypton hidden in the baby's body. Bloodline. Leon couldn't figure out why he could survive that accident before. The controlled Winter Soldier cannot have the idea of respecting the old and loving the young, unless it is a mistake. But how could such a killing machine fail? It wasn't until Lion awakened his Kryptonian blood that he suddenly realized that it was not the Winter Soldier's mistake that saved his life, but the blood hidden in his body. Although he did not awaken, it also gave him a stronger vitality, allowing him to survive the disaster. Leon's words struck through Tony's mind like thunder and lightning. You mean? His mind was rumbling. Leon didn't care about Tony's gaffe and continued. When I was a child, I also thought this conjecture was very unfounded. Obviously, all appraisals have agreed on the fact of the accident. Why do I still make groundless speculations? But after awakening my ability, I knew that the guess might be correct, and it was the truth that I subconsciously believed. Although the memories of the accident were not retained by my immature brain at the time, they were also etched in my subconscious. This sentence is quite true. After awakening his superbrain, Leon had some hazy perceptions of some things that happened before he was 1 year old, but it was not clear. Human memory is a very wonderful thing. The brain relies on neurons to transmit excitement, thereby engraving scenes in the memory storage area. Before he was 1 year old, Leon's brain was very immature and his neurons were not fully developed, so he was unable to imprint complete memories. Therefore, even if he awakens his superbrain, it is impossible to retrieve those memories that do not exist in the first place. He can only vaguely flash some scenes and images in his mind. But these are just physical explanations. In a world like Marvel with mysterious powers, maybe tomorrow or maybe one day in the future, Leon will be able to retrieve all the memories he had before he was 1 year old. Leon's tone suddenly changed. In the past few days since I came back, I haven't given up my pursuit of this matter. I have found out the truth. Tony, are you telling the truth? Tony stood up abruptly, his pupils gradually dilated, and he began to reveal surprise and anger. Leon's tone did not change. My super hearing found them. The murderer is one of theirs. Who are they? Tony already believed it. His tone was as cold as a knife. Hydra. Leon finally gave the answer. Impossible. Hydra has died. That is the last chapter in history. Tony subconsciously questioned. He completely believed what Leon said, but he still felt unbelievable. They are dead, but only temporarily. If Hydra cuts off one head, two will grow back. They have been resurrected. Leon's direct spoiler. I have checked a lot of confidential files of secret departments in the past few days. Discovered behind the world's major international official organizations. There is a secret organization that is unknown to the world and takes orders from the International Security Council. They are called the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. I call it SHIELD for short, and their headquarters is located in New York. The predecessor of this organization is the Strategic Science Corps established by our father and others. In Project Paperclip after the end of World War II, they recruited some talents left over from Germany after the demise of Hydra. And these talents have never lost their loyalty to Hydra. Tony could already guess what happened next. So these people later lay on SHIELD and resurrected Hydra? Leon nodded. Yes, that's the fact. Hydra wants to assassinate our dad because they want to infiltrate SHIELD, and Dad is one of the leaders of SHIELD and is blocking the way. Tony sat down again slowly and pursed his lips. How many Hydra people are there in SHIELD now? Does the director know about it? The next second, Leon's words made him stand up immediately. There are tens of thousands of people in SHIELD, and most of them are Hydra. The former director was also a Hydra, but the current director is not. But he is even more Hydra than Hydra. What? Tony exclaimed. Does this mean that this organization is basically affiliated with Hydra? Duh. Chapter 23. That's not true. Leon pointed to his ear. Judging from the information I've heard in the past few days, the main people in charge of SHIELD are fine for the time being. The people in Hydra are just the backbone and elites. Just the backbone and the elite. Tony was speechless for a while. How different is this from everything? The organization founded by his father was just handed over to the enemy by those idiots. He paced back and forth beside the workbench. No, Leon, it is our responsibility to solve the problems left by the old guy. We must destroy this organization. I agree. Leon has no objection. Anyway, this organization has no strength, but always fantasizes about being the savior. I can't stand it either. And this is consistent with my revenge plan. Leon waved his hand at the holographic projector, which projected a picture of Nick Fury. Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, is extremely controlling and wants to take the security issues of the entire world into his own hands. It sounds like he does resemble Hydra. Wait, why isn't he Hydra? Tony asked. I don't know. Maybe his former director is worried that he will threaten his status after joining the organization. Leon waved again, and a file package popped up on the screen. This is the list of Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D. that I compiled and packaged. I have put all the evidence and identities in it. Tony, you can then find a way to send this document to Nick Fury to cause chaos among them first. Remember, don't just let Jarvis send it. They will trace it back. Then when they are almost in chaos, we will release these documents to completely expose Hydra. The whole world will spontaneously stand against Hydra. We can take this opportunity to find out the truth behind our parents' death. Whether it's evidence or the murderer, we need all of them. Leon showed an unfriendly smile. And in the process, I will also show my power to the world. How to show it? Tony was stunned for a moment. Forcing them to use weapons of mass destruction, intercontinental missiles, hydrogen bombs. Anything will do. Then I went up to physically resist a missile, and then knocked down one of their military bases with one punch. Leon poured himself a glass of water. This not only shows my defensive power, but also my offensive power, and also shows my ruthless attitude when I strike. Presumably, after that, even if I come in and out of the house wearing a Superman uniform, no one will dare to come to my door. Tony imagined the scene of Lion being bombed by missiles, and opened his mouth. Isn't this too risky? Don't worry, I'm not looking for death in a hurry. I must be sure before I act. Besides, can't I hide if I can't withstand the missile? Leon said, taking out a box from behind. I still want to become stronger, but I'm not prepared to die. Tony, come and see. This is the uniform I made. How about it? He opened the box and took out a gold, blue, and red Superman uniform. This uniform does not have traditional underwear to be worn outside. It is entirely navy blue, with an S logo embedded in a golden inverted pentagon on the chest, and a red cape fixed on the shoulders. The Superman suit made of Kevlar fiber is bulletproof, soft, and most importantly, handsome. Even though Tony's heart was heavy, he couldn't help but comment. It looks good. I'm glad you didn't wear your underwear outside. And the S, I remember it means hope, right? No, it means Stark now, the initials of Stark. Leon played the S. Starting tomorrow, I will wear this uniform and go to Afghanistan to eliminate the Ten Rings gang. From now on, I will be Superman. You seem to have forgotten that you have me, and I will go with you. Tony pulled Leon seriously. This is my own trouble, and I must solve it myself. But you still have to implement the plan we just made. Leon pointed at the projection. I think you should be very impatient to find out the truth. Tony shook his head. But that doesn't stop me from investigating the truth and going 10,000 kilometers away to deal with some hateful thugs. Tony has been paying attention to the Ten Rings gang these days. Those guys have great power from Afghanistan to the Middle East. Within their sphere of influence, ordinary people face the suffering of being oppressed and plundered every day. Even if Leon doesn't say anything today, Tony will soon choose to take action to dismantle this gang. Okay, but we must be cautious about S.H.I.E.L.D. matters and try not to be traced to us in the early stage. That means a lot of trouble. It's up to you. Tony looked at Nick Fury's face on the projection and asked, but I'm curious. You should be able to find the base of the Hydra organization. Why don't you just take action? Leon shook his head. Hydra's top management has a prominent status in various countries around the world. Those bases belong to them. If I take action directly, I may be manipulated by public opinion and be known as a dictator or a provocateur of war. Although I'm not afraid, after all, even if I face that kind of situation, I can only take action a few more times. But if you can avoid trouble in advance by using your brain, why do you have to wait until trouble comes to your door and then have to deal with it with your hands? Tony nodded in approval. I know you are a man who doesn't like to be passive, just like me. Leon ignored his rude words. This is the reason why I want to show my strength to the world. After all, I can't never use my superpowers, and my identity will always be discovered one day. And when my identity is exposed, the first thing that all forces will do is to test me. However, others are beginning to test and reveal their intentions of intrusion. Can I still bear it? But if I knock on the door directly, whether the other party is out to maintain the dignity of their power or to avenge one of their own, the result will be the same. In the end, it may turn out that I have to eliminate most of the armed forces in the world before I can return to a peaceful daily life. In this case, I might as well make a plan and bring out a public enemy of the world, directly in front of the global forces, and show all the power that is enough to scare them. Tony couldn't help but applaud. Good idea. You made the most right choice, Leon. Thank you for the compliment. I just don't like to be disturbed from my normal life. Leon put away his uniform. That's all I have to do, but I've given you the final answer. Now, Tony, you can finally rest assured. Tony smiled. I wasn't worried either. By the way, let me ask a question. Why do you want to play Superman and dress like a pajama baby? Forgive me for being blunt. Don't you want to be a superhero? No, I just like Superman, but I won't become a hero of justice like him. Leon hugged the box and left. Maybe I will be a hero who will draw a sword to help when there is injustice, but I will do good things and save the world? Let's forget it. Tony shook his head from behind. That's really a pity. I've already thought of the name of our hero group. Super Iron Man Brothers, what do you think? I feel very childish. Leon's voice disappeared down the corridor. It sounds like two kindergarten babies. Duh. Chapter 24. A new day has arrived. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the sun shone on the world, and Leon began to rush to the battlefield. This is the second time he has flown to Afghanistan, and it can be said that he is familiar with the route. It took a few minutes to catch up and passed a dozen Boeing planes. Leon floated in the air, looking down at the blue world under the clouds. His eyes moved from time to time, locking onto each target more accurately than radar. It was already night in Afghanistan at this time, and most of the bases of the Ten Rings gang were under martial law and preparing to rest. However, there are always some crazy terrorists who will take advantage of the darkness to harass civilians. It was this group of people that Lion first targeted. It's you first. He saw two armed terrorists kicking down the doors of civilians' houses. So he tilted his body and fell downward instantly. The biological force field shrouded Leon like a god of death and came silently. When he landed, he spread out the force field, and the ground beneath his feet cracked in all directions like a spider web, making a dull falling sound. The sound startled the two terrorists who had just kicked open the door. They turned around with guns in hand, and when they saw Leon in strange clothes, they immediately came up cursing. Dari, are you Iranian or Tajikistan? Lion asked in Dari. He has learned most of the official languages on the planet in recent days and can understand the Dari swear words that the two of them are talking about. However, the two of them were indifferent and even wanted to put a gun to his head. Leon shook his head. It seems you don't want to communicate. Goodbye then. He stretched out his hands, grabbed their necks like phantoms, raised them above their heads, and gently twisted them. There were two crisp clicks, and the two terrorists drooped their heads and stopped breathing. Leon threw the body away casually, and just as he was about to leave, he thought of something and looked back at the silent family hugging each other in the room. This is a typical Pashtun family. The elderly father has a beard, deeply sunken eyes, sallow skin, and cracked lips. The mother and two daughters wore robes and dresses. The combination of brown and orange is a kind of Pashtun national costume. They all looked at Leon in fear, their bodies trembling, and they dared not speak. They could only desperately hide the heads of their two daughters in their arms. You don't have to worry about the consequences of these two people dying here. Lion said in Pashto, the official language of Afghanistan. It's late at night. Go back to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow morning, the nearby terrorist organizations will disappear. After saying that, Leon turned around and floated in the air, scanning his eyes to lock the next target. Please, please. Just as he was about to leave, a childish voice suddenly called from inside the room. Leon looked back. It was the youngest girl in the family. The girl, who was 7 or 8 years old, was covered by her frightened mother, but she still struggled to lift her mother's hand and asked timidly, Are you Superman? Leon wears his own uniform and red cape, appears at critical moments, and can fly. He really looks like a Superman. But Leon was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Hollywood's cultural output would be so powerful, and that families suffering in Afghanistan would actually know about Superman. But think about it. A few years ago, before the Americans came here, there must have been a rich entertainment life here. I'm not, but it's okay if you call me that. Leon first answered the little girl's question with a smile, and then comforted the two parents. It's okay. I will leave soon, and so will the guys from the Ten Rings gang. So are you here to help us? The little girl suddenly asked again. After receiving the answer, she became bolder. Just like you beat up those bad guys on TV? Leon was silent for a moment before nodding. Yes, I'm just here to fight off the bad guys. They won't bully you in the future. Great. Superman, you are awesome. The little girl cheered, broke away from her mother's hand, and ran towards Leon, trying to hug his thigh. Leon laughed dumbly, landed on the ground, squatted down, and held down the little carrot head. What's your name? Shafika. My name is Shafika Mazari. Okay, Shafika, listen to me. You go back to your room now, lie down on the bed, and have a good dream, so that when you wake up tomorrow morning, all the bad guys will be gone, okay? The little girl didn't agree. She looked at Leon with her big eyes. Are you leaving Superman? Shafika. Leon also answered the question and tapped the little girl's forehead with his index finger. Next time, You can't talk to strangers easily, and you must listen to your mother." After saying that, Leon stood up and took a step back, flying into the clouds with a sound that broke through the air. The little girl's family all ran to the yard and looked at the dark night sky, so shocked that they couldn't help themselves. "Allah bless you. That is really Superman." The old father made a blessing gesture. This night, the family suddenly had expectations for tomorrow's life. Lion quickly cleared Afghanistan of any terrorists who were harassing civilians. Each time he just showed up, punched, and left. A set of processes ends in 1 second. It takes no more than 10 minutes in total. After clearing out the soldiers, Lion began to deal with the terrorist organization base. If it is a normal strategic attack, it should attack small bases first, eat away at the terrorist forces step by step, and finally expel them. But Lion will definitely not do that. His first stop was the largest base of the Ten Rings gang. He was flying in the clouds, his cloak rustling in the high-altitude wind. At a glance, there are more than 70 people patrolling the base below. Under Leon's perspective, the more than 4,000 sleeping combat members remaining in the base were also clearly visible. In addition, he also saw the Jericho missile in a tent in the camp. It was a powerful weapon developed by Tony not long ago. One cannonball could flatten a hill. Why are there Jericho missiles here? Tony, you are really helping others. Although Tony felt very guilty now, Leon still couldn't help but talk. He even took out his cell phone. "Jarvis," Leon called. "Take photos of everything I see later and send them to Tony after the battle. Especially the Stark weapons we saw during the process. Every detail was photographed for him to see. Leon is going to keep Tony awake all night with guilt today." "Okay, Master Lion. The camera equipment has been started for you." Jarvis's voice came from the mobile phone. Leon nodded silently and fell down. The battle has begun. This time, he did not cover up his traces and fell into the Ten Rings gang camp like a meteorite, so fast that it caused flames to rub in the air. Boom! The deafening sound of falling echoed through the camp. The next moment the alarm bell was sounded, calls for enemy attacks came one after another, and the terrorists quickly gathered. Leon stood in the middle of the camp, and when someone appeared, he would use his heat ray to kill him. Soon the terrorists discovered that half of their own party was already dead before the fighting started. Some people were awakened just after falling asleep at night, and when they encountered this bad news, they already shouted about monsters and began to flee. However, they were quickly killed by the remaining people, but the rest were not much better. They didn't even dare to show their faces and hid behind the tent, pulling out grenades, grenade guns, rocket launchers, tank missiles, and Jericho missiles, planning to use a wave of fire to beat the invading monsters to dust. Chapter 25. Leon saw every move of the terrorists clearly, but he did not counterattack immediately, but stood quietly and waited. Soon, a large number of explosive weapons such as grenades and rockets were launched. Leon remained motionless, but the heat ray swept away and the round ended. It wasn't until the vehicle-mounted missile started igniting that he took off. "Jarvis, are there any satellites above us now?" "Master Lion, there is a U.S. military satellite operating over Afghanistan." Jarvis responded immediately and began to analyze. As long as there is a small or medium-sized conflict, it will immediately monitor it. And 700 meters away, there is a local reporter secretly filming. "Reporter? Are you a war reporter?" Leon nodded and puffed out the golden S on his chest. It seems that the audience is all in place. How can no one care about Superman's first battle? He glanced around and immediately looked for the reporter. The base of the terrorist organization is sandwiched between several small hills, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. The man was lying in the bushes on the hillside of one of the hills. It was packed tightly and dressed in the local ethnic style. Judging from his mixed black and white beard, he is obviously not young. He is a local middle-aged reporter. Such people have experienced the peace period in Afghanistan, the most dangerous war after the country was invaded, and the most abject displacement. They tend to hate the Ten Commandments gang more and are not afraid of sacrifice. This is a group of people who only want to expose the atrocities of terrorist organizations with their own lives in exchange for peace in their home and country. Is that really Superman? At this time, the middle-aged reporter also saw a figure flying in the air in the distance. The man had a bright red cape behind him, a tall figure, and a face as handsome as Superman in the movie. People didn't want to forget him, but they couldn't remember it when they thought about it. No matter how you look at it, it's all superhuman and superhuman. Is it possible that there really is a Superman in this world? He is here to deal with the terrorist organizations below? The reporter found it extremely absurd. But the scene that his device had just recorded, of Superman fighting against thousands of armies alone, was so real. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. If Superman can save this country, then all my money for the rest of my life will be used to support DC and Warner Brothers. DC Comics was acquired by Warner Brothers in the 20th century. The middle-aged reporter gritted his teeth when he suddenly saw a fire light up in the camp, and then hot flames spurted out, and 6 to 3-meter-long vehicle-mounted missiles flew into the air. That's a missile. Not good. The reporter looked at Lion with eyes wide open. Superman, get out of the way, get out of the way. However, instead of retreating, Leon stepped forward. He accelerated in the air, holding a mobile phone in one hand and holding a fist in front of the other, and the arrows collided with the missiles. Boom. One missile detonated, and then several other missiles exploded one after another. Deafening explosions echoed across the hills, smoke quickly filled the air, and firelight illuminated the branches of every tree. The violent wind from the explosion bent the surrounding trees one by one. The middle-aged reporter's turban was blown away, revealing a head of dry, yellow hair that had been blown upside down. He stared blankly at the smoke clouds in the sky, his blue eyes red with flames all over the sky, feeling uneasy in his heart. Under the frontal bombardment of 6 missiles, no one could survive, and even leaving a whole corpse was a luxury. But that's Superman. Even the bullets below couldn't hurt him, so he took the initiative to catch the missile. What if? As if responding to the expectations of the middle-aged reporter. Suddenly a strong wind blew in the clouds and smoke. Who? The strong wind was fierce, but not fast. It blew away the mushroom cloud that was about to rise in a few seconds, revealing an intact figure. It's Superman. Superman's cape was still flying behind him, and he wasn't hurt at all. No, let alone injuring him. Those missiles couldn't even give him a hint of gunpowder blackness. By Allah, I knew it. I knew he could do it. The middle-aged reporter jumped up, his face flushed with excitement, and he pumped his fists excitedly while jumping, not caring that he had been exposed. He looked at Superman, as if he saw hope at this moment. How many days and nights have we been looking forward to it? Not expecting the intervention of international organizations, but looking forward to the arrival of a miracle. The terrorists in the camp were as excited as the middle-aged reporter. They also jumped up and down and shouted, but they shouted, "Monster! That's a monster!" After a while, gunfire rang out among the noisy terrorists, and another group of deserters, or those who did not want to be cannon fodder, were shot to death. Leon waited in the air for a while, showing an interested expression. Oh, we finally moved out the Jericho missiles. We plan to die together. The firepower of the Jericho missile covers a very wide range. After the explosion, the entire area within 2 kilometers will be enveloped in flames. This group of terrorists wanted to use Jericho at such a close distance because they planned to drag Leon to die with them. That's just right. I haven't seen the power of Tony's masterpiece with my own eyes, and now I can finally experience it for myself. Jarvis, don't forget to record it and send it to Tony. Leave a message asking him how he was able to sleep. Okay, Master Lion, I've been recording. Jarvis is always so considerate. After waiting for a few minutes, the Jericho missile was finally understood by the terrorists, pushed to the open ground, and successfully ignited. 3 Jericho missiles were launched at the same time, and the inventory in the base was emptied at once. The 3 missiles accelerated in the air and disintegrated immediately after approaching the target. Dozens or hundreds of small missiles blocked all Lion's retreat routes. This is a coverage bombing with no blind spots, and Tony's invention is indeed top-notch. It is indeed Tony's latest work. Leon also praised it. Suddenly, he thought of something and glanced at the reporter on the mountainside. But I have to leave for a while. After speaking, Leon's figure instantly disappeared among the missiles. Time is running out. He appeared next to the reporter like a flash, lifted it from the bushes, then flew to another hilltop 3 kilometers away in the blink of an eye, dropped it, and returned to the center of the missile in an instant. Don't worry, I'm back. It shouldn't be too late, right? Leon said to himself as he looked at the approaching missiles. The Jericho missile is extremely fast, and its strategic positioning is for indiscriminate bombing in the shortest time. Almost as soon as Lion returned to his original position, the missile group's concentrated fire was already approaching. However, Leon did not want his carefully woven uniform to be blackened by missiles, so he punched quickly and continuously. Countless fist shadows appeared simultaneously in a 360-degree position, just like countless hands growing on Leon's body. Almost in an instant, all the missiles were detonated at the same time. Boom! A more violent explosion began than before. The sound of tearing through the sky, the flames rising into the sky, and the smoke covering thousands of meters. The strong shock waves spread at the moment of the explosion, and the trees and mountains within the range were first shattered and then engulfed by the explosion. 3 kilometers away, the reporter felt as if his eyes had suddenly changed, and he was knocked to the ground by the shock wave. He rolled around on the ground a few times, staggered and stood up with a mess of clothes, staring blankly at the mushroom cloud in the distance that seemed to reach straight into the sky. Even though he was so far away, he could still feel the intense heat. What kind of missile is that? How could it be so terrifying? The reporter repeated blankly. He still remembered what he had just seen, the missile disintegrating into dozens of small missiles in the air. Such missiles are simply impossible to counterattack. If it were used to deal with the local defense army, the tragic outcome for our own side would be unimaginable. Also, Superman, where has he gone? He just saved me. The reporter leaned weakly against the tree and looked at the mushroom cloud. He knew I was hiding there, so he saved me. He is such a good man. Wait a minute. Could he have gone back to deal with the missiles? The next second, a hurricane blew away the mushroom cloud, revealing Superman's figure, once again confirming the reporter's guess. My God, he is simply a god, the reporter exclaimed, looking at Superman who was still unharmed. Chapter 26. The figure high in the sky stood silently for a long time. The sea of fire all over the mountains and plains below has been blown out by him. At this time, the sporadic firelight is as sparse as the starlight in the sky. However, Leon followed the principles of forest fire prevention and checked carefully again, extinguishing all remaining sparks one by one. Then he looked down at the base of the 10 Rings gang that had been razed to the ground at his feet, and looked around leisurely. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged reporter, those actions are like a righteous Superman, making sure that he has not spared any criminals. The damn 10 Commandments gang does all kinds of evil. Now it's better. Superman is here, we have hope. Superman is here, we want peace. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt that the figure in the sky was as majestic as a god. His body trembled unconsciously, and there was the pleasure of revenge in his eyes, but more importantly, there was expectation and hope. It must be like this. He is here to help us. He is here to save us. He is a messenger sent by Allah. No, he is Allah in this world, the reincarnation of Allah. He was so excited that he cried with joy. His legs became weak and he knelt directly on the ground. He leaned over and cried bitterly. Everything is going to be okay. It's finally going to be over. Superman, by the way, Superman. I want to tell Superman that the 10 Rings gang still has many bases on this land. The middle-aged man thought of something. He climbed and rolled and pulled the tree trunk beside him to stand up, wanting to shout for Superman. However, when he looked up, the clothes as blue as the ocean and the cloak fluttering like blood were right in front of him. Superman. The middle-aged reporter was shocked. Superman stood in front of him at some point. Thank you for the compliment just now, but I am not God. I am just a person who sees injustice on the road. Superman smiled and said, What's your name? You risked your life to shoot near a terrorist organization. You are brave and a hero worthy of admiration. No. I'm just an ordinary person. You are our hero. The middle-aged reporter was so excited by the praise that his face turned red. My name is Hafizullah Abdullah. Thank you for saving me just now. I. At such a close distance, he could finally see Superman's appearance clearly. Those deep black eyes are as charming as the graceful night. The face is carved with a knife and an axe, and every line is so tough and handsome. This is simply a perfect man. How could such a perfect person not be a god who came to the world to save all sentient beings? Abdullah can guarantee that if he were a girl, he would dream of this Superman every night in his life. No, even if he is not a girl, he will still dream about it. Don't be nervous. Abdullah, I'm looking for you because I hope you can do me a favor. Leon felt something strange in the reporter's eyes, which made his back tighten. He hurriedly expressed his intention. You should have just photographed what I did in the 10 Rings gang camp, right? Yes, that's right. Abdullah was a little flustered and immediately held the camera in both hands and handed it out. Please forgive me for taking unauthorized pictures. Please take back what's inside. That's not what I meant. Leon pushed the camera back. I want you to go back and release these videos in front of the media. Of course, in your own name. Just say that this is a picture you secretly captured at the risk of your own death, and tell other media for me. Let all foreign troops in this land leave immediately and give up the invasion. Abdullah's eyes widened. Are you going to declare war on the United States? It's not a declaration of war, but a post-war declaration. Leon turned around, leaving a profile. He finally nodded to the reporter, lifted his feet off the ground, and flew into the clouds. Goodbye. I will remember you, a brave hero. On the spot, Abdullah stared blankly at the figure disappearing into the night sky and unconsciously made a prayer gesture. Superman is above. He is simply the perfect Holy Spirit, the God of salvation. He has a pair of... Wait. I seem to have forgotten what he looks like. Jarvis, send all those battle scenes to Tony. On the other side, Lion had no idea how deep an impression he had left on the middle-aged reporter. He only thought about Tony. Also, if he hasn't gotten up yet, provide wake-up service. Okay, Master Lion, I will send the image data back to Los Angeles. Jarvis did as he was told. I believe Tony will like my gift. Leon determined the next target in the clouds. Before taking action, check the local time for me, Jarvis. Okay, it's 9:47 p.m. local time. Then work harder and try to finish all the 10 Rings gang bases before 11 o'clock, and then go to the Eagle base. Master Lion, are you going to take action against the American base? Do you need me to inform Mr. Stark in advance? No need to tell him. As a taxpayer, I refuse to let those rednecks above me do bad things with my money and correct the chaos. I think it is just and right. Besides, I'm going to build some reputation now, and when I stand up to destroy Hydra later, it will be more logical. You are so considerate. The other side of the ocean. SHIELD Director, I think you need to take a look at this. The semi-bald middle-aged agent placed a tablet in front of his boss, and the always kind expression on his face turned very serious. And that boss, a bald, one-eyed black man, sits behind a white lacquered desk. After hearing the sound, he slowly turned his seat and turned around. He was looking at the scenery outside the window before, leaving only a cold back figure for his men who came in, looking mysterious and unpredictable. At this moment, the one-eyed black man known as the director nodded lightly with a cold expression. Well, Coulson, what's the news? The largest 10 Rings gang base in Afghanistan has been eliminated, Director Fury. Oh, who did it? Nick Fury glanced down casually, and his unpredictable expression suddenly collapsed. F***K, F***K. He suddenly stood up, eyes widened, and looked at the satellite picture played on the tablet computer. A man in cool and stylish clothes used a heat ray to easily eliminate the grenades in the sky. What the hell is this? Director, there's more behind. Coulson clicked on the screen to fast forward. Soon the progress bar was dragged to the second half. Nick Fury watched dully the scene of Leon resisting the Jericho missile and quelling the aftermath of the explosion without any damage. His mind was filled with exclamation marks and question marks. When was there such an awesome person on Earth again? Why didn't he know? Who is this? Have you found the results of your investigation? Nick Fury subconsciously wanted to take out the pager he used to contact Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is his friend, has the power to travel through the universe, and is now maintaining the peace of the universe in outer galaxies. When he encounters an unsolvable crisis, he only needs to press the pager in his hand to call Captain Marvel to come to the rescue. And the man in the video now gives him a sense of crisis that he desperately wants to press the pager. Coulson said with unprecedented seriousness at this time. This is Superman. Director. Duh. Chapter 27. Superman. Who is that? Nick Fury's eyes narrowed, and then he was confused. Director, Superman is a superhero in DC Comics. He has super strength and super speed. Wait a minute. You said this is a character from a comic book? The kind of superhero who wears pajamas, covers his face, and saves the world. To be precise, Superman is not masked, Director. He has a biological force field that makes it impossible for people to remember or photograph his appearance. Coulson said. Nick Fury looked at the satellite image carefully. It is true that the facial details cannot be captured. You seem to be very familiar with him. I'm a fan of Superman. And of course, a fan of Captain America. Coulson said with excitement about his hobby. Then what do you think we should do with this Superman? Nick Fury crossed his arms and leaned on the back of his chair. It seems like he doesn't want anyone to discover his true identity. According to the plot in the comics, he stands on the side of justice and will stop unjust violence, so we may try to contact him, Coulson said. That's a caricature, Coulson. In reality, this one is just an imitator, and what he is doing is committing violence. This seems to be true. Superman in the comics doesn't know how to kill. He has a no-kill principle, compared with Team America. Stop talking about your comics, Coulson. Nick Fury knocked on the table. Take Patton with you. Go to Afghanistan and try to investigate the other party. Yes, Director. Coulson finished his report and walked out with the new mission. When he walked to the door, Nick Fury's arrangement came from behind him. Also, send me a set of comics related to Superman. At the same time, the same scene was also played out in the military. But Nick Fury knows more about supernatural powers than that. The military headquarters was in chaos. As a colonel in the Weapons Research and Development Department, Rhodes was the first to stand up and explain that the person in the video was a living person, not a humanoid individual weapon. The major of the missile force stood up and said that enemies that could not be damaged by Jericho missiles could only be as strong as nuclear bombs. The Navy captain said they couldn't deal with people who could fly. The Air Force lieutenant colonel said that it is difficult for airborne missiles to hit such a fast-moving and small target. In the end, General Ross made a decision. Ignore it for the time being and keep paying attention. If the other party does not show hostility, try to negotiate. It is best to let the other party cooperate in research and create super soldiers belonging to Ingjiang. Then, let's break up the meeting and prepare for war. This morning, the major secret departments were turbulent and noisy. The Stark mansion on the coast of Los Angeles is warm and lazy. Until Jarvis woke Tony up from his dream with the Swona sound recorded by Leon before. Jesus! Jarvis, what are you doing? Tony stood up from the ground, holding the quilt. He was frightened by the sudden Swona and rolled out of bed. The exciting melody, like a galloping horse, made his heart beat fast when he heard it, and he thought someone was trying to trample on his soft bed. Sir, Master Lion just asked me to wake you up and play this video for you. After speaking, Jarvis controlled the holographic projection equipment and showed the picture captured by Leon's mobile phone in front of Tony. In the screen, thousands of guns fired volleys, hundreds of grenades covered bombs, vehicle-mounted missiles, and Jericho missiles appeared one after another. The screen was filled with fires, large fires, explosions, bigger explosions, and Tony was stunned for a moment. He didn't even have time to worry about Leon facing these dangerous weapons in the picture. The progress bar had already reached the end. What is this? A promotional video that Leon made overnight? Where is he now? Master Lion is destroying the 10 Rings gang in Afghanistan. Sir, the scene in the video was shot for you in real time by him 10 minutes ago. He's in West Asia? God, when did he leave the house? It's only now? Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Tony looked at the bright sun outside and rubbed his face. He actually ran away alone. So why did he take this video for me? Master Lion wants you to take a good look at the Stark weapons in the video, sir. Stark arms. The expression on Tony's face froze. He pulled the video to the beginning and watched it again, his expression getting worse and worse. They are basically Stark's weapons. Also, why are the Jericho missiles in the 10 Rings gang's base? Tony's face was expressionless, but his trembling cheeks revealed his restless mood. I only sold this kind of missile to the military. Where did these people get it? Was it the military? Or Obadiah? Sir, there is only one batch of Jericho missiles produced so far, which is the batch you sold. Jarvis said. Tony stopped talking with a dull face. After a few seconds, he put on his shirt and pushed out the door. Jarvis, you control Leon's suit of armor, and come with me to West Asia, and yes, the Middle East. Okay, sir. By the way, do you think you can sleep tonight? Why do you ask? Tony frowned. Master Lion asked me to ask you this question and provide him with the results in a timely manner. Tony opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally took a deep breath, exhaling breath from his nose. Tell him that when I can't sleep, I will make him unable to sleep either. After saying that, he unfolded his hands and immediately put on the Mark III armor. Follow me, Jarvis. He controlled the suit to take off, followed by Super Mark I controlled by Jarvis. Super Mark I is the name given by Lion himself. This big boy is so damn eager to win that he even wants to take advantage of his name. Morning in Los Angeles is night in Afghanistan. This night is destined to be restless. The flames of guns and guns soared into the sky one after another on this land. If you look down from the sky, it looks like a candlestick that lights up one after another and then goes out in an instant. They light up from the northeast corner of the map, one after another, and finally dim in the southwest corner. Tell me the current time, Jarvis. Leon looked down at the last 10 Commandments gang base that was in ruins and filled with smoke. It's 11:08 p.m. local time. Well, it took some time. It took 8 minutes longer than planned. I don't know why, but every time I see people from the 10 Rings gang using missiles, he couldn't help but want to wait. Wait until the missile is launched, and then blow up the missile in front of the terrorists. By then, even the most religious and stubborn members of the 10 Commandments gang will be driven to the point of despair. Killing people is also heartbreaking. Leon even felt that he was going a little too far. But I have to say, it's really fun to do this. Especially when looking down at the thugs who were scared to tears and saying, "Is this all you have?" It's really disappointingly weak. That would be even better. It's just a bit of a waste of time. After cleaning up the 10 Rings gang in this country, the next step is the Eagle's military base. Master Lion, what are you going to do? Just show your strength and destroy the weapons. After all, it is the people above who make the decision. Most ordinary soldiers just follow orders, and not necessarily all are willing to start a war. Your choices have always been wise, Master Lion. Mr. Stark has entered the Afghan border and is contacting you. Do you want to get through? Duh. Chapter 28. Refuse for now. Tell him I'm busy, and let him fly west to find the Ten Rings gang in other areas if he wants to take revenge. Leon flew to the nearest Eagle garrison base. There are 7 more bases like this in and around Afghanistan. In the next few years, it will expand to 19. With so many bases built around a small and backward country, it can be said that Jiang is a drunkard and his ambition is obvious. During this trip to Afghanistan, Leon originally only planned to eliminate the Ten Rings gang, and the follow-up plan was left to be slowly advanced in the future. But the little girl he met at the beginning of the night made him change his mind. After all, I have come here in the middle of the night, and if I don't do something by the way, I feel ashamed of the memory of my previous life. Although the eagle in the Marvel world is not exactly the same as the one in the previous life. But Leon couldn't help but want to repair the talons of this bald eagle. When he landed over the base, air defense sirens quickly rang through every barracks. These well-trained soldiers are more alert and efficient than terrorists. Before Leon even made any offensive move, machine guns were aimed at him one by one. The communication equipment outside the base began to threaten. Intruder, land now. Stop where you are. Otherwise, we will open fire immediately. The domineering tone, the quickly assembled troops, and the uniform muzzles. Leon couldn't help but sneer. He had not considered peaceful negotiation as an option. When dealing with a group of robbers, it is time to speak after you have subdued them and beaten them to pain. Leon's chest puffed up slightly, and after inhaling, he exhaled cold air. He chooses to use his freeze breath to finish off his enemies. The wind suddenly rose. The bone-chilling wind suddenly swept through every corner of the military base. Following the cold wind were layers of rapidly spreading ice. Layers of ice climbed on the surface of the base building like vines, invading the interior and freezing all weapons and ammunition. Even the troops in the camp were not immune. Each soldier quickly turned into an iceman. It's just that the ice layer on their bodies is much thinner. When the entire base is wrapped in ice, it becomes as frosty and clear as an ice crystal castle in a fairy tale. Leon stopped. He nodded with satisfaction, then raised his fist and punched the wall of the base hard. It looked like a light punch, neither painful nor itchy, and couldn't make any waves. Caw-caw. However, circles of fine cracks immediately spread along the impact point and quickly spread throughout the building. When the cracks are dense enough to reach a critical point, the wall under Leon's fist collapsed and shattered instantly, breaking into debris wrapped in ice. The collapse of this part of the wall was like the first domino to fall. Soon the surrounding walls began to break, and the entire garrison base was caught in a chain reaction. The wall, which had become extremely fragile due to low-temperature freezing, was completely unable to resist the conduction of this force. I saw buildings collapsing one after another. What a spectacular scene. Taking Lion as the starting point, all base buildings, as well as the items in the buildings, collapsed into ruins one after another. But the sound of the building collapsing is not dull, but is particularly pleasant to the ears because of the knocking of ice cubes. For a time, the sounds of solid objects breaking and ice colliding came one after another, like thousands of jade stones shattering and phoenixes singing in unison. When everything was shattered, the huge base complex had become debris everywhere. Various fragments with rugged cracks reflected the moonlight at night in the ice. Leon landed on the ground and stepped on the ruins, making a crunching sound. Directly in front of him was the only thing left in this garrison base, Eagle soldiers. Thousands of soldiers lost consciousness in the ice. Although they will definitely leave roots of disease in the future, at least their lives are safe. Lion's control of power is extremely precise. He destroyed all the base buildings, weapons and ammunition, but was able to spare the soldiers inside the base any harm. Even the hidden wounds left to these people were deliberate, small punishments and big warnings. "You're asking for trouble," Leon whispered. His eyes quickly turned red and shot out heat rays. However, the maximum temperature can exceed the surface temperature of the sun, enough to burn all the heat rays in the world. At this time, the ice sculptures that swept across the soldiers were barely able to thaw them. What a delicate control this is. Who? Okay, so Cole. He is Superman. There is actually a Superman in this world. We were just provoking Superman. As soon as the soldiers thawed, they all collapsed to the ground, hugging their own bodies or the bodies of others, and rubbing them hard to generate heat. They looked at Leon standing on the ruins, and they didn't dare to express their anger. Even the few lieutenant colonels with 3-stripe epaulets on their shoulders in the crowd did not dare to say another arrogant word at this time. "Now, I am officially informing you that you will withdraw from Asia within a week," Otherwise, I will come back again. Don't say I didn't predict it. The ice cubes under Leon's feet reflected a blue and illusory light in the moonlight. In the eyes of all the soldiers, Lion at this time was like a cold blade, hanging over their heads and ready to chop down at any time. There was silence among the crowd. No one answered. No one dared to speak. Leon didn't wait for an answer. After leaving a warning, he took off and left. These top soldiers, as well as a handful of mid-level officers among them, do not yet have the authority to respond to requests for troop withdrawal. He has to continue to show his strength in order to make the Eagle temporarily take advantage of it. And if he wants to completely resolve the subsequent disputes, he will have to wait until he takes down Hydra and resist a nuclear bomb. The next target is 26 kilometers to the east. Try to solve it within 1 minute. Leon suddenly accelerated in the air. At the first base, he seemed to have done a lot and spent a lot of time. But in fact, from the moment he flew above the base to the time he smashed the base and left, it actually took less than 3 minutes. Therefore, Leon planned to eliminate all the Eagle bases before the 7 or 8 satellites above his head could react. That's right. In the past hour, more and more satellites have been monitored above Lion. First, there are 2 high-precision satellites added by Eagle later. It was the rabbit next door who saw something was wrong with his neighbor and sent one to him. Then slowly, the 5 permanent members came, and a group of satellites were as lively as a meeting above his head. Leon didn't mind this at all. He even wished that every country would have a live broadcast, so that the people who had been suffering for a long time could see how he solved the Eagle's base. On the other side, Tony was still on his way to the scene. "Jarvis, what do you mean by saying that Leon didn't answer my call and went to find trouble at the army base by himself?" Tony communicated with Jarvis while flying. "That was what I was supposed to do." "Sir, you mean you also plan to attack Jiang's base?" Jarvis asked. "Attack? You didn't use the word accurately. It should be to help them relieve their anxiety about having too much ammunition. I understand. You plan to destroy Yingfang's firepower and expel them from this area, like Master Lion. Is that kid going to do this?" Tony pouted. "He always steals my job. Because Yingfang sent Jericho to a terrorist organization without authorization, I want to come to ask for an explanation. What is he doing?" Duh. Chapter 29. "Maybe for a girl, sir." Jarvis replied thoughtfully. "It turns out it's for a girl. That's not surprising. That guy is as gentlemanly as I am. He treats all girls." "Wait, what did you say, a girl?" Tony exclaimed belatedly. "Is it one of his ex-girlfriends who was kidnapped by Yingfang? Or is it that a girl he met locally was bullied by Yingfang?" Tony became interested. "It's a local little girl. She should be bullied by the Eagle forces, sir." Jarvis said matter-of-factly. "Wow, this is really shocking news. Tell me the information about that girl. I will share it with Pepper when I get back." The parents' gossip began to sprout. "This is to search for information for you. Shafika Mazari, 7 years old, born in Kabul, Afghanistan." "Huh? Wait, isn't it?" Taking away the boy, Tony's eyes widened. 7 years old. What's the problem, sir?" Tony was silent for a moment. "Didn't you tell Leon that he was committing a crime?" "Sir, although Master Lion killed 2 terrorists when he helped the Mazari family escape the harassment of the 10 Rings gang, that should be considered an act of righteousness and not a crime." "Oh, are you saying that he and this little girl didn't have an affair?" "Well, I mean, he felt compassion for this girl, so he went to attack the Eagle base." Tony was slightly ashamed, feeling deeply guilty for the dirty thoughts he had just had in his heart. "I have been wandering around in Vanity Fair too much, and everything I look at is colored. How can this be done? It seems that I have to stop drinking and gambling from now on." "That's right. Do you have a different understanding?" Jarvis was confused. "Ahem. Actually, I think so too." "Okay, Jarvis, help me navigate to where Lion is now." Tony changed the subject. "Sorry, Master Lion's current speed exceeds Mach 20, so positioning is a bit difficult." "Is he in such a hurry?" "Then you navigate to where he wants to go." "Yes, sir." 5 minutes later, Tony Stark came to the sky above an Eagle garrison base. He looked down at the ruins covered by a sheet of ice crystals, as well as a large group of troops shivering in woolen blankets waiting for rescue, and felt a little silent. "Jarvis, you said Leon is here?" "Sir, this is Master Lion's destination 5 minutes ago. He left 3 minutes ago." Tony complained. "You should have told me earlier. Now let's go to his next destination." "No, to his last destination." Tony gritted his teeth. "It seems that he plans to destroy all the bases directly, so let's hurry up and get rid of his target before he does." Without thinking, Tony could guess Leon's plan. That means destroying all Yingfang's garrison bases. In this way, even if he doesn't kill a single soldier. But because the base that Yingfang spent several years building was all in vain. After that, Even if Ing Fong didn't want to retreat, he had to retreat. Such a plan coincides with Tony's own ideas. However, his original plan was just to destroy the weapons and ammunition in the military base. Compared with Lion's approach of taking money from the bottom of the cauldron, it still seems a bit trivial. "Sir, this is the navigation for you. But you seem a little unhappy?" Jarvis asked. It could analyze the corresponding emotions from Tony's tone and expression, but it was confused. "Master Lion wiped out all the Ten Rings gang bases for you to take revenge, and also destroyed the Ing Fong base to indirectly vent your anger. Wouldn't it be good?" "Of course it's good. I'm so moved." Tony felt a tightness in his chest. "But I just feel aggrieved." "Jarvis, do you know what aggrieved is?" "Uh-huh." "You analyze it. Being frustrated means that when something goes wrong and you have negative emotions, you are unable to talk or vent." "Yes, that's it. Leon doesn't leave me any enemies, which makes me feel aggrieved." Tony's voice suddenly became louder. "Do you feel that he is treating me like a child?" "I don't quite understand. Legally speaking, you are Master Lion's brother. That's the problem. It's me who should protect him and do these things." Tony twisted his neck. "Speed up, Jarvis. We must solve the last military base before Lion." "Yes, sir." Although Tony's thoughts are wonderful, his will to maintain his dignity as an older brother is also very firm, and his ability to act is also very strong. But it's a pity. When he arrived at the last Eagle base, what he saw was still a frozen ruin. Tony's head was full of battle plans, and his fighting spirit was instantly cooled down, even colder than the soldiers below, who were shaking like chaff. "Jarvis, where is he?" Tony asked numbly. "He's above you, sir." "Huh? Me above?" Tony suddenly became energetic and looked up to see Leon's cloak flying down. "Tony, you're finally here," Leon teased as soon as they met. "I thought you had to wait for me to get some sleep before coming." Tony was furious. "You want to sleep? You used Jarvis to wake me up and rush over, but you rushed forward like a train, leaving no enemy for me." Leon spread his hands. "I asked Jarvis to tell you that if you want revenge, go west. There are still many Ten Rings gangs waiting in the Middle East. Can this be the same?" Tony held his breath. "What's the difference?" Leon didn't care much. "They are all villains from the Ten Commandments gang. They didn't have ABC carved on their foreheads. They are all equally guilty." As he spoke, he glanced at the Super Mark I controlled by Jarvis next to him. "But I can also see that you are really serious this time. You even brought my armor. Are you planning to fight a protracted war? Are you talking about a protracted battle where all the enemies will either die or be shivering from the cold?" Flames spurted out from Tony's feet. "Listen, I'm going to the west now, and the Ten Rings gang there will be left to me." Although Afghanistan has been settled by Lion, but Tony still wanted to do something. The harm he unknowingly caused to the world in the past is irreparable, but he still wanted to do his best to make amends. Even if this may seem like he is just touching himself or soothing his inner guilt. "Okay, I'll leave everything to you. I won't interfere for the time being." Leon looked at the time. "But pay attention to the time. Tony, I will prepare lunch at home and wait for you to return. Then maybe what you should prepare is dinner." Tony said that he could fight with the Ten Rings gang all day long. Leon shrugged and was about to say something else when he suddenly looked up at the sky. He looked through the clouds and saw a large group of satellites moving overhead hundreds of kilometers away. "It's so fast to catch up." He sighed. He shouted to Tony. "Tony, my current identity as Superman has been noticed by various countries. Please remember not to have contact with me in uniform during this period to avoid being suspected." Tony, who had already flown to the west, waved back to express receipt. Chapter 30. When Lion got rid of a bunch of satellites and returned home, it was already close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Los Angeles time. He simply made a few omelets to go with pasta for lunch. As for Tony, as he said before, he fought with the Ten Rings gang until dinner time and still hadn't gone home. So Lion naturally tested the thrust once in the basement, then flew into space and began to bask in the sun. He and Tony worked together to develop an experimental plan to predict the upper limit of the growth of Kryptonian bloodline. The specific process is that he tests the thrust once a day before going to space to bask in the sun, and then again after that. And repeat this process for a month, keeping the sun exposure time the same each time. In this way, the two can build a rough model with the help of Jarvis. Use this to estimate the upper limit of Lion's physical enhancement. Of course, Leon readily agreed to such a simple test. Moreover, sunbathing time every day has always been his most anticipated and happiest moment. Facing the sun in space is like being immersed in a hot spring, and the sound of blood flowing is the sound of gurgling spring water. At that moment, he could always clearly feel his strength increasing rapidly. The rapidity and turbulence of its speed are like the fish rushing into the river after the river thaws in spring. Moreover, judging from the experience of the past few days, this speed of getting stronger is still getting faster. Leon understands that if the effect of a person's exercise is an arc that first rises and then falls, then he is in the ascending stage at this time. Looking at the overall growth stage of Kryptonians, it may also be defined as a weak period when they are becoming stronger at a rapid speed, reflected in numerical values. After a few more days of basking in the sun, Leon's whole body thrust had reached a massive 400,000 tons. This speed of getting stronger made Leon feel so happy every second he spent basking in the sun, as if he had been hit with a ton of dopamine. That feeling of pleasure is like taking a certain kind of shiver that makes people enter the sage mode, which is done one after another without stopping. Beep. Just when he was feeling so comfortable that he couldn't help himself, Jarvis's voice reminded him that the time was over. Leon reluctantly opened his eyes, flew out of the manned spacecraft, and prepared to go home for dinner. Today, the spacecraft that was originally used to protect him allows him to safely bask in the sun. It has become a park where he stays temporarily every day. Staying in space, it is specially used as a foothold when basking in the sun. After all, if he basked in the sun directly in a vacuum, he would be easily discovered by satellites from various countries. At that time, a large group of satellites will gather around him like a gorilla in a zoo, which is very annoying. Leon soon returned home. After completing a set of thrust tests, Jarvis suddenly prompted, "Master Lion, Mr. Stark was pursued by the Eagle Flight Formation on his return trip. Do you want to go to support him? Tony is being chased? Where is he?" Leon was stunned. "In the middle of the West Coast Mountains." "Huh? Isn't that the place where I was chased by a reconnaissance plane last time?" "I see." Leon showed a gloating smile. "We finally reached the familiar part of the movie. Tony must have flown into California from the Eastern Pacific and was directly photographed by the military airspace satellite. Master Lion, Mr. Stark's current situation is not optimistic. This is the picture sent back from the scene." Jarvis pops up a projection in front of Lion. The scene is from Tony's first point of view. "I saw service fighter jets flying down one after another in the thick clouds. They were so densely packed that there were as many as a dozen, which was enough to start a small battle." Leon could hear Tony whispering shit in the screen, and then his vision turned 180 degrees, preparing to escape. The next moment, countless projectiles flew past him. The screen also began to shake. It was obvious that Tony had eaten a bunch of bullets from the aircraft's machine gun. This looks like he is going to be taught a hard lesson by the Air Force. Leon raised his eyebrows, but he didn't have too much worry in his heart. "I remember that the current Mark III's top speed has exceeded Mach 8. It would be easy for Tony to escape, right?" He touched his chin. Is it possible that he turned around confidently and planned to fight with the Air Force? "That's not the case, Master Lion," Jarvis explained. "With Mr. Stark's physical fitness, the time that can support the armor to explode at its fastest speed is actually very short. If it exceeds a certain time, his heart will explode due to excessive pressure. Normally, the average speed of the Mark III will remain around Mach 2, but this will also continue to consume Mr. Stark's physical strength." Leon couldn't help laughing. In other words, after fighting the Ten Rings gang, he was so exhausted that he couldn't speed up anymore, right? "You're right," Jarvis said. "Then why hasn't he asked me for help? Mr. Stark only asked me to send you this video. I understand, this guy just talks hard." Leon moved his shoulders. "However, although he even coyly asked for help, how could I not save him? After all, he is my beloved relative and friend." "You are right, Jarvis. Of course, legally speaking, you and Mr. Stark are the closest people to each other at the moment." Jarvis failed to understand the ridicule in Lion's words. Leon smiled. "Help me prepare the Mark II. I want to teach Tony a lesson. Don't you wear a Superman suit? The steel suit seems to only limit your ability to display your strength. Wearing armor makes it easier to attend class." He had thought before that he would show up to put on a show when Tony was feeling down, and this opportunity just came. Lion's gaze crossed to the West Coast Mountains. Tony was currently shuttled between the locks of several airborne missiles, like a petrel flying through a storm. Most of the beautiful and luxurious golden red armor has now turned black. It was also covered with bullet holes and scratches, like a kebab that had just come off the grill. "Look at how badly our Uncle Tony was bullied." Leon walked towards the garage. There is no time to mourn for the deflated Tony. Next, it is time for the hero Leon to come on the scene and turn the tide. At the same time, military command room. The same group of senior officials who met a few hours ago to discuss the Afghan Superman gathered together again. They were all looking at the satellite images on the projection screen. Above it is the golden red armor that was almost hit by a missile, twisting left and right, and the blue-red armor on the side covering it. They are not Superman, Rhodes judged. These are just two humanoid exoskeleton mechas. Superman can definitely destroy our flying formation easily. Chapter 31. When the two armors entered the country, the soldier responsible for monitoring thought it was Superman coming, so he immediately pressed the emergency button and reported to his superiors. That's why the elite flight formation consisting of more than a dozen fighter planes has been dispatched. But where did this thing come from? Rod, did you just use just? An Air Force lieutenant colonel slapped the table. Two people in this thing held back our entire formation. You still think it's not strong and say it's just an exoskeleton mecha? Rhodes touched his face. I am comparing it with Superman. I work in the weapons research department, so of course I know what these two things mean. But they really should be described as just. Look at the technology on them. Unknown high-power stable energy, ultra-high strength and precision metal materials, incredible anti-gravity systems, and energy transmission systems. These technologies are at least 10 years ahead of us. If these technologies were in our hands, the Pentagon could start planning to dominate the world tomorrow. What I can't understand is why the other party uses such technology to build mechas. It's like a person being protected by a group of tanks and fighting hand-to-hand on the battlefield. And have you noticed that the other party has not made any active attacks? Is it possible that they are actually from our side? Rhodes advised. So why don't we try to communicate with the other party first? The highest-ranking Air Force Lieutenant General, General Ross, made a direct decision. Whether they are from our side or not, shoot them down first. Wait, what is that? It looks like another exoskeleton armor. Suddenly, a colonel pointed at the projection screen and exclaimed. Everyone looked over. At some point, a silver-white battle armor appeared next to the golden-red battle armor. Damn, they are organized. Shoot them all down. The beard on Rose's mouth trembled. Leon saw two armors flying through the hail of bullets from a distance. He accelerated and flew to the side of the embarrassed Tony. Tony, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why do you look like you went to the oil field for a dip? Ah, Tony exclaimed from the golden-red armor. He turned around and almost attacked after seeing Leon. Leon, maybe next time you appear, you can look a little more like a human instead of a ghost. Tony was really shocked. He almost lost his balance in the air. Also, why are you wearing my armor? Leon tilted his head. Of course it's because you took my armor away. He looked back behind him and saw more than a dozen fighter planes chasing him to death. The bullets never stopped pouring, and more than a dozen bullets in the air blocked most of the escape routes. I mean, why don't you wear those tight underwear of yours? Tony dodged a string of bullets with difficulty. You have forgotten who I am when I wear the Superman uniform, and I can't meet you for the time being? Compared with Tony, Leon's evasive movements seemed to be very easy. But mainly because I plan to show you the correct use of this iron knot. What? You mean you brought me the instruction manual for the Mark armor? That's really great. I just need this. Tony curled his lips. The next step is not in the instruction manual. Watch out. I won't use my own strength during the whole process. Leon firmly remembered the positions of all the fighter jets behind him and suddenly shouted. Jarvis, deploy the ailerons. There was a scoff. The silver-white Mark II armor unfolded its ailerons and suddenly slowed down. Jarvis was always so considerate at critical moments, and he would do whatever you asked him to do immediately, without any hesitation. Even this order from Leon caused the Mark armor to fall directly into the fighter group. Hey, what are you doing? Tony was stunned and turned to watch Leon flying behind him. The fighter pilots behind were also dumbfounded. Turning around, he saw the silver-white armor flying beside his cabin, waving enthusiastically to him. Call the command center. Target number 3 suddenly slowed down and rushed into our queue, requesting to change the attack target. The captain of the fleet immediately grabbed the radio and shouted wildly. Allow the attack. Be sure to shoot it down. The command was issued at the same time. Attack! 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 The fighter group immediately dispersed its formation. One part accelerated forward, and the other part decelerated behind, surrounding the Mark II as if it had been rehearsed hundreds of times. Although there was panic at the beginning, the fighter pilots almost grinned after forming their formation. In their eyes, the enemy's initiative to enter their own encirclement is no different from delivering food. Unit number 1 has locked the target. Unit 2 is locked. Continuous reports sounded on the channel, and the captain immediately ordered an attack. Attack! Launch airborne missiles. Fire! Fire all the bombs. Each fighter plane is launching missiles and uses onboard machine guns to block the evasion space. Lion was bombarded from all directions. The speed of more than a dozen missiles increases very quickly after being launched, and they can hit the Mark II within a few seconds. Naturally, Lion will not sit still and wait for death. He completely turned off the propulsion device and fell downwards in a horizontal parabolic arc. Such a move was completely unexpected by the other party. The missiles coming from all directions suddenly fell in front of the Mark II. Although under the control of the tracking system, they quickly changed direction. But this encounter caused the missile group's speed to drop sharply to less than one-third of its previous speed. Pursued downward, the fighter group also began to turn around. Jarvis, turn on the smart locking system. Leon neither uses supervision nor super strength and relies entirely on the function of the Mark II suit itself to fight back. Jarvis moved very quickly marking the trajectories and current speeds of each missile on the projection in his helmet. Very good. Leon began to accelerate backwards, and the missile swarm chased in front of him. The direction of their actions at this time was completely opposite to Tony's previous direction. Leon, Tony's voice cut into the helmet at this time. What do you want to do? Calm down and try not to attack. We are the invaders now. Don't escalate the situation. Their mechas have not been registered with Eagle. Moreover, the mechas also carry thermal weapons. Strictly speaking, they are intruders with bad intentions. It makes sense that those fighter jets shot them down. I'll do it, don't worry, just see how I deal with them. Leon replied briefly. He operated the Mark armor and began to accelerate, but controlled the speed to always be slower than the missile group behind him. When the missile was extremely close, he suddenly shifted his position. In just a short moment, the acceleration of the armor first decreased and then increased. After the speed changed, he made a dang sound and stuck to the side of a missile. Jarvis, use current to absorb the missile shell, and be careful to shield the electromagnetic signal to avoid triggering the fuse sensor. After Leon gave an order, he controlled the propulsion flames ejected from the soles of Mark II and suddenly increased the power. He starts to speed up with the missile. Chapter 32. The silver armor and military green missiles seemed to blend into one. The two accelerated together, temporarily distanced themselves from other missiles, and drew a huge arc in the air. At this time, other missiles had begun to lose their tracking accuracy, scattering in the air, no longer pursuing Lion like a swarm. This is also a sign that the missile is about to explode. Leon estimated the time in his mind, loosened his armor hands at the stuck point, and moved away from the side of the missile controlled by him. 3, 2, 1, boom. He accelerated quickly, the countdown in his mouth ended, and a loud explosion sounded behind him. Boom. Several missiles hit the side of the missile controlled by Lion and exploded in advance. The airflow in the air was violently pushed away, and other scattered missiles were affected and detonated immediately. The flames of the explosion suddenly spread over the West Coast mountains, and within a range of nearly a kilometer, there was thick, billowing smoke. The pilots in the fighter group were stunned. They could not understand why the Mark II could evade the pursuit of missiles so easily, but they soon ran out of time to daze. Even the long wind in the sky cannot dispel the smoke of dozens of missiles exploding simultaneously in a short period of time. All the fighter jets had no time to react, and they all plunged into the dark smoke. Target lost, duplicate, target lost, the captain reported. Accelerate and rush out of the blocked line of sight area, continue the pursuit, and never let the opponent run away, the command headquarters ordered. However, Leon did not take the opportunity to escape, but turned around and flew towards the aftermath of the explosion. Give me a flight trajectory simulation based on the enemy plane's flight direction and speed, Jarvis. The projection on the armor's face flashed, and dozens of trajectories were immediately simulated in the image of thick smoke. At the same time, Leon made a lot of calculations in his mind, estimated the approximate time, and accelerated into the smoke. He quickly approached one of the tracks. Prepare to turn, Jarvis. As soon as he finished speaking, a fighter plane suddenly appeared in front of the Mark II through the black fog. Seeing that they were about to collide, the armor suddenly stopped and turned, flying upward. The pilot in the fighter plane was so frightened that his eyes widened, but he immediately reacted and controlled the plane to lift. At the same time, he pressed one of the hundreds of control buttons in the cabin, opened the weapon bay, and ran the machine gun to pour bullets. Unit number 13 has found the target. Report. Unit number 13 has found the target. Attack. Attack, the captain ordered. Unit 13 chased closely behind Lion and hit Mark II with several bullets, causing Lion to shake. This made the pilot of Unit 13 even more excited. He pushed the thrusters to the bottom and pursued Lion at high speed. But suddenly the Mark II turned again. The pilot was stunned and was about to follow when another fighter plane suddenly rushed out of the black fog in front of him. Fake. The pilot quickly raised the aircraft, but it was still too late. The bottom and top of the two aircraft collided, and the friction force at high speed directly destroyed most of the aircraft. The fighter jet immediately emitted flames and black smoke, and its engine system and exhaust system were damaged, making it unable to continue flying. The pilot of Plane 13 reluctantly pushed down the rudder, let the plane fall, opened the parachute device, and ejected from the cabin. Plane 13 has collided. Eject now. But the other fighter plane that suffered a disaster was even worse. The glass cockpit of the fighter jet was directly destroyed, and the pilot was instantly unconscious. It was Leon who noticed something was wrong, turned around, and helped pull him out of the cabin so that the pilot did not fall with the fighter plane. On the other side, pilot number 13 also discovered something was wrong. He opened his parachute in the air and saw two planes falling at the same time below, but there was no second voice reporting battle damage in the audio, so he hurriedly called for help. Unit number 7 collided with me and fell at the same time. He has no signal. He may be pursued by the enemy. Apply for rescue. Mayday! Mayday! How passionately he shouted for attack before. Now he shouts for Mayday just as loudly. Soon Lion heard the sound of swooping downwards one by one in the clouds. Apparently, the remaining fighter planes were heading to the rescue. He had a strange look on his face. It seems this exhibition match is over. Looking down at the pilot in his hand, he landed thoughtfully, put the pilot on the ground, and then flew towards Los Angeles. Good luck to you then, buddy. The fighter jet group was busy rescuing people. Although the headquarters saw the Mark II leaving through satellite, it also knew that it was too late to pursue it now, so it could only beat the table. Damn it. Let them escape. Ross furiously said helplessly. Send me more Air Force squads. It's too late, General. Rhodes analyzed bluntly from the side. Judging from the acceleration shown by the opponent several times, it is impossible to catch up now. Fake. On the other side, Leon and Tony meet up. The two flew back to the beach house together. With the size and speed of the Mark armor, as long as it is not photographed by satellites, it will not be tracked home. Jarvis helped guard the satellite, so the two flew leisurely. I didn't use weapons, right? Just like you requested, there was no direct conflict and no casualties. Leon said. However, after seeing what I did just now, do you feel like you were taught a lesson? He asked emphatically how Tony felt. After all, this trip was just to show off in front of Tony. I have been thinking about this for a long time. But he also thinks about Tony. After all, Tony has a close relationship with many people in the military, and there is a high probability that he will reveal his identity as Iron Man in the future. So in order to avoid a dispute between Tony and the military, he followed Tony's instructions throughout the process and did not take the initiative to attack. In the end, he even saved a pilot. Good. Tony was speechless for a moment, because he really felt amazing. Jarvis had just transmitted the footage of the Mark II to him in real time. Lion's precise control of speed, time, and direction is something he can't do now. Tony has not even thought that the battle armor can be as flexible as Leon just now. After all, he has just gotten started and has not flown a few times. He just feels that the Mark armor should be controlled like Leon. It is so handsome. Of course, Tony couldn't admit defeat. You just used your own power, right? That must be it. Tony deceived himself. Absolutely not. Jarvis knows everything about Mark II. He can guarantee me. Lion presented the evidence. Jarvis immediately cooperated. Yes, sir. Master Lion just controlled the actions of the armor throughout the entire process, and all the data were normal. Of course, Tony knew this fact. He was just being tough. But you shot down 2 fighter jets, and it still doesn't work if you don't settle the opponent peacefully. Lion was happy to tease Tony. I neither used weapons nor took the initiative to attack. Can you blame me for the opponent's mistakes? Tony, you are not so strict with yourself. Okay, my dear Leon. For the sake of the dinner you prepared for me, I admit that you are the stronger one this time. Tony raised his hands in surrender. Thank you for the compliment. As long as you keep working hard, Tony, you will be as good as me one day. Leon immediately showed a happy expression after hearing this. But what dinner are you talking about? Tony looked stunned. Don't tell me you didn't prepare dinner. I'm so hungry right now that I could eat the entire cheeseburger in Los Angeles. Actually, I didn't do it. I just finished the strength test and went to save our soldier Tony, but I didn't have time to prepare dinner. Leon gave an answer that disappointed Tony. Then, order takeout. Tony suggested. I agree. While waiting for the takeout, maybe you can take the opportunity to send a message to Rhodes and tell him that you are the Iron Man who caused the military to jump up and down today. Why should I tell him? Tony was puzzled. This will expose my identity. Your flamboyant style will be exposed sooner or later. It's better to ventilate it with Rhodes in advance so that he can be mentally prepared to help cover you. Oh, what you said seems to make sense. Leon, when did you know this? Did you learn it from fighting with little girls in school? I learned it when I was a kid and stopped you from bringing a strange woman home. Then you really have to thank me. The two voices of conversation gradually disappeared in the wind. Under the orange-red sunset, the sea surface undulated like maple trees in late autumn. In the reflection, three mechas flew into the Stark mansion together. Chapter 33. A few days passed quickly. Everything remains calm for the Stark family. Lion clocks in every day to bask in the sun, waiting for the start of university in the new year. Tony didn't go to work as usual. He got up every day, stuffed bread and butter in his mouth, and ran to the Middle East. According to him, the inherently evil Ten Rings gang will soon disappear from the world. And since he had an affair with Rhodes, he has never been caught by the military again. As for Pepper, Pepper discovered that Tony came home with an armor full of bullet holes the night before yesterday, and he was very angry. However, as usual, she still had nothing to do with Tony. After getting angry, she still worked diligently every day to shoulder the huge responsibility of the development of Stark Group. This is the daily life of the Stark family. Just like the sea outside the mansion, there are occasional waves, but most of the time it is calm and carefree. But for the world, the impact of Superman's appearance has begun to ferment, and undercurrents are surging from all sides. KNKV TV station reports. In the morning, Leon came back from his morning exercise in space. After making breakfast, he saw Superman news on TV, reported by the local TV media KNKV. There seems to be no doubt that Superman appears in our world. The female host held the manuscript with a serious expression. In the past few days, although he has not appeared again, there are still countless people proving his existence and praying for his reappearance. What he did that night completely changed our world. The voice fell, and the news screen switched, turning into a noisy press conference. There was only a middle-aged Afghan man with half-white hair on the podium. The large and small flashlights in the audience kept lighting up, but his eyes were always looking at the camera. It was Superman who saved our country and our people. He tried his best to amplify his voice, as if trying to make his words more deafening. I was lucky enough to take a picture of him that night. He was fighting for us. He is a Superman, the one upon whom all things depend. He has no place to come and no place to go, and nothing can be his enemy. He is our God and our Savior. The Father is in him, and he and the Father are one. At the same time, someone moved a thick screen behind the middle-aged man. After it was lit, the scene of Superman facing the missile began to play. Look at him. How majestic he is. He has driven away all the wolves. We are all his lambs, the man shouted to the camera. The scene finally ends here, and the perspective jumps back to KNKV's live newsroom. The female host sat upright and said, "The man in the picture is Afghan war correspondent Abdullah. He once filmed the scene of Superman's first appearance. He raised his arms and shouted at the press conference that Superman was the reincarnation of the Holy Spirit of God. During this period, countless people came to the camera to tell their own stories about Superman coming into reality." The screen jumps again. A little girl was interviewed by a reporter and spoke categorically. Two bad guys wanted to break in that night, but Superman suddenly appeared and stopped them. The girl's father also said, "Superman said that the Ten Rings gang would leave us soon, and he did it. Not only that, but now Evening Fong." The following words were not released, and the news screen jumped to another person. "He fell from the sky, like a shooting star. I didn't make a wish, but he destroyed the terrorist who wanted to force my sister." One boy danced and described. There are many more scenes like this. There is a short clip of Afghan guardsmen saluting a photo of Superman. There is a scene of everyone in a rundown village crying and shouting Superman in front of the rice fields. Besides, the relevant material was played for 5 minutes before the live broadcast screen was switched back to the studio. As more and more people confirm the existence of Superman, we have to start thinking about what impact he will have on our society. Is he like Superman in the comics, just and selfless, like a god on Earth? Or is he just a parody in uniform, using the name of Superman to satisfy his own vanity? According to our reporter's understanding, yesterday a large number of our returning soldiers had to give up aid to local residents under the pressure of Superman. We don't know whether he is a dictator or a hypocrite wearing a mask, and we cannot make a correct judgment immediately. Next, let's listen to the analysis of sociologist Francis Wyndham. Leon held his chin up and watched with interest as the scholar who just appeared analyzed Superman eloquently. From comic analysis to reality, from clothing to childhood, the story is told as if it were true, and the final conclusion is that Superman is a paranoid man who loves to drink milk. The analysis process was based on references from classics, so much so that Leon himself almost believed it. Are you reading these boring reports again? Haven't you seen enough after so many days? Tony walked down the stairs. It's either full praise or complete extreme disparagement. What's so interesting about these views? Especially these TV stations, which have received political funds, want to portray you as a complete villain. It's just something like this. Why do you always look at it with gusto? He threw a roll of newspapers on the table and sat down next to Leon. And look at what these people wrote. They are all about Superman. Haven't they read the comics? I am so excited when a Superman appears. Leon glanced down. The newspaper read, a mysterious mecha appears in the Middle East, a parody of Superman. It turns out the problem lies here. Tony worked tirelessly for several days and basically wiped out the Ten Commandments gang in most of the Middle East. However, almost all media outlets did not report on him. Even if it was reported, he was mentioned first, and then the topic was immediately changed to Superman. No wonder Tony is so resentful. He is not a person who likes to walk in fine clothes at night. Perhaps you can buy a newspaper and ask them to write a report specifically for you. The title is Iron Man Reappears, the hero who protects civilians in the Middle East. How about that? Tony raised his eyebrows. That's a good suggestion, but you know I'm not the kind of person who loves vanity. I'm here to help you fight against injustice, Leon. Come on, if you really want to help me fight the injustice, why not give those media some money and let them learn to tell the truth? Lion said. Tony got up and went to the table to get a piece of bread. I can do that if you wish. As he ate, he said, but do you really think you need it? No need. Leon still held his chin up. When Hydra is eliminated and my strength is revealed, the media will naturally speak for me. That's the truth. Tony tapped the screen with his index finger in agreement. The media's tongue only praises those who can shut them up. Chapter 34. But I still don't understand how you went to Afghanistan for one night and gained so many staunch fans. Tony waved the slices of bread in his hand. You want to say believers? Pretty much, especially the reporter who seems to have suffered a lot. He has to say in front of the media every day that you are the true God and the Holy Spirit. He is a completely fanatical believer. You mean Abdullah? I don't know what happened to him. Maybe this is the simple folk customs over there. I thought you brainwashed him. You know, like Clark in Superman, who can manipulate other people's memories. Tony gestured with his hands in the air. I would like to have this kind of ability. It sounds exciting. Leon complained. What's an exciting way to do it? Tell me about it. You'd better just want to hear it instead of picturing it in your head. Ahem, where did I just say that? Oh yes, that Abdullah. He said in the interview that you saved his life? That's what happened. He was within the explosion range of the Jericho missile. I rescued him and asked him to help spread the video and deliver messages on my behalf. So he's that person. Tony suddenly realized. He appeared in the video you asked Jarvis to send me. No wonder he looks so familiar. Leon raised his head. You seem to be paying attention to him? Uh-huh. Tony chewed the bread in his mouth. He said that in order to thank you, he planned to use all the money to buy Warner stock. So I asked Pepper to acquire Warner. You know how to make a lot of money. Leon's mouth twitched. Don't say that. Now the whole world is paying attention to Superman. After the acquisition of Warner, the shares of Stark Group have risen. Tony finished eating the bread and started to lick his fingers. I'm more curious about how you negotiated this acquisition. People all over the world are paying attention to DC now, and they have no reason to sell the company. Tony took out a piece of paper and wiped his fingers. Some other chables and countries, you know, are putting pressure on their companies, so I took the opportunity to enter. How to enter? You don't even sell arms. Are you still qualified to enter? But I'm selling this now. Tony knocked on the arc reactor on his chest. New energy. Everyone wants it. Leon's eyes widened slightly. Did you expose your identity? Tony looked left and right, turned around twice, and raised his palms. It's almost like Rhodes let it slip. Oh, that guy's mouth really seems to be a public service area, and he can't keep any secrets. Leon didn't believe it at all. Come on, Rhodes is just a bit humorous. How can he serve in a secret department if he is not strict with his words? He guessed. I think you are jealous of Superman's traffic, so you take the initiative to expose yourself to the outside world and plan to attract all eyes to yourself. Tony stopped talking. He looked at the ceiling, pretended to be busy, patted himself, and then turned around and left the next moment. I was helping you relieve your stress. So many people are paying attention to you and misunderstanding you. I'm not allowed to stand up and lead by example. He waved his hand back. Okay, I'm leaving. Today is my last day to go to the Middle East. The Ten Rings gang will no longer exist. That's right. Tony walked out the door and suddenly turned back. I have a press conference tomorrow. Please remember to attend. Looking at Tony's back, Leon's superbrain was sunk. Half a minute later, the sound of steel armor igniting and taking off was heard outside the house. Tony, this guy, the press conference to be held tomorrow is probably going to be used to reveal his identity as Iron Man. Leon looked out the window at the Mark III disappearing into the horizon and was speechless for a long time. He thought about it many times. The appearance of Iron Man, as the beginning of a major event in Marvel movies, is likely to be an absolute point in time. In other words, there is a high probability that Tony will say, "I am Iron Man," no matter what. For this reason, Leon also guessed many reasons that might lead Tony to admit Iron Man's identity. But the reason why he blew himself up because he wanted to earn traffic was something he could never have imagined. What the hell? This world is so G crazy. Leon couldn't help but curse. Forget it. Tony won't die anyway. Don't care about him. Sunbathing is important. Leon patted his butt and stood up, tore open his shirt, instantly transformed into Superman and flew into space. Shield Nick Fury has thick dark circles under his eyes, even though his whole body is dark. But at this time, the bags under his eyes looked particularly black and large, like a piece of black coal briquettes hanging on an ink bottle. Is this your investigation report? He put down the document in his hand and raised his head to ask Coulson in front of him. The information inside is not as much as what was exposed on the TV station. At least they interviewed all the local people. Coulson lowered his head. Sorry, Director, Superman hasn't appeared since that day, and we can't find any clues. However, the videos played on TV actually contain a lot of information. As he spoke, Coulson took out a tablet and handed it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury's eyelids jumped when he saw the familiar movements of his men. Then he saw Coulson light up the screen and start playing a video he had watched hundreds of times in the past few days. The video content is divided into 3 parts. The first part was shot by the Afghan reporter Abdullah, showing Superman resisting vehicle-borne missiles and Jericho missiles. The second part is what Abdullah told Eagle on behalf of Superman. All foreign troops, leave the border immediately and give up the invasion. The third part is this reporter's personal belongings. He spent a whole hour promoting the greatness of Superman, spreading Superman's beliefs, and trying his best to link Superman with Allah. Although it was the hundreds of times he watched this video, Nick Fury still patiently watched it. Because the first part in the video is Superman's strongest performance in a battle so far. And just this time, no official satellite could record it completely. The only relatively comprehensive information is the video released by this reporter, which is of great significance to the study of Superman's strength. After the video ended, Nick Fury looked at Coulson. What conclusion did you draw from this? Director, it is obvious that Superman's strength, at least his defense and speed, surpasses all living things and even weapons on the Earth. Coulson weighed his words. Whether he is Superman in the comics or not, based on the power he has shown, our best option is to make friends and stabilize his emotions. Well, Nick Fury nodded. He rubbed the pager in his hand. Then tell me, does his personality belong to the extreme and unruly type? Do we need to suppress him? Suppress. Coulson was stunned. With all due respect, Director, we don't seem to have such means. Nick Fury glanced at his pager. I mean, assuming there is, do you think it is necessary? Chapter 35. Coulson didn't answer immediately this time. He thought seriously for a few seconds. I don't think there is a need to suppress Superman. What's the reason? Nick Fury looked at Leon, who was unharmed in the sea of fire in the video, with an expressionless face. Although Superman only appeared once, he also destroyed the Eagle military base extremely forcefully and ordered the troops to withdraw. Coulson explained according to his own understanding, but he did not hurt innocent people in the process. His purpose is very clear, and he will even take the initiative to help vulnerable groups who are being bullied. Every local ordinary person who has come into contact with him has a very good impression of him and is filled with gratitude. So comprehensively speaking, he is more like a benefactor or a judge who has relatively positive values and strictly acts accordingly. Facing such people, if we suppress them, it will easily arouse strong resistance from the other party, create huge conflicts, and make the situation go beyond control. Nick Fury nodded in approval. This was also the question he had been thinking about these past few days. Facing Superman with a moral bottom line, showing kindness is the best choice. But what Nick Fury resents most is this feeling of being outside of control. So even though you have already figured out the best way to treat Superman, but he still couldn't help but want to defeat or conquer the other party and bring the other party completely under his control. What if? I mean, what if we are powerful enough to defeat him easily? Do you have any other suggestions? Nick Fury feels that if Captain Marvel takes action, he will definitely defeat this so-called Superman. Coulson fell into deep thought this time. He thought about it carefully and still shook his head. I still don't think we should do anything. Why? Nick Fury frowned, and the flesh on his dark face was squeezed together. We haven't figured out Superman's true abilities yet, Director. If he is really like Superman in the comics, he can become stronger by just basking in the sun. Coulson took a breath. Then once we take action, unless we kill the opponent, we will face an enemy that continues to get stronger and whose future is unpredictable. You think so? Nick Fury stared closely at Superman on the screen, as if he wanted to get into it and see what kind of person he was. The room was silent for a few seconds. I have to admit, you are right, Coulson. Okay, your mission this time is over. Next, you coordinate the manpower, continue to pay attention to Superman's traces, and try to contact him after he appears. Nick Fury finally spoke. He put the pager back in the drawer and told Coulson. And remember to control public opinion on the internet. It can't be one-sided, and you can't let too much negative information arouse Superman's malice. Yes, Director. Coulson consciously took the documents and tablet and left without any dissatisfaction with being assigned consecutive tasks. Perhaps this is the legendary innate working body. It wasn't until Coulson closed the door and left that Nick Fury leaned on his seat, turned, and looked out the window. He pulled out a Superman comic from the side, flipped through it a few times, and then threw it back. The world is not peaceful anymore. That plan needs to be accelerated. As for agents, there is only one cavalry person for the 7th-level female agent, which is still not enough. Beep. Jarvis's warm reminder is that it's time to end a hearty sunbath. Leon half-heartedly pressed the button in the spacecraft, opened the hatch, and then returned to Earth without any interest. Recently, the speed of strength growth has been faster and faster. When basking in the sun, every cell in his body felt like it was flying on a rocket. The sour feeling made Leon unable to stop. Unfortunately, experiments to test the upper limit of the body require controlled variables. Therefore, in the past month, he had to spend a fixed amount of time receiving direct sunlight in space every day. Otherwise, he feels that he can even live directly in the universe without going back. Wherever there is sunshine, he is home. It takes more than 10 seconds to return to the mansion on the coast of Los Angeles. Leon pushed the door open and glanced at the time displayed on the electronic screen on the wall. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tony won't be back until 7 or 8 o'clock. After finishing the strength test, I'd better eat dinner by myself first. He muttered to himself as he arranged his next plan. Then he walked back to his room and prepared to change into casual clothes for home. But after taking 2 steps, he stopped, with his right foot still hanging in the air. Tony, you came back so early today. Leon's ears moved, and he seemed to have heard a second heartbeat in the room just now. You must know that he keeps suppressing his super hearing at all times, and normally he can only hear the sounds he wants to hear. At this time, a heartbeat suddenly broke into his ears, which meant that the other party was very close to him. It was so close that even with suppressed super hearing, one could clearly distinguish the slow and regular rise and fall of a strong heart. After waiting for a few seconds, as expected, there was no response from Tony's voice. Although Tony usually didn't pay much attention to others when doing experiments, there was something different this time. Because this heartbeat was in Tony's room, but it didn't sound as strong as Tony's. Leon narrowed his eyes slightly, and instead of asking Jarvis, he directly turned on the clairvoyance. The world quickly becomes transparent, and layers of barriers gradually disappear. Leon's perspective seemed to turn into a ghost, lurking into Tony's room, passing through the huge and soft warm bed, and saw Natasha. Leon looked strange. Why is she here? She is still lurking under Tony's bed. Under Tony's 3-meter-wide bed, which was less than 30 centimeters high, there was actually a woman with a good figure hiding. Her burgundy short shoulder-length hair hung wetly on the ground. Her eyes were closed, her hands hung by her sides, and she breathed long, like a sleeping beauty. But combined with the scene where she was lying on her back under the bed, it looked like a vegetative person had grown under Tony's bed. Leon was a little uneasy. As soon as I got home, I saw the famous Black Widow hiding under my brother's bed. This was so suffocating. Why don't you hide under his bed? It's really enviable. No, it's disgusting. Leon couldn't figure it out. Even if Tony blows up his truck and tells people in the military and political and business circles that he is Iron Man, that wouldn't mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. would directly send Natasha to hide under Tony's bed. Was he going to kidnap him, or was he going to get on the bed and fight Tony in the dark of night? Leon didn't remember female S.H.I.E.L.D. agents engaging in such low-level lurking. Jarvis, has anyone been here since I left today? After thinking about it, Leon chose to ask Jarvis first. No, Master Lion, after you left, I blocked all entrances. Duh. Chapter 36. Everyone. The sewers and the like are also closed. In other words, has anyone blocked you today? I have kept running, and there is no record of being blocked. However, the sewer shouldn't be considered an entrance. Jarvis got stuck. Look, the artificial intelligence like Jarvis is confused. Who would be a good person to climb into the house from the sewer? However, look at the wet Natasha under Tony's bed. Where else could she have crawled in from the sewer? When Tony goes to bed tonight, he will probably be able to smell the body fragrance left by the beautiful woman. Leon whispered his blessing to Tony. Thinking about the smell of sewers, he laughed out loud. But letting Tony take a whiff was enough. Leon had no intention of letting Natasha stay under the bed. No matter what she wanted to do, since it was already done secretly, it obviously wasn't going to be a good thing. Jarvis asked, "You mean a woman sneaked into Mr. Stark's bedroom?" "Yes, and she is still under the bed with her eyes closed and concentrating." Leon touched his chin with interest. "Let's see what this excellent agent plans to do." "Jarvis, cooperate with me later." "Okay, Master Lion." Leon put on an earphone, walked towards Tony's room, and opened the door directly. As soon as he entered the door, he pretended to look around and deliberately stepped hard. "Jarvis, are you sure you detected a strong abnormal smell in Tony's room? It's impossible. He hasn't invited a beautiful woman home in the past few days. Why is there a strange smell in the room?" "Yes, Master, the air system has detected an abnormal odor factor." Jarvis cooperated. "Impossible. Unless Tony takes matters into his own hands to solve the physical problem, where would the smell come from? And I don't think it smells like anything here. Sniff, sniff, yuck." Leon sniffed a few times, then suddenly backed away, holding on to the door frame and retching several times. This was not a planned disguise, but his super sense of smell was very sensitive to the rich, rotten smell in the room, especially after he deliberately sniffed deeply several times, looking for peculiar smells. The sudden stench seemed to penetrate into his abdomen, causing his stomach to churn. What does this smell like? It smells like a dried salted fish that was swollen after being soaked in a swill bucket, and then marinated in a cucumber jar for 3 days and nights. Leon gritted his teeth and immediately suppressed his super sense of smell. "Master Lion," Jarvis asked in a low voice in Lion's earphones, "your acting skills are really good. If it weren't for the air system not detecting the abnormality, you almost deceived my judgment." "Logic. No, I did smell a stink. The other party should have used deodorizing chemicals, but the smell still couldn't hide from my nose." Leon rubbed his nose and explained in a low voice. "You continue to cooperate with me," he whispered. Then he covered his nose and walked to the bed and asked loudly, "The smell is indeed a bit strong. What did Tony do, Jarvis? Did you just say that the source of the smell is under the bed?" "Yes, the diffusion source of odor molecules is under the bed. Do you want me to operate the sweeping robot to clean it?" Jarvis said through the external speaker. "No." Leon squatted down and knelt on one knee. "I suspect there is Tony's life-size doll down there. If you clean it up, he will be angry. So I just took it out and washed it. I can't believe how Tony could get rid of such a smelly thing." He held the edge of the bed with his left hand and reached under the bed with his right hand, pretending to take something out from underneath. "Call out." Suddenly something unexpected happened. Leon's right hand was about to reach under the bed. A jet-black soft whip was thrown out from the blind area of vision and wrapped around Leon's arm 3 times, like a python strangling the enemy. The next moment, there was an insignificant force coming from the soft whip. Leon calculated it, and it was about 2.5 times Tony's arm strength. But for ordinary people, this can already be called a huge force. Leon couldn't help but feel surprised. Natasha used such great strength, coupled with the sudden force. It was enough to crack the bones of ordinary people's hands. If he attacks so harshly, he must be more than just lurking. Is it possible that S.H.I.E.L.D. really wants to take action against Tony? The distraction in Leon's heart dissipated a little, and now the testing had to continue for the time being. He pretended to be caught off guard and exclaimed, falling in the direction of the soft whip. "Ah!" He cried out in pain as he fell on his back. The next moment Natasha sprang out from under the bed like a poisonous snake emerging from its hole. Or rather, it slipped out. She kicked hard on the bedpost and used the reaction force to slide out against the ground, her legs wrapped around Leon's waist as if they were boneless. "Then push your hands toward the ground and exert force on your waist." She actually held Leon between her legs and threw him in the air, then slammed him down to the ground. Bang! There was a heavy slamming sound, and Leon screamed in pain. and then realized that his posture actually hit the back of his head, so he immediately closed his eyes and began to faint. Huh. Natasha took a breath and took a casual look at Leon's shoulder, confirming that the target was unconscious. She is extremely confident in her skills. Her training in fighting since childhood made it impossible for her to be able to kill ordinary people instantly. Nice chest muscles. She also glanced at Lion's chest, patted it with her hands in surprise, and finally made a comment. Madam, you have now violated Stark's private property and personal safety. Please stay away from Mr. Lion and leave here immediately, otherwise I will notify the police immediately. Jarvis threatened tacitly. Oh, really? Natasha pulled out a black tactical backpack from under the bed and took out ropes and firearms. She waved the gun and said, If you call the police, this gun will be pointed at your young master. After saying that, she ignored Jarvis and shot several times to smash various electronic devices in the room. Then she turned over Leon and tied him up with ropes. She even checked Leon's vital signs and confirmed that he was just in a coma and not life-threatening. The headphones worn by Leon were also discovered and destroyed by her in the process. Then she stood up and pressed the communicator in her cochlea to start reporting. General Dreykov, Natasha is reporting. After waiting for a few seconds and getting permission from the other party in the communication, she spoke again. There was an accident in the mission. The target's younger brother, Leon Stark, discovered me using home artificial intelligence. Now, please change the plan. Instead of kidnapping Tony Stark, we will use Leon Stark to threaten the other party in order to obtain energy and armor technology. After a few seconds, a flat male voice came from the other end of the communication. Agree to change the plan. Copy that. Natasha's eyes were unwavering, with neither hatred nor joy. She took out the communication device from her ear and prepared to implement a new kidnapping plan. However, when she turned around, she saw Leon, who was supposed to be unconscious. He didn't know when he opened his eyes and looked straight at her. It sounds like you're not working for S.H.I.E.L.D. now. Leon's expression was intriguing. That would be interesting. Duh. Chapter 37. You just mentioned General Dreykov. If I remember correctly, he should be the leader of the Red House, right? In Natasha's horrified eyes, Leon easily broke free, and the rope tied to his body broke into several pieces and scattered on the ground. That means you are still under the control of the Red House. Leon stood up and patted himself. This is very wrong. At this time, you should be. Leon couldn't say anything else. The moment he lowered his head, Natasha launched an attack without hesitation. Even though the person she faced was so strong that she could easily break the high-strength polyethylene rope. Her movements were so swift, like a spider hunting its prey. It was as if when she took action, the other party was already caught in her net and could not escape. Faced with Leon, who was obviously far stronger than her, Natasha's attack was extremely cruel and went straight to the vital point. Using speed to defeat strength is the skill she has used as a woman to defeat powerful enemies countless times. Her fists, elbows, and knees landed on Leon almost in no particular order, really using her body to the limit. However, this surprise strategy, which always works, encountered Waterloo this time. Natasha's face was full of shock. Leon, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, actually blocked all her attacks at a faster speed, even using only one hand. After that hand lightly grasped her fist, she couldn't break free even if she tried her best. It was as if what grabbed her fist was not a hand, but a cold hydraulic clamp. Natasha's expression turned doubtful, but her rich combat experience allowed her to react immediately. She kicked off her feet and jumped, intending to step on Leon and break her joints to escape. Hey, don't do that. I don't want to accidentally tear you in half because of your resistance. Natasha's body was no better than a piece of paper to Leon. If he inadvertently loosens his control of power during physical contact, the next scene can only be described as horrific. While talking, Leon wrapped Natasha with a biological force field, fearing that an accident would destroy Tony's bedroom. But Natasha didn't know this. She just found out. Leon, who had always looked calm in the face of her violent attack, actually changed his expression at this moment. This made her doubtful. Is the other party afraid that she will get hurt? Who is the super agent who sneaked into the other party's house? Natasha couldn't understand. But the next moment, a huge force came along the arm. She was instantly pressed against the wall without any resistance. This time Natasha tried her best, but she couldn't move an inch. She tried yoga to escape, or tried to break off her arm to survive. She mutilated herself several times to seek opportunities to counterattack. But in front of the majestic force behind her, all her struggles were in vain, like an ant baring its teeth and claws in front of a giant. Slowly her eyes changed, becoming sad, desperate, and even relieved. Almost uncontrollably, She raised her right middle finger and bent it toward the inside of her wrist, trying to trigger a ring device on her wrist. What else do you want to do? Suddenly, the back of her neck was pinched, and a big hand pinched it gently, and she immediately lost consciousness. It seems that only in this way can our Black Widow sister be willing to be quiet for a while. Leon supported Natasha from behind, who had collapsed after being unconscious, picked her up in a different position, pushed the door open, and walked out of Tony's bedroom. Master Lion, it's great that you're okay. Jarvis immediately expressed concern. All the electronic equipment in the bedroom was destroyed by Natasha, and he knew nothing about what happened inside. Come on, Jarvis, you know nothing will happen to me. It is my duty to care about your safety. Jarvis said, do you need me to call the police for you and hand over this intruder to the police? No need. I think this matter is not simple. There should be some secrets about this intruder. I have to take her down to study it. Leon said he was curious. Why did the Marvel story that was supposed to develop linearly have an accident with Black Widow? Is it possible that this world is not the main Marvel movie universe numbered 199999, but a branch universe like What If? But this is unlikely. After all, the plot characters he has seen so far all look almost the same as in the movie. He walked down the stairs with a guess. By the way, when Tony comes back, remember to tell him to order takeout. I should be in the lab tonight. Okay, Master Lion. Jarvis asked thoughtfully. Do you want me to turn off the laboratory monitoring equipment for you? Leon's face darkened. Open it. Leave it open. What do you think I'm going to do? It's up to you, Master. Jarvis's tone did not waver. Shut up. I just want to check her out. Leon carried Natasha into the laboratory, cleared the workbench with his right hand, and placed her on it. Then he took off his coat and put on a pair of white medical gloves. His movements were a bit unfamiliar, and he looked like an amateur anatomist, quite like a medical student who was learning anatomy for the first time. However, no matter how amateur he was, he became a top player after opening his clairvoyant eyes. The first is a full body examination. Let me take a look. Oh wow, she has a really good figure. As expected of Natasha, she has slim shoulders and big buttocks. She's very beautiful. Ahem, let's look at other parts first. Leon said that he is not a person who likes to take advantage. He got rid of distracting thoughts and quickly entered the state. His eyes penetrated Natasha's skin and saw the flesh and fascia wrapped in the skin. Well, it looks like there is nothing wrong with her body. There are no bombs or poison bags. There is a locator on her right leg. And on top of that, is this a self-destruct device on your wrist? Leon rubbed his chin. So she actually wanted to commit suicide using a self-destruct device just now. Suicide if the task cannot be completed. Such an extreme approach is obviously not Natasha's style. In the movie, Natasha Romanoff will sacrifice herself to save others, and she will also give up her life to protect her companions. But only when facing an enemy that she couldn't defeat. She wouldn't even think of giving up, let alone committing suicide. So, is it being controlled? I remember watching the Black Widow movie in a hurry in my previous life. Natasha's sister was chemically controlled by the Secret Service organization Red Room. But that's a timeline 10 years later. At this time, normally Natasha shouldn't even be in the Red Room. Leon's eyes moved to the top of Natasha's head. He passed through layers of blood vessel networks and brain tissue and examined them carefully, but could not find any problems. Is my clairvoyance level not high enough, or is her brain not under control? When encountering a problem that he didn't understand, Leon was eager to try. He quickly moved to Stark Industrial Park and brought in a series of special instruments such as microscopes, magnetoencephalogram detectors, and brain readers. A dozen huge machines surrounded the workbench. Leon geared up. Now it's time to test my learning results in the past few days. In the past few days after solving the 10 Commandments gang, he was not just basking in the sun. In my free time, I occasionally took the time to learn some biological knowledge. But I didn't expect that this knowledge would come in handy so quickly. Leon first defused the bombs and trackers on Natasha, and then began to extract cerebrospinal fluid and brain cells for research. The brain is functioning normally. The neuronodes are normal. Synaptic transmission is normal. He checked one by one, his hands controlling the instruments on the workbench so fast that afterimages even appeared. During the observation of a cell slice, he only needed to take a glance at the entire image to record it, and then immediately draw an analysis conclusion. Sometimes when he encountered unclear details, he asked Jarvis to help search for relevant papers on the internet. During the research process, Lion's relevant knowledge reserves have been rapidly improved. He couldn't help but think silently in his heart. Thanks to Natasha Romanoff. This great female agent used her brain for free to help him learn while experimenting within an hour, and successfully grew into an excellent neurologist, chemist, and brain scientist. What a selfless dedication to science. Oh, I found it. At a certain moment, Leon, who was sitting in front of the microscope, shouted happily. He dared to say that when he was basking in the sun every day, he didn't feel as accomplished as he does now. There is nothing that can give people a greater sense of accomplishment than reaching the top of a field through their own efforts and solving a problem in a very short period of time. Master Lion, what did you find? Jarvis is a qualified admirer. I found the cause. Leon was slightly excited. There are no problems with Natasha's brain structure or organization. But in her cell fluid, I found a foreign chemical substance. Lion printed out a brain view. This chemical is affecting her basal ganglia, thereby affecting her consciousness. If I'm not wrong, she actually still has self-awareness, but it's just been divided into several parts by the drug. Some of them follow other people's orders, and some of them are her own thoughts. This kind of chaotic consciousness will allow her to maintain logical thinking, but lose emotional judgment, so that she can only listen to others. The person who researched this chemical substance is really a genius, but he is also a devil. Leon cleared the desktop again. The next step is to create targeted inhibitors. Maybe when she wakes up, we can have unexpected gains. Chapter 38. For Lion. It is a very simple matter to know the cause of the disease and work backwards to find the solution, as long as the basic conditions permit. Now that it is clear that Natasha is indeed subject to mind control, and the method of control is a certain chemical substance, the rest of the process of reverse deriving the inhibitor formula seems to be a piece of cake. Leon used his supercomputer-like brain to quickly simulate various plans, and then handed it over to Jarvis for realistic simulation. It only took him 20 minutes to produce a tube of bright red reaction reagent. The success rate is 87%, right? Leon sucked up a tube of medicine with a syringe. Yes, according to the simulation, there is a 12% probability that the medicine will not work, a 1% probability that the medicine will conflict and cause the intruder to be brain dead. Jarvis said, but this is the limit of what can be achieved with current medical technology. Lion shrugged. He looked at Natasha and said, if conditions permit, we should actually even conduct a Phase 3 clinical randomized double-blind trial. That is the formal process of drug development. But looking at this patient's condition, I'm afraid we don't have the time to wait for us to find volunteers for experiments. On the workbench, Natasha was already awake and was desperately tearing at the rope around her body, trying to resist. Leon stood aside and pushed the syringe unmoved, and a stream of liquid gushes out from the sharp needle. Stop struggling, the injection is coming soon. Be careful not to break the needle. Besides, you tied me up once, and I'll tie you up again now. It's even. Ms. Natasha must understand, right? He looked into Natasha's bloodshot and red eyes as she struggled, ignoring the fact that her mouth was sealed with tape. Very good. Our patient acquiesced and she chose to receive treatment. But please be mentally prepared. He flicked the syringe to disperse the air bubbles inside. After all, I am Dr. Ulysses. Although the medicine may cause brain death, as long as it works, why bother? If there is an accident, we will call it survivor bias. In his previous life, Leon was actually a man who cherished words as much as gold. It's just that this life has been influenced by Tony Stark for more than 10 years. Although he is still the serious young man most of the time, at some critical moments, he will occasionally become as bad as Tony. The inhibitor has to be injected into the arm. Do you want to take off your clothes or tear off your sleeves? I understand. Tear off the sleeves of the combat uniform, right? Leon tore off Natasha's sleeves, used his strength to control the patient so that she could not move, and applied alcohol to her white upper arms. Very good, Natasha. Now is the final step. You still have 1 second to consider whether to give up the treatment. 1. The good time has come and you agreed to continue. Great, but time is running out now. If your family members sign it, you don't have to find someone. If something unexpected happens, we will directly cremate you and transport your ashes back to the Red House. Natasha's eyes suddenly widened and she moaned something. Huh? What are you talking about? No need for anesthesia? Don't worry, we don't have anesthesia prepared here. I'm starting the injection. Leon casually pricked Natasha's alcohol-smeared arm with a needle. The bright red medicine was quickly injected into the patient. Okay, it's over. It doesn't hurt, right? Our treatment session was incredibly short. You still need to press the injection site to prevent bruising, but it seems inconvenient for you, so I'll do it for you for the time being. Leon took out the empty syringe and pressed Natasha's arm with a cotton swab. However, after putting the syringe back on the tray that was held by the robot hand, he stopped talking. Instead, he looked at Natasha with a slightly serious expression. Leon's mental activities at this time were not as fancy as the words he spoke. He was just thinking. As one of the main characters in this world, Natasha should not be able to hit the 1% chance. Besides, the counteraction potion is already the best he can do at present. Even if top doctors were summoned from all over the world, they would at most be able to reduce the fatality rate of the drug by a few tenths of a percentage point, not much better. When the chemicals in Natasha's body were synthesized, the researchers probably never thought of formulating an antidote. What they want to create is a control potion that has no solution. Even more than the life of the person being controlled, they care more about the fact that the potion cannot be cracked. Those chemicals are hidden in the cell fluid of Natasha's brain cells, and their removal means brain cell death. It also means that the brain is damaged and the person being controlled is in danger of death. Therefore, the fact that Lion created the inhibitor is a miracle. As for the fatality rate of another 1 percentage point, it is completely harmless. It seems that the inhibitory potion has taken effect. Leon took off his gloves, ran through the disinfectant, then took the disinfectant cotton towel handed over by Benben and wiped his hands clean. He looked at Natasha, whose expression quickly calmed down, and prayed silently for her for a second. Jarvis, do you think that if she really steps on the 1% chance of brain death, should she be considered lucky or unlucky? While waiting for the results, Leon had an idea. From a probability perspective, a 1% chance of hitting the target should be considered very lucky. Jarvis answered seriously, but judging from the results, if you end up with the smallest chance of death, this is very unfortunate. Your views are really objective. Leon complained, but humans don't think like you do. When a disaster happens to you, no matter how small the chance is, it becomes a 100% nightmare. It is an absolute misfortune. It turns out that this is human thinking. Jarvis wrote it down. I will try to think like this in the future, Master Lion. That's not necessary. Mechanical thinking is your advantage. Nowadays, many little girls like this one. Oh, Natasha wakes up. Leon saw Natasha's silky eyelashes trembling slightly, and immediately walked to the tool table and took a closer look. Soon, Natasha opened her eyes. Her amber pupils were dazed and her expression was distracted. But Leon laughed instead. That's the look in his eyes like a fool. Miss Natasha, congratulations on your successful operation. The blank look on her face meant that Natasha's brain was out of control of chemicals. All her scattered consciousnesses gradually began to reunify into one. However, it seems that this integration process will take some time. Leon observed Natasha's changes and easily pulled off the rope on her body and the tape on her mouth. It's different from Lion's joy. As soon as Natasha opened her eyes, she saw an extremely close face, looking left and right in front of her. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and her body moved reflexively. Having lost her restraints, she just freed her hands and feet. She wrapped her legs around Leon's strong waist using juggling skills, and when she exerted force on her arms, her whole body rotated behind him with Leon as the axis, and she used a naked choke. This is the physical memory brought about by more than 10 years of agent training and combat experience. After finishing the naked choke, she immediately applied force reflexively. However, Leon, who was supposed to be suffocated, did not respond. Her arms seemed to be stuck on a diamond. Natasha was stunned for a moment, and the next moment fragmentary memories came to her mind. Her expression suddenly became dull, and her eyes lost focus. It wasn't until Leon reached out to lift Natasha up and put her on the workbench that she came back to her senses. You saved me. Natasha looked at Leon in front of her with a gradually complicated expression. Her hands were resting on her sides, and she slowly lowered her head. What have I done? I thought I would be controlled by the Red House for the rest of my life, but unexpectedly, by mistake, I was saved in the hands of the mission target. At this moment when she regained consciousness, countless memories came to her mind. She had mixed feelings, including regret and hatred, but mostly anxiety. You look like you're recovering well, Leon said. Natasha woke up when she heard this. She sat on the workbench, suddenly at a loss. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I'm sorry. I just did it unintentionally. It was subconscious. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. You have injured? Duh. Chapter 39. Natasha's words were a little messy. It can be seen that her mood swings are very unstable after she has just recovered her memory. Especially when Leon had just saved her, she took action ungratefully. This brought back some deeply hidden memories in her, making her feel ashamed and uneasy. Don't mind. Leon waved his hand indifferently. It was an unintentional mistake. Besides, you can't hurt me. Natasha clasped her hands and suddenly remembered that she had been subdued by the man in front of her before, without any power to fight back. She will probably never forget that kind of power that crushes all skills. She subconsciously looked around with her peripheral vision, trying to calm down. Thank you. Natasha glanced at Leon's body without any trace, but shook her head and thanked her again. Thank you for saving me, and thank you for not minding my offense just now. Leon was about to say something, but Natasha kept talking. Maybe this is just a piece of cake for you, but it means a lot to me. Natasha looked very sincere. She got off the workbench and looked at Leon. You gave me a second chance at life, Mr. Stark. And it's not just me. Natasha's expression became solemn. There are other widows. We all owe you our lives. Agents bred by the Red House are called widows. The best among the widows, the one who can break the previous record, is named the Black Widow. It is one of the most ruthless and venomous spiders in the world. The same is true for the agent who was given this title. There is no way to repay life-saving kindness. If you need help with anything in the future, just ask. Natasha said seriously, I will do my best. She gently touched Leon's cheek with her hand and breathed warm breath on the strong jawline. But please forgive me for having to leave now. Her expression became tangled, reluctant, and extremely painful. If you disconnect from the Red House for too long, they will come after you. I can't drag you down. Others need me to save them too. Natasha made a decisive move, and as soon as she woke up and regained consciousness, she began to plan revenge on the Red House. Determination flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed the side of Leon's face gently. Thank you, Leon. Her voice was so gentle, like cotton wool being blown by the wind, and like saying goodbye to her lover with full love. After the kiss, she slowly retreated step by step, looking at Leon steadily with her jade-like eyes. It's like the princess in the fairy tale who was kissed from her sleep by the prince, but had to face the evil mother alone. After retreating to a distance of 5 meters, she turned around sharply, leaving a lonely figure behind. The back view is so lonely and resolute, vividly highlighting Natasha's psychological characteristics of being willing to sacrifice heroically for her companions and running into the sea of fire for her savior. Leon looked at Natasha and touched the side of his face. His reflection on the laboratory glass seemed stunned and dazed, like a young boy who suddenly fell in love. Wait, Natasha, he called suddenly. Natasha's determined back paused, and she turned her head slightly, leaving behind a half-sad profile. Sorry, Leon, I have to go. No, I mean, we're not that familiar yet, so it's quite appropriate for you to call me Mr. Stark. Leon sighed and pinched his nose. Then he whispered, the smell of rotten fish is really strong. At this moment Natasha was completely frozen, standing in place like a wooden figure. It took her a few seconds before she turned around, with a hesitant look on her face. Call you, Mr. Stark? It seemed like she didn't hear Leon's complaints about her body odor. That's right. Leon leaned against the workbench. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984, is the best Black Widow bred by the Red House. She has dozens of alternate identities around the world and is a single soldier. Master of psychological warfare. Facing one of the world's top agents like you, I was really flattered to be called by my first name and kissed goodbye. I have to say it's a really good charm technique. Leon joked. Just a little bit away, I will rush up to hug you, and then say that I will accompany you through the mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. Natasha's eyes changed. She realized that her little thoughts had been read. The hesitant expression gradually calmed down. Wow, I didn't expect that the second young Master Stark, the most mediocre in the information, would be so secretive. Are you a CIA agent? Please, this is the internet age. I have what you call home artificial intelligence. A lot of information is easy to collect. Also, what does it mean to be the most mediocre? I was admitted to Columbia University. Leon paused and spread his hands. Look, Natasha, I know your past. And I'm not a rich boy who still fantasizes about fairy tales when he's grown up. So playing hard to get is really unnecessary. Although you seem to be just acting casually without any intention. But, can the way we talk be simpler? Leon stood up, waved to Benben, and ordered 2 cups of coffee. He handed the coffee to Natasha. Drink something hot. When was the last time you drank coffee consciously? Don't tell me it was 10 years ago. Huh. Natasha didn't show any embarrassment and took the coffee with a natural smile. Thank you. The last time I drank coffee like this was a year and a half ago. Leon raised his eyebrows. So you were completely controlled by the Red House more than a year ago? You seem to know a lot, Master Leon. Natasha walked up to Leon, leaned against the workbench with him, and looked at him with her head half raised, looking petite and soft. She is using little tricks to seduce Leon again. Don't be like this. Is it a habit of yours to seduce others to obtain information? Leon pointed to the coffee cup. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. This can save a lot of testing costs. Natasha is indeed a stunner among stunners. Now in her mid-20s, her every move is naturally charming. and her every move and smile can captivate people. However, Leon had just seen Natasha's blood-viscous internal organs and red and white brain, and smelled the smell of her getting out of the sewer. Therefore, he does not have that kind of whimsical desire in a short period of time. I didn't expect that as the younger brother of the most famous playboy in the United States, Master Lion is still a gentleman? Natasha put away her charming smile and looked much more serious. As a psychological master, what she knows best is to give in to others. Leon's current pursuit is to exchange information efficiently, and she is happy with this. That's not necessarily true. It's just that the time is wrong now. You can try it on another occasion next time. I will definitely be fooled. Leon took 2 sips of coffee and said, "By the way, don't play out the scene of the ignorant girl's farewell just now. Only the young and rich second generation will be tempted by that kind of story. I suggest that when you attack me, you just wear black stockings. More effective. Good suggestion. I will definitely try it next time." Natasha nodded. "So, Mr. Stark, why do you know so much information about me?" She added, "Don't tell me that it was found by artificial intelligence. Most of the information is confidential on paper and is not accessible online. So that's it." Leon crossed his hands and said, "I'm sorry, I can't comment on this matter. It's a secret." Natasha tilted her head. "Is this what you call a direct question? Just because you ask questions doesn't mean I want to answer them." Leon answered the question incorrectly. "Before you ask me, I also want to ask, was that your attitude towards your savior just now?" He raised his finger. "First you woke up and attacked me. Oh, that was an accident. You did sincerely thank me and apologize afterwards. But after remembering the memory of fighting me before, you immediately started to seduce me again. Then you want me to offer to help and deal with the Red House with you, right? The most outrageous thing is that after you turned around, you secretly observed my reaction from the reflection in the glass. Why? I just saved you, and you just said you would thank me, and then you turned around and wanted to drag me into the dragon's pond and the tiger's den?" Leon patted his thigh. "The contrast between your before and after is so great that it almost makes me feel like I'm being taken advantage of. I apologize." Natasha raised her hands. "I apologize again. It's my fault for treating you as an ordinary rich second generation and trying to take advantage of you. It's also my fault for trying to involve you. I'm sorry. I just woke up and wanted to find an ally who would make me feel safe." Natasha's face showed a bit of pity. "After all, you are so strong and a genius with high IQ. With your help, I have a greater chance of winning. But I promise, if you really chose to help me just now, I will definitely tell you all the real information, although you don't seem to need it. And my previous promise is true. Whenever you encounter trouble in the future, you can come to me for any request, provided that I am still alive." Leon touched his chin. "Is it okay to ask you to do some indescribable things?" "Yes. As long as it's you, I can accept it." Natasha's eyes became extremely firm after a brief tangle. She was serious. Duh. Chapter 40. Leon realized that Natasha was not joking and instead stopped smiling. "Okay, there is no need to be so serious. I was just joking. I also take back the disrespectful words I just said." He waved to Binbin again. "Xiao Binbin, come and give this lady some more coffee." Now it was Natasha's turn to be surprised. "Are you apologizing to me?" To be honest, you are not at all what I thought." "Apologize?" "No, what did you misunderstand? I'm not apologizing, I just maintain my self-cultivation. At least I won't joke about that kind of thing openly." Leon defended. There was doubt in Natasha's eyes. "You actually said that. I mean, you are very different. You don't look like a Stark at all. Maybe because I had another education besides Stark?" Leon raised his glass and touched it with Natasha. "But it's useless no matter how much you praise me. You invaded here and attacked me. I saved you regardless of past suspicions, but you ended up with evil intentions. Just a verbal apology is not enough." "You are right." Natasha smiled and drank the hot coffee. "But I sincerely praise you. This is the first time I have heard those words just now. It sounds very cultivated indeed." "Thank you for the compliment. This is part of my packaging of my own image." Lion shrugged. "Such packaging must be very attractive to little girls." Natasha's eyebrows gradually arched. "Maybe. Then, should we talk about you and the problem of the Red House?" Leon put down the coffee cup. "What do you want to talk about?" Natasha no longer leaned on the workbench. "If this is the compensation you want, I will tell you everything. I just have one question. How did you get controlled by the Red House a year and a half ago?" Leon asked the question that he had been struggling with for a long time. He still thinks about it. After all, this is related to his judgment of the universe in which he lives. This was also the purpose of his treatment of Natasha. "How was I controlled?" Natasha held the coffee cup, looking a little dazed and struggling. To her, That seemed like a long time ago. During the time she was controlled, she committed too many bloody crimes. In comparison, even those days when she could only act with her own will seemed much better. Asking her to recount her experience at that time was, to her, tantamount to tearing the scars from the inside out. It would be better to charge directly into the battle in a hail of bullets. But after struggling with her expression, she slowly spoke. I was trained and transformed in the Red House when I was a child. They brainwash all girls. It's just that I persisted in the brainwashing and retained my own will. So when I found the opportunity, I tried to rebel, and then I failed. Natasha's eyes were so empty. She looked at the shaking coffee in the cup, but her eyes seemed to have traveled to the past. In order to prevent similar situations from happening again, they no longer just brainwash the girls, but start using chemicals to control us. The process is like this, Natasha said very briefly, as if to say that to put an elephant into the refrigerator, you only need to open the refrigerator and put the elephant in again. Leon grasped the key point. You were so capable. Why did the rebellion fail? In the original world line, Natasha should have met Hawkeye around 2006, then launched an attack on the leader of the Red Room in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, and finally successfully defected to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The current situation is exactly the opposite. You can't imagine the power of the Red House. Widows are all over the world. It's impossible for an individual to resist. Natasha's shoulders drooped as if they had lost their support. Almost 2 years ago, I was attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Hawkeye. It was a good opportunity. I tried to get in touch with S.H.I.E.L.D. through him. It's just... She suddenly raised her head and glanced at Leon. Speaking of which, it has something to do with you. In 2006, your Stark company released a generation-changing electronic product. Red House made technological inferences from it and used complementary technologies to update the internal smart devices. Natasha tilted her head. So when I contacted Hawkeye, I was monitored the whole time, but I didn't know anything about it. At that time, my communication equipment only had ordinary anti-eavesdropping functions. How could we have expected that Red House's communication technology would make an explosive leap in just a few months? Leon's mouth twitched. The sentimental widow was caught because she fell behind. Civilian technology in the Marvel world lags far behind military technology. In 2006, Tony got his inspiration and used many technologies that were previously only used in military industry to create digital equipment. During that time, Stark Group's new product launches could be said to be once a day. For one consecutive month, Tony advanced the technology of civilian digital equipment that was lagging far behind for some reason in the world by at least 10 years. As if overnight, the world has switched from flip phones to smartphones. Even holographic projections are beginning to appear on the market. Leon still remembered that Obadiah complained at that time, saying that Tony was fishing in the lake and good skills should be released bit by bit in order to harvest more leaks. Well, modern technology is like this, it explodes when it says it will. It's weird. He took a sip of coffee to hide his embarrassment. Natasha glanced at him resentfully. If Stark Electronic Technology Company could be established half a year later, I might be able to successfully break away from or even destroy the Red House. You're right. Leon continued to drink coffee. Although it makes no sense, it's all Tony's fault for building such a subsidiary. It turns out there is something wrong with the world. It was the flapping wings of his butterfly that blew up a tornado in Hungary. The butterfly effect can actually affect the timeline. Leon was a little speechless, and he didn't know why the timeline had changed so much, but no one had come to the door yet. Even if the Time Management Bureau doesn't come, GUI won't come either. This left him very confused. However, for now, this world should still be the movie universe he is familiar with. All we can say is that everything is fine in the comic book universe. What happened next? He continued to ask. After my defection plan was exposed, I was quickly besieged by other widows and taken back to the Red House. After being imprisoned for half a year, the Red House used chemicals to control me. I have no choice at all. For more than a year, although I still retain my own thoughts, I have many consciousnesses and I don't know which part is myself. Natasha said, quietly turning her cheek and wiping her face with her back to Leon. In more than 10 months, more people have died by my hands than in the past 10 years. She continued, there are little boys who can't walk, there are pregnant mothers, and there are powerful people. To this day, my hands are stained with blood. Natasha lowered her head, making it impossible to see her expression clearly. Leon subconsciously wanted to say some words of comfort, but it was clear that what Natasha needed was not comfort. Her heart is stronger than most people. But the more this happened, the more painful it became when she was condemned by her inner conscience. In fact, if it weren't for Leon's request for this information as compensation for Natasha, There was no way Natasha would tell her past. Even in the movie, she treats her fellow Avengers as family. She also never mentioned her experience in the Red Room. That was the secret wound in her heart, compared to tearing open these dusty wounds. In fact, she would rather that the compensation proposed by Leon was tit for tat, even if her hands and feet were broken. Then what are you going to do next? Leon waved to Benben to refill Natasha's coffee. Thank you. Natasha thanked Benben and then looked at Leon. If possible, I would like your help. I don't want to involve you in this endless war, but I would like to ask you to help me create some inhibitors. Natasha said with anxiety, or a formula that allows me to save other people. I will definitely find a way to compensate you for your efforts. Leon touched his chin. The inhibitor thing is very simple, but you seem to be planning to rescue a group of widows first and gather enough manpower before declaring war on the Red House. Frankly speaking, he wished the Red House would be troubled. After all, Tony had just exposed his steel armor, and the other party dared to send the Black Widow to sneak into the house to kidnap him. What if Tony held a press conference tomorrow to announce to the world that he was Iron Man? The Red House didn't know what else to do. Regarding this kind of force that is seeking death, Lion's choice is not to let it see the sun of tomorrow. However, it just so happened that what Natasha wanted to do was also destroy the Red House, so it coincided with this, so Leon didn't mind going along with it. Natasha stood up straight. Yes, this is my plan, Mr. Stark. Please believe me. I will definitely. Just call me Leon. You said so many things from your heart. We should be considered friends. Leon interrupted. Natasha paused and nodded. Leon. Well, listen to me first. Leon tapped his fingers on the table. Your idea is great, but it's not easy to implement. He said, first you lose contact, and then the other widows will lose contact one after another after you start taking action. The Red House will soon react, and then you will be in a very bad situation. Natasha shook her head slowly. I know, but I have to do it. This is my responsibility. Responsibility. Leon thought for a while. You put it like that. I have an idea, a win-win, no, a win-win idea for three. Chapter 41. What's the idea? Natasha was stunned. Leon began to pack up the items on the workbench and prepared to make a batch of inhibitors. I'll help you solve the Red House. How about you take your companions to work for me and serve me? No one can refuse a group of female agents with extraordinary skills who can fly planes and enter kitchens to serve themselves all over the world. I can get the services of a group of top agents. You can destroy the Red House, and the other widows can escape control and find new homes, a win-win-win situation. As for the win-win mentioned at the beginning, Leon himself not only achieved the goal of destroying the Red House, but also gained a group of subordinates by the way. He won twice. What do you think of my proposal? As he spoke casually, Leon kept moving his hands. His hands left an afterimage on the workbench, but each operation was extremely precise, and the ratio of each milliliter of reagents was perfect. Natasha watched in amazement. How are you going to solve the Red House? Do not know why. She didn't have any doubt about Leon's words. From the bottom of my heart, I feel that as long as the other person is willing, it would definitely destroy the Red House. That made her tremble. So you agree? Leon asked without looking back. Natasha was silent for a few seconds. I agree. After destroying the Red House, I will cooperate with you to persuade other widows to join. But I can't guarantee that they can agree. As for me, I am yours now. Natasha's crispness made Leon stop what he was doing. Are you serious? He turned around slightly in shock. You don't even want to ask what I want you to do? What is this inexplicable trust? Generally speaking, shouldn't we make a three-part agreement with him after careful consideration so that he cannot order the widows to do anything that violates morality? Leon had to admit that Natasha had a good sense of proportion. Natasha shook her head. Believe me, as long as you can destroy the Red House, they will be willing to do anything for you. What about you? Leon asked. I said from the beginning, I owe you a life. Natasha put her hands on the table, approached Leon, and looked into his eyes. I will do whatever you ask me to do. If I can't do it, I will have to give my life back to you. Her breath sprayed on Leon's face. Natasha's charming eyes are as silky as silk, and she really grasps the man's desire to conquer. What she meant clearly was that she would not do anything against her will. But when it came to her mouth, it was euphemistically said that if she couldn't do it, she would pay with her life. Even if Leon heard such words of completely entrusting his life, he might not be able to help but feel moved. Except this time, obviously. Oh, you smell like this. Don't get so close. I've been telling you before that you can use the bathroom in my room upstairs as you like. Now go and clean it up for me. Leon pinched his nose with a look of disgust on his face. Stay away from Natasha. although it suppresses part of the super sense of smell. But as he got closer, Natasha's faint sewer smell still made him feel quite uncomfortable. My taste. Natasha looked dull, as if she had been struck by lightning. Leon didn't explain anything and directly ordered Dai to see off the guests. Dada, push her out and don't let her in until she's washed. Anyway, it's useless for her to stay here while I'm making the inhibitor. Obediently, he rolled the pulley under his feet, put his mechanical arm on Natasha's back, and pushed her out. Natasha was still in a daze until she walked into the bathroom in Leon's room. This was the first time that when she used her charm, she was disliked for being too stinky. Do I really stink? She raised her hand and smelled her armpits. No. The chemical deodorant has obviously covered up the smell of the sewer. Natasha doubtfully took off her combat uniform and clicked on the electronic screen on the wall to release hot water. Well, I haven't had a hot bath like this for a long time. It's so comfortable. Could it be that Leon actually cares about me? Her red lips raised a smile. So he is still an arrogant little brother. After all, he is only 17 or 18 years old. It looks like you're ready. That's just right. I've also prepared enough inhibitors here. An hour and a half later, Natasha and Leon met in the living room. At this time, the huge sun disk had dropped to the sea level. The living room of Stark's mansion was orange, and the shadows of all the furniture were stretched very long. Natasha was still wearing the black combat uniform. However, after she took a bath and washed and dried the combat suit with a smart cleaning machine, Leon was finally able to face her image. Natasha's figure is not tall, but she is at her peak. She is exquisite, curvy, and full of feminine charm. However, the most attractive thing is her temperament and her amber eyes. Every look in those eyes seems to hide 1,000 words and express thousands of emotions. Leon was thinking as he looked at her. No wonder Natasha always goes on missions without covering her face. Her eyes are really so recognizable, even if the whole body is covered tightly. But anyone who saw her knew it was her when they saw those eyes. We're ready, so what's our plan? Why do you sound like you're going to attack the Red House right away? Natasha looked at Leon. And why are you wearing a windbreaker? Could it be that your steel armor is hidden inside? Wait a minute, am I right? As Tony Stark's younger brother, it's not surprising that Leon would have a steel suit called Natasha. You are wearing battle armor. Are you going to take me to overthrow the Red House now? Natasha asked a series of questions. She was a little excited and hesitant at the same time. In the evaluation system of Red House, the most valuable thing about steel armor is actually the technology on it. As for the armor itself, at most it only has the combat power of a flying formation. What the Red House is most indispensable for is flight formations. Should we make a plan first? Natasha wanted to persuade Leon to calm down. Leon shook his head and put the box containing the inhibitor on the ground. The plan? The plan is to find the Red House and kill all the members of the organization. He held the collar of his windbreaker with both hands. But you guessed part of it right just now. I do intend to take you directly to the Red House. It's just that I'm not going in steel armor. After saying that, Leon pulled his hands, pulled open the collar, and threw the windbreaker on the sofa. Not wearing steel armor? It's not that I don't believe you, Leon. Maybe you don't know much about the Red House. I think we can WTF. Natasha hesitated and wanted to persuade her again. As a result, the next moment, she saw Leon pulling open his collar to reveal the S-shaped logo on his chest, and she suddenly cursed. You are Superman. Natasha was surprised and happy. It felt like a big cake suddenly fell from the sky and covered her face with cream. Are you really Superman? She was unsure about asking again, but her eyes were already full of energy, as beautiful as crystal. Certainly. Leon spread his hands, and Natasha immediately stepped forward to hold his chest muscles and touched every hard muscle. My God, it feels like an ancient Greek sculpture. She couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder you are so strong. No wonder your chest muscles are so beautiful. So you are Superman. Natasha felt no pressure at all now. She was suddenly very happy, like a little girl entering Disneyland for the first time. Leon was the big, soft Mickey doll in her hands. This is Superman. As the top agent of the Red Room, how could Natasha not know about this internet celebrity who has become globally famous in recent days? Even the superpowers have to worry about his power, and it's not easy to deal with the little Red House. At this moment, Natasha felt that she was right to come and invade the Stark mansion today. Ahem, just stop touching her. Are you ready? Let's go when we are ready. Leon interrupted Natasha's intrusive movements with a slight cough. Natasha reluctantly took back her hand and nodded solemnly. Let's go. At this time, the orange sunshine in the evening shines in from the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sun fell on Leon. Extend his shadow to the farthest wall in the room. Natasha stood in the shadow, and Leon in her eyes seemed to be covered with a golden shimmer. Chapter 42. The high wind blew Natasha's red hair, but it didn't make her feel cold. She clasped Leon's palm tightly and looked at the fish-like lights below. "It's amazing, you just took me flying." She reached out to touch the clouds surrounding the two of them, and the mist passed between her fingers. In the Stark mansion, after Leon made sure Natasha was ready, he grabbed her hand and jumped into the sky and flew into the clouds. The kind of acceleration that breaks through the speed of sound in 1 second and breaks the sound barrier. Even with Natasha's calmness, she couldn't help but be frightened and screamed again and again. In the past 24 years, she has experienced the most arduous training, flown the fastest plane, pretended to be the most luxurious noble, and can be said to have seen most of the scenery in the world. But this was her first time to experience supersonic flight without protection. This place is at least 1,000 meters above the ground. Why can I still breathe normally, speak normally, and not be injured by the high-speed wind? She looked around. Everything was novel. Because I released the biological force field. Leon did not explain in detail. He looked up at the sky and said, "The height here is too low. It will easily affect the environment when the speed increases. We have to fly higher." "How high did it fly?" Natasha was surprised. "You'll know later." Leon took Natasha and accelerated again, rushing into the sky. "Oh!" Natasha quickly adapted. She even let out a loud shout when she passed through the clouds and met the strong wind, just like riding a roller coaster in an amusement park. The two of them ascended to the stratosphere. At this time, the moonlight has emerged. Below the two of them were layers of flat clouds. The moonlight reflects and dances on the surface of the clouds, adding a bluish-white color to the bottom of the dark stratosphere. Natasha looked down at the clouds under the moon. The boundless blue-white sea of clouds leads all the way to the sky, with no end and no reference to find the direction. She suddenly remembered. In the past, when she was flying a fighter jet in the stratosphere, she could also use satellite positioning to determine the direction and position. But flying with the body has no navigation. "Leon, do you know where you are going to fly?" Natasha turned and asked Leon loudly. Leon was stunned for a moment and looked at her strangely. "Of course I know. Why? Do you want to show me the way and tell me where the red house is?" Natasha looked at Leon, silent for a few seconds, and found a question again. "If I say I don't know the location of the red house, can you find it? You were trained there, controlled, and then handed over the task, but you didn't know where it was?" Leon's eyes became even weirder. Natasha looked innocent. As an intelligence agency left over from the 1990s, the Red Room cannot be known to the world. What it can rely on to maintain its operation is the girls who have been controlled and raised since childhood, to ensure privacy and security. Every time we return from a mission, we are sedated. So, I really don't know where it is. But maybe someone knows. Natasha fell into memories. "I once had an adoptive father who was a second-generation Red Guardian, similar to the Soviet Union's own Captain America. He must know something. Let's go find him." "No need." Leon interrupted Natasha. "For things like reuniting with your adoptive parents, it's better to wait until you are free to do it on your own. Otherwise, if I were an outsider in there, how could you cry and talk to them about your innermost feelings?" It was not difficult for him to find the red house, so there was no need to look for directions. Besides, Natasha's adoptive father Alexei is a funny person in the movie. In addition to providing a family home for Natasha and her sister Yelena, this adoptive father has no second role. He knew nothing about the situation in the red house. Then how do you plan to find the red house? Use your artificial intelligence, butler to help, the one named Jarvis? Natasha asked. No, I use my eyes and ears to find it. Leon's sight traveled halfway around the world and had already locked onto the red house. Natasha was briefly confused and then opened her eyes wide. Super hearing and supervision? You even have these two abilities. Didn't you guess that my abilities would be the same as Superman's when you saw me wearing a Superman uniform? Leon asked. Many people would guess this, but it's so incredible that no one wants to believe it. Natasha looked at Leon carefully again. So you really are like Superman. Could it be that you are a Kryptonian? Or are you a fan of Superman who gave yourself such power through experiments? She even analyzed. The previous generation of Stark participated in the research of the super soldier serum, so it seems reasonable for the current generation of Stark to develop the Superman serum. Your reasonable range is the difference between the sky and the ground. Lion complained. Then how did you become Superman? Natasha's eyes were full of curiosity. There is nothing abnormal about your blood test records in the information. You will have a chance to know in the future. Leon smiled mysteriously. Suddenly his ears twitched and his eyes focused. Hold on tight. I can already hear your boss getting angry in the red room because he can't contact you. We have to speed up. Are you going to send me back before he gets angry? Natasha pursed her lips and snickered. He will definitely thank you. That's perfect. I'm already looking forward to his expression now. Lion suddenly accelerated, and the huge air pressure tore the sky apart, pushing away the sea of clouds. Natasha felt all this with surprise. Under the cover of the biological force field, the wind pressure that was enough to cut through steel blew onto her face, but it became as warm as the spring breeze. She felt like she was wearing a VR device and experiencing the flight of an intercontinental missile. Vision and touch are completely separated. God, this is amazing, she sighed again. The speed of the two quickly exceeded Mach 50, and they were crossing an altitude of more than 10 kilometers every second. There are only clouds and thin air in the stratosphere, without any reference. But Natasha soon discovered that the North Star in the starry sky was constantly approaching her head. We are going to the North Pole. The red house is in the Arctic Circle, she suddenly said. The closer you get to the North Pole, the closer the North Star will be directly overhead. To be precise, it's over the Arctic Ocean. We're almost there. Leon took Natasha and began to slow down and dive. About to arrive. Hearing this, Natasha felt nervous as she looked at the rapidly approaching clouds. She has never seen the whole red house in all these years, and this building will always be mysterious in her heart. It was like a high wall, cutting off her world, representing death and indifference. But now she is finally going to see it. With the magic weapon descended from the sky, Leon is her biggest reliance. She knew that in the face of Superman's power, the Red Room was unable to resist, and today was destined to be the day that her past life came to an end. But the more she understood this, the more nervous she became. What was on her mind was not the thrill of revenge by destroying the Red House. In her heart, it was actually just a mission, something she had to do, and she was willing to die for it. But now that this mission is about to be completed, it seems that her life will have no other meaning except the heavy blood debt. At this moment, Natasha was like a puppy about to be sent out of a pet shop. She no longer has to be locked in a cage all day long, looking at the travelers coming and going, with hope in her eyes. She will be free, but she will also face a world she has never seen before. From now on, she can feel and touch the afternoon sun and the greenery of summer. But her eyes, which had not seen light for a long time, could not see the daytime, and her muddy hands did not dare to touch the green grass. Chapter 43. It's there. We're here. Leon's voice pulled Natasha out of her thoughts. Her vision shifted, and countless clouds and fog were passing by the two of them. Dark clouds pile up in layers at night, wrapping everything around. Natasha looked around and saw black clouds coming towards her. Leon's speed was too fast, but the movement was too small, so small that it seemed to blend into the clouds. But soon, the clouds and fog suddenly became thinner. Natasha had a premonition in her heart and looked at it intently. First, a steel runway hundreds of meters long tore through the sea of clouds. Then, the huge thing connected to the runway came out of the clouds. The dark clouds were suddenly lit up. It was a towering fortress in the air. An aircraft carrier shaped like a tower, with 3 floors, for landing strips for fighter planes on each floor, and a total of 12 runways. The light of the fortress penetrated most of the surrounding clouds. It is hiding here, like a pearl forgotten by the world. So this is the Red House, it's here. Natasha stared blankly, her eyes reflecting the bright spots of the fortress. Leon couldn't help but stop and look at it. It's really spectacular, but its anti-gravity system looks like just a few large fans. Where did this combination of originality and futurity come from? The designer is really smart. And this kind of air unit that doesn't have an energy defense system at first glance is just a living target, isn't it? He complained again. I didn't even forget to mention my brother. But Tony should like this thing. It looks very steely and has a flashy beauty. Tony likes this style the best. Natasha's brewing emotions were suddenly interrupted by this string of complaints. She looked at Leon speechlessly. You really know your brother. Of course, so I have to change my strategy. Leon climbed higher and took in the entire fortress. This fortress cannot be destroyed. As long as it is renovated, it can be used as Tony's 40th birthday present. Wow, you all give such expensive things as birthday gifts. Natasha felt as if there was something stuck in her chest that she couldn't express. While using his clairvoyant eyes to note the location of everyone in the fortress, Leon said, It's not always like this, but he gave me a spaceship on my 18th birthday, so it couldn't be too bad of a return gift. Natasha couldn't help but tilt her upper body back. At this moment, it seemed as if countless knives were piled up and hit her in the face. Then you brothers are quite modern. She said her thoughts dryly. Other rich second generations are still giving away luxury cars and yachts. Fortunately for these brothers, the Sky Fortress and spaceship have been sent up. They're going to fly out of the Earth and into space. Okay, that's it. Leon took a few seconds to write down everyone's location. He fell silently with Natasha, landing as lightly as raindrops on the top runway. Take these and follow me. Leon handed the box containing the inhibitor to Natasha. I will knock everyone out. If you follow up, you can use inhibitors if you think they are suitable. If they are not suitable, you can kill them with a knife. Any questions? Natasha shook her head. No. She knows that she is just a pendant, and it is enough to be able to play support and earn some money. Okay, I'll wait for you in the central control room. Leon flew up, and the neon lights on the runway illuminated half of his body red. He flew higher and higher, quickly attracting attention. A shrill siren sounded inside the fort. Soldiers patrolling the deck quickly gathered and prepared to fire. Natasha looked around, looking for suitable opportunities, intending to help Leon relieve the pressure. But before she could take action, Leon, who was filled with infrared light spots from the gun, took the lead and made a move. Natasha felt her eyes blurred, and the scene she saw suddenly seemed to have several more lines surrounding the fortress. She squeezed her eyes shut. When I opened it again, those lines disappeared. Leon is still where he is, but the infrared light spots on his body have all been extinguished. I'll go in first. Hurry up, don't keep me waiting too long. Leon waved at her, and then pierced the inside of the fortress like a sharp arrow. Natasha was still a little stunned when suddenly she heard the sound of bodies falling to the ground one after another. Her eyes widened, and she followed the sound, and saw that the deck in front of the entrance to the fortress was filled with unconscious combatants. Oh God! It turns out that the line just now is Leon's extremely fast figure. In the blink of an eye, he actually knocked down dozens of people and threw them all in front of her. Is this Superman? It's simply incredible. Natasha couldn't hide her shock, but she still acted quickly. Since the battle does not require her participation at all, then what she has to do is actually very simple. Just put inhibitors on all the widows you know and don't know. As for the other soldiers, she shot them all in the forehead. Natasha knew it. In the deformed intelligence agency called the Red Room, there are only two types of people, the controller and the controlled. These people who are not widows do not need to be screened. They all stand in a dominant position to bully and maintain stability. None of them are good people. After Natasha injected all the widows with inhibitors, she rushed into the fortress in the direction of Leon. Leon's hand was not gentle. The widows were expected to be comatose for a long time. She could not wait here. To Natasha, the interior of the Red House Fortress was completely different from the spectacular exterior scene. She felt as if she was at home inside, and she was extremely familiar with every place. The only difference was probably that along the way, people she met at the doorways of rooms and on the passage decks were unconscious on the ground. These people had calm expressions, no scars on their bodies, and they seemed to have fallen into a peaceful sleep when they fell to the ground. Natasha could completely imagine how Leon felt like he was in a deserted place when he broke into this fortress. Without any hesitation, she used her left hand to hit the target and her right hand to hit the inhibitor and quickly chased towards the command room. But too many people were knocked unconscious. Even though she moved quickly, it took almost 10 minutes to finish the injection and rush to the central command room. Before she opened the door, she heard a familiar voice inside. I apologize to you, noble Superman. Please forgive me for overstepping my bounds. I swear that I never knew about your relationship with Mr. Tony Stark. It was Dreykov's voice. Forget it about begging for mercy. I listened to you talk for a few minutes about how widows control the world and create peace. But now you are telling me this. Leon said, well, what do you want me to say? I can say it. Why don't we talk about Gorbachev's embarrassing things? Okay, what do you want to say? I'll send you to tell God. You already know about my relationship with Tony, and you still think you can leave alive. There was silence in the room for a while. The voice that started out suddenly broke out into a sharp laugh. Superman, you have been fooled. Why do you think I keep stalling? The pheromones emitted from my body will control the people around me, making them unable to attack me. Now that you have inhaled a large amount of pheromones, you can try attacking me again. When Natasha pushed the door open, what he saw was his old boss, General Dreykov, with neatly combed hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a squat body in a suit lying on the table. Facing Leon, who was standing on the other side of the table, his eyes widened and his mouth squinted, screaming in mockery. Chapter 44. I came at the wrong time, doesn't it seem? She pointed to the door to the two people who were looking at her at the same time. Natasha, you're the one who brought Superman. You damn B*****ch. Snapped. When Dreykov saw Natasha, He became furious and cursed. But just in the middle of his words, he was slapped on the back of the head by Leon, and his whole head hit the table, and his brain spurted out. This guy talks so much that it's really unbearable, but he also looks like a beast in clothes, which makes people want to slap him. Leon reached out and wiped the splattered blood on Dreykov's clothes. He tilted his head towards Natasha. "You don't mind if I kill him, do you?" Natasha shrugged nonchalantly. "I've wanted to do that a long time ago. But how did you do it?" "It's the pheromones he just mentioned." She walked towards Leon. "That kind of pheromone can make people unable to attack him. We have all experienced it. Why are you not affected?" Leon grabbed Dreykov by the collar and threw him to the ground. His eyes shot out heat rays, instantly burning the mastermind behind the scenes to ashes. "The abnormal pheromone can't exist in my body for even a second, so how can it affect me?" Leon patted the non-existent dust on his hands. "This guy will have his own whims. Unless it is mental or magical control. Otherwise, do you want to control the Kryptonians who have been basking in the sun for more than half a year? This level is still far from enough." Natasha looked at her former boss who was turning into ashes on the ground and opened her mouth slightly. "Heat ray, huh? Another magical new ability. I'm almost used to being shocked by the new things you show. Treasure boy, how are you going to scare me next time?" She laughed silently. "But before that, you can tell me how you want me to repay you. I will agree to any conditions." "Natasha, do you know that your current tone is like a 30-year-old working woman who goes to the bar after get off work at night to find a handsome male model to relieve her fatigue?" There is a huge screen in the room. On the desk opposite the screen, there is a control panel embedded in it. Leon walked to the table and tried to operate on the panel. "If you want to repay me, let the widows come and work for me first. But the first step is to lift the control that widows around the world are experiencing. I'm happy to oblige." Natasha came to Leon's side and watched his movements. "Then let me go first to see how the widows in the aircraft carrier are doing. I'll leave it to you to crack the system and find lists of widows from all over the world, okay? It's very simple." After Leon finished speaking, a red interface suddenly popped up on the screen, prompting that palm print recognition was required to unlock. Palm print recognition? Leon tried several times, but couldn't crack it. "It seemed like I was a little impulsive just now. Dreykov should wait until he dies." He turned to take out his mobile phone. "But I still have Jarvis. He can handle this system." Leon connected the mobile phone and the control panel with a data cable, and soon Jarvis's voice appeared on the loudspeaker in the room. "Master Lion, Mr. Stark asked me to ask you if you will go home tonight." Jarvis's first sentence was explosive. A black line drooped on Leon's face. "If you don't reply, tell him not to mess around while I'm not at home, or I'll ask Pepper to urge him to go to work tomorrow." "Okay, I'll pass your words on to Mr. Stark." Jarvis's voice paused, and then said, "He asked me to tell you the same thing. If you don't come home at night, remember to take safety measures and be careful not to be deceived by bad people." Leon slapped himself in the face. "Let him take care of himself first. He is a childish old man who still thinks that I am a child all day long. Please, I was more mature than him when I was 3 years old." Cough. Natasha on the side couldn't help laughing. Leon cast a death gaze, and Natasha tucked her red hair behind her ears and averted her eyes. "Next time I introduce that childish Tony to you, you will definitely find him very boring." Leon curled his lips. He turned around and prepared for Jarvis to start cracking the Red Room system. But Natasha suddenly poked the side of his face with her fingertips, and then he was gone. Looking after him, Natasha turned her back to him and retreated to the door, waving her hand. "To be honest, I just need to know a naive Stark." After Natasha finished speaking, she ran and disappeared around the corner outside the door. Leon was stunned for a moment. Another childish ghost? At this time, Jarvis, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly said, "Congratulations, Master Lion." "Congratulations to me?" Leon was puzzled. "Congratulations on finding your 4th girlfriend." Jarvis said, "Your first 3 girlfriends only dated for half a month before they broke up with you because they got checks written by Mr. Stark. I hope you have a lasting relationship this time." Leon's memories were brought back. He closed his eyes in anger. "That's not because Tony always thinks that I will be deceived for love and money, and he says that emotions should stay in the body. Every time I just got a girlfriend and the girl spent a few nights with me, he would waive the check. Fark, he is killing my youth. But it turns out that those girls are really here for your money." Jarvis supported Tony this time. Mr. Stark just did what Miss Pepper would normally do for him. Leon curled his lips. "Every time it's a check of $1 million US, whoever comes in exchange for it will score. So are you going to stop Mr. Stark from paying your breakup costs this time?" "No, because Natasha and I can never be together." Leon glanced at the corner, where Natasha was still hiding and eavesdropping. But your relationship seems to be going well. Jarvis's code couldn't understand complex emotions. Leon shook his head. This is different, he explained. I knew from the beginning that all Natasha needed was someone to belong to. She has lived in a tragic environment since she was a child. Her adoptive parents are undercover agents acting as husband and wife. The so-called family relationship is just a castle in the air. And when the disguised family was broken up, she was sent to the Red House for training and transformation. The painful training and torturous career as a killer left her with no sense of identity. She is like a duckweed floating in the sea with no fixed place. What this duckweed lacks most is a tidal flat for her to stop and take root. It's better to have other duckweeds on the beach. Everyone may be swaying, but it's still lively. The tidal flat is actually a place of belonging. It is not a person, but a family with brothers and sisters. So Natasha doesn't need a lover. She needs a place that can give her a sense of belonging. We won't be together. Leon, who knew all of Natasha's past and future, knew it very well. Of course, Natasha will have people she likes and good friends. But she will keep an appropriate distance from everyone. That feeling of alienation was her disguise to protect herself. It is also what she relies on to maintain relationships. Boom. Suddenly, there was the sound of an object falling to the ground outside the house, followed by the sound of messy footsteps getting further away. Apparently, Natasha had her thoughts revealed and left in a panic. Master Lion, Miss Natasha was still outside just now. Jarvis reminded. I know. Leon nodded. You know her very well. Do you like her, but don't dare to get close to her? My Jarvis. Only Tony would do the kind of thing you said. I only admire Natasha. So you don't plan to be with her? My relationship with her can be simpler. For example, we can talk about our concerns together in the dead of night. According to Mr. Stark's behavioral logic analysis, all the thoughts you talk about at night will turn into a noise-making exercise. That's the logic. Duh. Chapter 45. Let's stop chatting. Jarvis, now invade this host and unlock the system blockade. Leon ordered. Okay, Master Lion. Jarvis's program successfully invaded the Red Room host. The red password box on the big screen was suddenly covered by a waterfall of blue codes. Characters of 0 and 1 jump rapidly on the screen. In the host of the Red Room, Jarvis can play an unprecedentedly powerful role. It even expressed emotion. Master Lion, here I feel as free as in the sea. The performance of their host system is very superior. Then you can enjoy it more in the future. I plan to give this fortress to Tony, and you can stay here permanently. Leon stared at the screen, waiting for the results of Jarvis's operation. More than 10 minutes later, suddenly, a light flashed on the screen, and the system's blockade was successfully lifted. Folders pop up one by one, from low-security files to high-privilege confidential documents, arranged in order of confidentiality level. Leon showed a satisfied smile. Jarvis, search the key data in this system and retrieve information about all Red House Widow agents. Leon issued a new order. Jarvis responded quickly and began scanning and analyzing large amounts of data in the system. After a while, it made a beep. Master Lion, we have found all the corresponding information for you. Jarvis reported. A file opened on the big screen. The densely packed profile photos suddenly filled the screen, and they were still sliding down to show more portraits. There are at least 300 widows, whose locations are marked on the world map. The screen flashed, and a world map popped up, with avatars marked around the world. From London and Paris in Northern Europe to Cape Town and Johannesburg in South Africa. From Jerusalem, the Holy Land of Faith, to free and open Chicago and New York. More than 300 widow agents are scattered in various nodes around the world. Some have high positions, some are good at dancing, and some are hidden among vendors as hidden sharp knives. By controlling these widow agents, the Red House controls the world. Jarvis, send Natasha a copy of the list and details. Then transfer $100 million from my name to her and ask her to establish a new organizational center in New York. Leon's eyes became focused. Master Lion, you may be able to inform Miss Natasha directly about the relevant arrangements. They are coming to find you. Jarvis said. They? Natasha came here with the widows. Leon looked towards the door, his ears twitched slightly, and he heard a burst of footsteps. It was a silent step that used special techniques to exert force, and the widows had turned this technique into a habit. Wow, what did I hear just now? A man wants to spend $100 million on you. Natasha, how did you do it? Did you take off your clothes? Please teach me how to get people to give me so much money. We will need money very much in the future, right? The first person to enter was Natasha, followed by a girl who kept talking to her in Russian. The girl would never have imagined that not only did Leon know Russian, but he could also hear her whisper in a low voice. Natasha rolled her eyes, ignored the girl behind her, and walked straight to Leon. Behind her were more than 40 widow agents. Under their golden, black, and red hair, their blue, dark, and even rolling purple eyes were all looking at Leon in uniform. They still had confused and sad expressions on their faces, but their eyes overflowed with gratitude and admiration for Leon. It can be seen that Natasha should have told them the general situation. I brought everyone here. Natasha turned sideways to give up her position, her expression as normal, as if she had not heard Leon's analysis of her before. They are all willing to join your organization or company and serve you. Leon took a few more glances at Natasha and the girl behind her. I can see that you encountered a lot of difficulties in the process of persuasion. Natasha sighed. This is my sister, Yelena. She pulled the girl behind her. She attacked me when she woke up. She is just an impulsive child. Both Natasha and Yelena's faces were stained. One had a bruised forehead, and the other had a torn corner of the mouth. That's not an impulse. It's a punishment for you, a traitor. It was your defection that caused us to be subject to stricter control. Yelena has short blonde hair, looks neat and tidy, and has a childish face. She seems to be younger than Leon. She first refuted Natasha's slander, and then stood up to Leon. Thank you for saving us, Mr. Superman. We are willing to obey your orders. Leon smiled when he heard this, and was about to say a few words to win people's hearts. As a result, Yelena immediately turned sideways quietly and said to Natasha in Russian, "Oh my God, his chest muscles are so beautiful. They feel bigger than mine. Have you ever touched them? It's really hard for such a handsome man to be seduced by you." Wasted. Natasha and Leon's faces both darkened. Don't wait for Natasha to clean up her rebellious little sister. Leon took the first step and gave a recruitment introduction in Russian to all the widow agents present. Everyone, I won't introduce myself much. Superman and Stark, you must be familiar with these two identities. First of all, I want to explain that although I helped Natasha destroy the Red House, part of my purpose was to gain your power. But this is not a mandatory requirement. After all, you have suffered enough. If you don't want to join, you can leave later, whether you want to return to an ordinary life or use your skills to work hard. And those who are willing to join, stay. I will let Natasha set up a company or organization in New York, and then you can all use your talents. That's all I have to say. Those who don't want to join can leave after helping to clean up the corpses on the fortress. I will ask Natasha to escort you. By the way, I will also ask Jarvis to send you your family of origin information. Leon waved to the big screen. Jarvis. Okay, Master, all messages have been sent. Jarvis was very efficient, and the communication equipment of all widow agents on the scene received the message. The widow agents looked at each other, but did not immediately check their background. For these girls who were sent to red houses since childhood, family is a very distant topic. This supposedly warm word was so unfamiliar to their ears, not much different from the bakery they encountered by chance on the roadside. It can even be said that they are extremely unfamiliar and fearful of a future in which they can make their own decisions. In more than 10 years of working in the Red House, they have never really made a choice on their own, because every detail of their lives has been completely planned by the Red House, even the way of death. But now, facing the two choices provided by Leon, they were flattered and at the same time, they were also faintly excited in their hearts. The girls did not communicate. After a brief silence, they all stepped forward and gathered around Leon. We are willing to obey your orders, Your Excellency. The jagged words neatly expressed the same idea. Leon's tall figure stood out like stars in the black uniforms. He looked around, his eyes passing by a tense little face, smiling. Then you are welcome to join. He opened his hand. In the future, we will definitely accomplish many great deeds that will be admired by the world. You will never regret today's decision. Now, your first task is to clean up the Sky Fortress and dispose of all the corpses. After that, I will let Natasha go with you all over the world to relieve the control of other widow agents. He held out his hand, and all the widows laid their hands on it, each girl's eyes shining. Chapter 46. The girls left one after another, and Leon turned back to look at Natasha and her sister, who was planning to take the opportunity to slip away. From the moment Leon spoke the first Russian sentence, Yelena's face became embarrassed. She thought Superman could only speak English, and seemed to know at least some Husha. She didn't expect that Superman could even speak Russian. I thought that after waking up, I would usher in a new life. Unexpectedly, he ushered in his first social death. Yelena just wanted to roll on the ground and disappear here. But when she tried to muddle through, she was stopped by Leon. Natasha, Yelena, you stay here first. Natasha stopped without any doubt. Yelena was stiff all over, pointing to herself with a smile. Do I want to stay too? I think so. Leon nodded with a smile. He puffed out his chest deliberately. You've been discussing my muscles just now, so I thought I should give you a chance. Oh. Yelena took a step back unprepared, and after hesitation, she actually stretched out her right hand. So, I can touch and see? Natasha's face darkened, and she slapped Yelena on the back of the head. What were you thinking about when you woke up? Yelena held her head and felt aggrieved. The boss said he could give me a chance. She took the position of Lion's younger brother very naturally. Leon shook his head speechlessly. How could a girl of Yelena's age have so many incredible ideas? He said to the screen. Jarvis, you send the information about the widow agents scattered around the world to the two of them. Okay. Natasha walked behind Leon, looked at the portraits marked around the world on the screen, and vaguely realized why Leon stopped them. So you want the two of us to lead the other widows? Natasha asked. That's right, Leon nodded. Yelena, as the two Black Widows, you two are the most suitable to be their leaders. Black Widow? But I'm not. Yelena rubbed the back of her head in confusion. You're not. Leon was stunned for a moment. In the original world line, Yelena surpassed all the records left by Natasha and became a new generation of Black Widow. Unexpectedly, she is not yet. Natasha pursed her lips and smiled. She was almost successful, but those records were refreshed by me a year ago. Leon suddenly realized that this was an extension of the butterfly effect. Thank you very much. No wonder my training volume was doubled at that time. Do you know that it almost killed me? Yelena tugged at her hair frantically. As she spoke, she rushed forward and tried to hug Natasha, but was quickly suppressed. Leon, don't pay attention to her. Tell me, what do you want us to do? Natasha pressed on Yelena and said, after the things here are over, you will lead others to rescue the widows marked on the map. After injecting the inhibitor, give them the same choice. Bring those who are willing to join to see me, and those who are unwilling to join will have their files destroyed. Okay, I will complete the task as soon as possible. Natasha nodded solemnly, with gratitude in her eyes. Her biggest wish before was to allow other widow agents to have their own lives. And now, because of Lion, this wish is about to come true. Natasha felt that she owed this man more and more, and she almost couldn't pay it back. Leon put his hands on the table. But this is just preliminary preparation work. After you complete it, I will have more important tasks for you. Boss, what is the mission? Do we want to save the world? Or do we want to fight against the evil dark forces? Even though Yelena was suppressed under Natasha, she still shouted excitedly. Shut up. Natasha twisted her sister's arm hard, and Yelena was defeated with a cry. Boss, save me. Boss, Natasha is bullying me because of her age. She began to cry. Leon's eyelids twitched. Why didn't he remember that Yelena was so out of the ordinary in the movie? How old is she? He couldn't help asking Natasha. This must not be the use of child labor. Born in 1988, she is 20 years old. Natasha remembers her sister's birthday very clearly. Bigger than me? Leon was dumbfounded and ignored Yelena. This girl must have been trapped in a cage for a long time, and her mind became active after she was suddenly freed. Just ignore her. Boss, don't turn around. Look at me. Natasha is 4 years older than me. Yelena was sanctioned by Natasha again. With tears in her eyes, she pitifully tried to impress her boss with her eyes. However, Leon only left her with a ruthless back. Natasha shook her head helplessly and asked, Can't you tell us about that mission in advance? There is nothing to keep secret. The task is actually very simple. Just let the widow agents around the world spread some evidence through their own channels. Leon's face was reflected blue by the dim light of the screen. Some evidence that an evil organization that should have perished in history still exists and has taken root in the world. What organization? Natasha's pupils dilated. Hydra. Leon spat out a few words. Hydra? That organization that was eliminated by Captain America still exists? Oh my God, do we really want to save the world? So powerful. Yelena spoke up again. Natasha also stared at Leon, waiting for him to tell more details. A smile appeared on Leon's face. Have you ever heard of an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D.? Next few minutes, Leon introduced the resurrection process of Hydra to the two in detail. So the hearts of the two sisters felt extremely shocked in just a few minutes. They thought that the Red Room was already the most hidden and darkest organization in the world. Unexpectedly, one mountain is higher than the other. Hydra can actually take over S.H.I.E.L.D. This S.H.I.E.L.D. is the biggest cancer in the world. Natasha, who was supposed to be working for S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, said this. Yes, you're right. Leon could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Looking at Natasha as Nick Fury's henchman in the movie. Now he looks like he deserves to be guillotined. There was a subtle feeling of pleasure in his heart. Ahem, he's still wearing a Superman uniform. He shouldn't have such thoughts. It's a sin. He has to wait until he gets home and takes off his suit before laughing. Soon Natasha escorted Yelena out of the command room. The expressions of the two sisters were completely different. Natasha's face was solemn, but her fighting spirit was high. She thinks that her hands are stained with blood, and what she wants to do most is to save the world and make up for her own sins. Even if she sacrifices herself for it, she feels willing to do so. In other words, after experiencing so many things, she had a self-destructive tendency, but she just wanted to do more to make up for her mistakes before she died. But Yelena was different. She was so excited that she almost jumped up. He was still chirping all the way out, saying that he was going to be a great hero. But no matter how the two reacted, they all felt more and more in their hearts that the organization that Lion was about to establish would be a great organization dedicated to the darkness and serving the light. However, if Leon could hear their inner thoughts, he would definitely not be able to help but slap the table and laugh out loud. After all, his original intention in establishing the organization was just to make the widow agents work for him better. Chapter 47. Master Lion. Maybe this Miss Natasha is really good. She doesn't seem to give in to money, and she also has a righteous heart. After everyone was gone, Jarvis spoke up again. Leon said perfunctorily, "Yes, he is good as a subordinate. He is loyal, indifferent to fame and fortune, and not afraid of sacrifice. Where can I find such a good subordinate? Master, your thinking angle is really surprising. It is always beyond my calculations." "That's necessary." Leon swiped a few times on the electronic screen. "By the way, you can search in the Red Room host to see if there are any documents related to Hydra. Please wait. There are 8 undercover documents and 316 transaction documents, all related to Hydra." Jarvis unfolded the folder on the big screen. It added, "However, the Red House did not know that the targets of these undercover agents and transactions were Hydra. The above results were retrieved based on the Hydra information you uploaded before." Leon crossed his arms and said, 8 undercover agents. This Red House also has great magical powers. Even Hydra can enter undercover. The content of the document shows that there was also a widow agent who was recommended to join S.H.I.E.L.D. after going undercover into a scientific research institution controlled by Hydra, Jarvis said. In terms of identity, this widow agent is also a Hydra, although she does not know it. There is actually a double agent. Why do I suddenly feel that Dreykov is also a genius? Leon clapped his hands. He thought for a while. Let Natasha find a way to contact this widow first and inject her with an inhibitor. Then package all Hydra-related files and send them back to Tony's host. Also, remember to keep the parts of the file related to the Red House. You can use them later to make a fuss. Okay, Master Lion. Jarvis responded. A file transfer screen immediately appeared on the big screen. The file package has been transferred back to Mr. Stark's host. Well done. Leon patted the table with satisfaction, like patting Jarvis on the shoulder. He moved his shoulders and said, "This is the end of tonight's work, and the next step is happy sunbathing time. And you, Jarvis, you are also off work. From now on, you can run whatever you want on the host of this fortress." "Thank you, Master Lion," Jarvis said. "But I want to remind you that there are still 4 hours until the next sun exposure time in your plan. In order to predict the upper limit of strength increase, Leon has a fixed time to bask in the sun every time this month. If he wants to bask in the sunshine as he pleases, he still has to wait for more than half a month." "Okay, I forgot." Leon touched his chin. "Then I'll help the girls clean up the bodies." He floated up, flew out of the command room, found the busy widow agents, and helped them move the bodies together. This makes work that should have been busy for several hours come to an end in less than 10 minutes. So Leon simply called everyone and held a party together in the officers' mess on the lower level of the fortress. When the party started, there were only simple fast food on the table, and the protagonist was a large amount of whiskey and champagne that Lion moved from the wine cellar. The girls sat neatly at the dining table, each with a dinner plate and a wine glass in hand. At first they sat stiffly, at a loss, not even able to adapt to this kind of eating activity without any time limit. But soon, bottles after bottles of high-end champagne were sprayed into the goblet. Girls from all over the world are gradually letting loose. They communicated quietly at first. Then he gradually began to boldly ask Lion various questions. In the end, the girls cheered, clinked glasses, drank, and gathered around Leon to sing the nursery rhymes from their childhood. Various cheerful children's songs were sung in English, German, Huxia, and Portuguese. Nearly 100 arms of various colors took turns lingering on Leon, only to be pushed away by him helplessly. Halfway through the party, Most of the girls were just getting excited. Their specially trained and even modified bodies are destined to be difficult to get drunk. But this does not affect their actions becoming bolder and their words becoming more explicit. Leon began to feel that what he was hosting was no longer a party, but so he wisely closed the door and left the officer's mess, leaving behind a group of singing and dancing girls with rosy faces. I can't have dinner with so many girls next time. Leon casually grabbed a towel next to him and wiped the marks on his face. Especially a girl who can't stop drinking and only gets drunker and drunker? Suddenly a female voice added softly. Leon turned around in surprise. Natasha stood leaning against the wall, and it was she who handed over the towel. Why don't you continue to have a few drinks with them? Your sister has started to take off her coat and dance the Go Pack dance. Lion joked. At this time, Natasha reached out and took the towel again, took a step forward, and wiped away the marks on Leon's neck and behind his ears. If I were inside, wouldn't I be able to wait for you? Her beautiful amber eyes winked mischievously. Leon looked at the beautiful face so close. It seems that I have just come out of the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den again. Have to admit, as long as you don't use supervision to observe, Natasha is a top beauty. What do you think? Natasha stood on tiptoes and hooked Leon's neck. She breathed moist breath into Leon's ear. I don't stink now, bad guy. That's hard to say. Leon lowered his voice. Maybe you have to let me smell it carefully to know. Natasha turned her head and pressed her cheek against Leon's, sniffing lightly with the tip of his nose. But I think you smell particularly good. Do you want to go to my room tonight to see why you smell so strange? Are you serious? Natasha's fingertips slid down from the S-shaped logo on Leon's chest. It depends on whether you are willing to be the tidal flat that makes me stop and take root. Extremely happy. The two figures overlapped, slowly moved into the elevator, returned to Natasha's room, and slammed the door. Beep, beep. Jarvis gave an emergency reminder, and the sound kept ringing. What's wrong? Leon half opened his sleepy eyes, stretched out his hand to fumble, and followed the sound to find his mobile phone in the Superman uniform on the ground. Ding! The phone screen lit up, and the wavy curve representing Jarvis appeared on the screen. Master Lion, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but maybe Mr. Stark needs your help. Tony, hearing that something happened to his brother, Leon suddenly woke up and sat up. What's up with him? Mr. Stark was on the highest deck of the fortress and was stopped by the agents. There is an emergency. Deck. Agent. Why is he here? Leon felt confused. Let him calm down and don't conflict with the widows. We are all our own. I will go find him right away. Leon pulled down the white arm that was hanging on his body and slapped the bulge in the quilt beside him. I'm still pretending to be asleep when I wake up. I'm going to check on Tony. Follow me quickly. Natasha opened her eyes, but her eyes were not as sharp as before. Instead, they were like a deep green pool in summer, with water so rich that it seemed like it was about to flow out. Then when is our next time? She sat up holding the quilt. Her hair hanging down her shoulders was messy, revealing half of her white and rosy collarbone. Leon quickly put on his uniform. When you want to come to me? What do you think our relationship is now? He also asked. Natasha showed a charming smile. You know me so well, you should know. My only and most special friend. You are very greedy, but I agreed. Natasha hugged her knees across the quilt. Who makes you my boss? But you can't deduct my salary in the future. Are you worried about your salary? You couldn't take it with both hands when I gave it to you last night, right? Leon raised his eyebrows. After hearing this, Natasha covered her head with the quilt and said no more. But after Leon left, she got out of the quilt again. In an empty room, her eyes flickered as she stretched out her hand to make a virtual grip, raised her eyebrows with unclear meaning, and silently uttered a wow from her lips. Chapter 48. The nights over the Arctic Ocean are short in summer. It had only been more than 3 hours since the party, but the sea of clouds hiding in the fortress was already illuminated by the sun. When Leon turned on his supervision, he flew in the sunlight coming in through the windows. He expected to see Tony's two-handed cluster cannon on the deck, confronting a group of gun-wielding widow agents. The result was a shocking scene. What's going on? Leon muttered, speeding up. On deck, Tony was blocked by 7 or 8 widow agents. About 30 other girls were looking at Tony and whispering from a few meters away. Their faces even smelled of alcohol, and from time to time they stretched out their hands to make signs, as if they were comparing something. But the strangest thing was Tony. He was wearing Mark III armor and was neither flying in the air nor using any weapon systems. Instead, cross your hands in front of your lower abdomen. Take 1 step to the right with your left leg and 1 step to the left with your right leg. That action was even more enchanting than the models on Victoria's Secret that Leon had seen 2 years ago. Tony isn't in danger, so why is it an emergency? Leon looked strange. And what is he doing? Catwalking? No, that's stupid. Tony was still there arguing with the widow agents. His faceplate popped open, his expression inexplicably embarrassed. I told you that your new boss and I are brothers. Do you understand? I'm his brother. If you don't let me in, I will transfer you to the company to work as Pepper's secretary. The girl who was talking to him had a very relaxed posture, with the gun on her waist and her hands behind her back. She looked a little troubled. Mr. Stark, I can't let you in without Superman's permission. Since you have asked the artificial intelligence to notify him, there will be a reply soon. Just wait. But what you just said, if Superman agrees, I am willing to work for the Stark Group. She even started chatting. Your group's salary is very high. I haven't received a salary yet. I heard that the coastal scenery in Los Angeles is also good. Are you serious? Now talk to me about salary, huh? Tony stared. Nicole Parson, if you let me in, I will give you a monthly salary of $100,000. Sorry, no, and my name is not Nicole Parson, my name is Mary. That's the name of a female agent in the Bourne Supremacy. Tony gave you a nickname, Mary. Leon, who was observing the situation from the side, finally appeared. He landed and patted the widow agent on the shoulder. Well done, I didn't treat you to a drink for free just now. Now, let our Uncle Tony come in. After hearing this, Mary and the widows finally got out of the way, with smiles on their faces. Then you can't run away in the middle of the next party. Drinking and talking at the party. Let the girls get acquainted with Leon. Their behavior was much more casual, but there was no less respect in their eyes, but more trust. Next time I will get you all drunk before leaving. Leon smiled, turned his head, and opened his arms towards Tony. Tony, how did you find this place? Look at your face, it looks like. Please, why are you coming out just now? Get out of the way, I want to go in. Tony pushed Leon away. His face turned red, as if he had been holding his breath in the water for 3 minutes. Jarvis, show me the way, and then turn the armor's propulsion power to the maximum. All the propellers of the Mark III sprayed fire at the same time, and the shells were fired into the interior of the fortress. Natasha, who had just come out, almost ran into her head-on. She jumped aside and cursed fake. Leon froze on the spot before finishing the second half of the sentence, like a drowned frog. The girls looked at each other when they heard this metaphor and expressed their agreement. That's your brother, Tony Stark? What happened to him? Natasha patted the dust on her hands and walked over. Leon shrugged. I don't know, Jarvis. What happened to him? Oops, did he go into the toilet? I turned on my clairvoyance and took a casual glance. He saw Tony taking off his armor in the toilet, and after some fiddling, he breathed a sigh of relief. Leon's expression became strange. Jarvis, how long has Tony been on the road? For 3 hours. Mr. Stark has been very busy today and has not had time to solve his physical problems. Jarvis said. Huh. Leon laughed out loud. Turns out he couldn't hold it in any longer. I asked him why his feet kept twisting around. The girls present were also stunned. No wonder Tony Stark was so strange just now. There was laughter on the deck for a while, and everyone had a deep understanding of the Stark brothers. I'm going to see what Tony wants to do. You guys keep busy. Leon flew up and returned to the inside of the fortress. Tony, do you still think the fluid circulation system is disgusting? The first time Tony walked out of the toilet, he saw Leon leaning against the wall and questioning him. Tony's expression suddenly froze. After freezing for a few seconds, he turned his head as if nothing had happened. Sometimes I have to admit that the important thing is the function rather than the appearance. So you're not sick now? Leon put his index finger between his eyebrows. I remember, someone seemed to say a few days ago. Okay, I admit that you were more foresight. The armor does need a liquid circulation system. Tony's expression changed, and he quickly changed his words. He grabbed Leon and stopped the topic. I'll install additional functions when I get back. Now why don't you take me around your fairy tale castle first? Get Tony's submission. Lion reaps the full emotional value. He stopped when he was ready, and followed Tony and said, Okay, let's go this way first. By the way, why did you find me here? Jarvis told me that a girl kidnapped my brother while I was away. I was worried that he would be deceived into nowhere, so I came here overnight to protect him. Tony spread his hands. Are you moved after hearing this story? However, this younger brother actually acted aggressively when I made a fool of myself. Isn't it too much? Leon couldn't help laughing. Obviously you were shot in the knee by your own boomerang. Who said you don't need a fluid circulation system to kill you? Also, you can deceive Pepper with your nonsense. Why did you come here? Tony shrugged. Jarvis said that a little princess built a huge fairy tale castle and gave it to me. I came here to see how it goes. Jarvis told you? Well, I didn't ask for it to be kept secret. Leon stepped forward to lead the way. Come this way, I'll show you the functions of this fortress. Also, this is your 40th birthday gift. It's still early. The two walked from the command room on the upper level of the fortress to the engine at the bottom. Tony was analyzing the whole thing. Full-body stealth coating, radar-absorbing materials, and optical stealth. They are really rich and worthy of being a legacy of a superpower. Look here. The power system of this fighter is very good, but it is still 20 years behind my armor. Duh. Chapter 49. What is that? An anti-gravity device made of propellers. Did I suddenly return to the age of discovery? Why does a space carrier use propellers? We need to remodel this fort. Tony was completely in the state. His eyes were moving rapidly, and he pointed at one module after another and expressed his ideas for transformation. Replace the energy system with an arc generator, change the anti-gravity propulsion device to cluster energy, and strengthen the stealth system. Also on the deck, I can build armor storage warehouses so that real-time delivery of armor can be achieved. Wait, Tony, wait a minute. Seeing that Tony was taking the lead, Leon hurriedly interrupted. What? Do you have any other suggestions for improvement? Tony now attaches great importance to Leon's scientific research talents. No, I want to say that you seem to have made a mistake. What's up? This fortress is not yours yet. What? Jarvis clearly said you gave it to me. I said it was a 40th birthday present. Are you 40 now? You are still a few months away from 39. Tony was shocked. 40 years old? Are you going to leave this fortress idle for more than a year? Of course not. I am still useful. The widow agents still need to use this fortress, and so you're going to give me a third-hand birthday present? Tony became eloquent and said, Leon, what makes you so cruel that you are not even willing to give a second-hand gift to my brother? Has he treated you poorly for so many years? It can be seen that he really likes this flying fortress. While visiting, though, he kept nagging about finding faults. He also said that he could only reluctantly accept this gift, but his eyes were always shining. It's like a little boy getting his long-awaited Transformers. Of course I'm not. That's it. Tony interrupted again. We will have half of this fortress before our 40th birthday, and then you will give me a gift of 2.5 cents. Leon hesitated. But, Leon, you can't transform the entire fortress by yourself, right? Tony said again. Those big eyes almost stared into Leon's face. Leon was stunned by Tony's longing eyes. He raised his hands in surrender. Okay, half for you and half for me for the time being. Normally, I would have the widows stationed here for task handover and personnel transfer. As long as you don't affect them, you can do whatever you want. Tony beamed with joy. Of course, I will never affect those girls' work. But why do you always call them widows? Does the Red House specifically look for widows to train? Leon shook his head. They were selected by the gene sequencing project since they were children and then sent here. He briefly introduced the past of the Red House. Tony's face turned dull after hearing this. Training and transforming little girls. First Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., then the Red Room. Under the calm waters of this world, I don't know how many such evil organizations are hiding in the dark. Take me to meet the girls. Also, since you plan to establish a new organization, maybe you should change their names. You can't let a bunch of girls around you calling themselves widows all day long, right? That would make you look like a heinous medieval lord. Tony has always had a warm heart. Leon nodded. They will naturally have new names in the future. When the two returned to the deck, the girls are still here, basking in the sun, looking at the sea of clouds, and chatting. The content of the chat had no preface and follow-up, and they were chatting about anything they could think of. For them who had just gained freedom, just sitting like this, even if it lasted all day, was extremely comfortable. After seeing Leon, the girls all stood up and gathered around Leon. After introduction and communication, Tony talked about his plan to renovate the fortress and take the initiative. To the widow agent responsible for guarding the fort, he will pay a monthly salary of $100,000 until the other party leaves. However, during the exchange, Tony found that the girls looked at him very strangely. After questioning him several times in Lion, he learned that it was because everyone in the fortress knew that he was holding back his urine in his armor. Therefore, Leon and Tony quickly said goodbye to the girls and left the Sky Fortress together. Tony left partly out of embarrassment, partly because he still has to go back and prepare for today's press conference. If he misses the press conference, Pepper will definitely be angry for a while. It's time for Lion to bask in the sun. He wants to fly directly back to the space capsule to sleep. By the way, he rebuilt the spaceship's hatch last week and repaired it. When I first woke up, my heart was racing, and I just wanted to destroy something to test my strength. As a result, the hatch suffered an unexpected disaster. In the end, of course he had to fix it himself. On the deck of the fortress, the widows looked at the two people flying away with envy. It's great. I can fly freely. Yelena said. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to ask the boss to build me a battle armor in the future. That would be really cool if you think about it. Flames spurt out from the soles of your feet. Whoosh. Then they fly away. Natasha said nothing and kept watching Leon disappear into the clouds. Yelena noticed her sister's abnormality and bumped her with her shoulder. Hey, stop looking. Everyone has left. You and the boss were alone in the past few hours. You haven't seen enough. You don't have to worry about it. Natasha pushed her sister away. I don't care. Yelena approached again dissatisfied. She suddenly thought of something. Yes, you should have just... How do you feel? The other girls also became interested when they heard this topic, and they all joined in. Yeah, Superman is so strong. How do you feel? Let's talk about it. Is it as strong as a hydraulic press for piling? Or is it as fast as an electric drill? We can't even eat it. If you don't tell us, you will envy us to death. The widows turned into curious babies one by one, and they just had to write the word curiosity into their eyes. Natasha's expression became coy, and she stretched out her hand to hold it in the air. That's right. It feels a bit like flying in the sky, and it never stopped, and it's very strong. Oh, shit. Natasha, you deserve to die. My Superman. I really heard what I wanted to hear. The curious babies had a mental breakdown. The scene was filled with howls of ghosts and wolves. 10 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles. Stark Industrial Park. The press conference was held on time. Pepper read a long speech on stage. That is a plan for the rollout of new energy supply. But this is just a preliminary explanation. Real cooperation must be carried out in conjunction with major sovereign countries. The reporters in the audience kept flashing lights, and everyone was quiet until Pepper finished speaking. They knew they were witnessing something big that was about to change the world. As long as they perform well enough, maybe they will be included in the textbooks in the future because of a wonderful report issued today. However, when Pepper finished speaking, the question and answer session that reporters had been longing for did not come. On the stage, Pepper stood aside to give up his position, but Tony Stark walked up. Ahem. Don't worry, everyone. I'm just going to say a few words. He put his hands on the podium. The crowd fell silent after a brief commotion, and hundreds of pairs of eyes were waiting for Tony's next speech. Chapter 50. Oh, it's finally about to start. Jarvis remembered the video. At the outermost edge of the crowd, Leon, who had returned from space, was holding a bucket of popcorn, looking like he was watching a good show. Although the time is wrong, it can still be regarded as watching a major Marvel event live. Mr. Lion, you seem to be looking forward to what Mr. Tony will say next. Suddenly a voice came from the side. Leon frowned slightly, glanced at the speaker, and stopped as he was about to walk away. Who are you? An acquaintance. Leon immediately recognized the middle-aged man next to him in a suit and leather shoes, with slightly bald forehead and a kind face. Isn't this Coulson, a diehard Captain America fan? I'm Phil Coulson, from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Coulson handed over a business card with a smile. What a convoluted name. What do you want from me? Leon took the business card. We are a department independent of the FBI and CIA. We would like to talk to you about some of the recent events in the Middle East. Leon glanced at the business card and stuffed it back into Coulson's hand. You don't need to ask me. What Tony is going to say now is what happened there. You just need to wait. Coulson looked at Tony on the stage unexpectedly, feeling that something big was going to happen today. Thank you. He nodded politely to Leon, then walked out, took out the communication device, and started to contact his superiors. Well, recently, I believe you all should be paying attention to what is happening in the Middle East. Tony flipped through a few pages of his speech on the stage and threw it aside. There are some barbarians there who are killing civilians wantonly with weapons they don't know where they got. Of course, it was Obadiah who was secretly delivering weapons to them in the past. Now that he is gone, those people still have weapons. Just as Tony was about to continue speaking, a reporter raised his hand and asked, Are you talking about the Ten Rings gang that kidnapped you and were then eliminated by Superman? Well, it's almost the same, but the details are a little different. Tony choked. Sure enough, no matter what happens, these reporters can label Superman. Tony chose to abandon the large-scale foreshadowing and go directly to the key points. You must also know that most of the Ten Rings gang is in the Middle East. Actually, it was in Afghanistan. There was a man in steel armor who was there recently and wiped out this group of gangsters. Many people began to pay attention to him and thought he was a hero. I want to say that he has many shortcomings and made many mistakes when he was young, but you still think he is a hero. This is actually... Another reporter raised his hand. Are you talking about the Iron Man who recently imitated Superman? Do you know him very well? Tony's words were all stuck in his throat. He looked at the reporter for a long time, then suddenly said, That's Iron Man. not Iron Boy. And I am Iron Man. There was silence. Everyone looked at Tony and felt that he was enlivening the atmosphere. There were even a few people who laughed dryly and joined in, showing that they were indeed amused. The only one in the crowd who was really smiling, even smiling happily, was Leon. This made Tony's face darken. He pursed his lips angrily, took a step back, shook his hands, and revealed 2 bracelets. Jarvis, boom. The next moment, an oval metal flight capsule rushed in from outside and passed over the reporter's head. Amid exclamations and ducking, the flight capsule disintegrated and descended on Tony. I am Iron Man. The armor was put on, the face armor was closed, and the crisp sound of iron scales snapping together sounded continuously. Tony once again announced his identity calmly but firmly. This time everyone was looking at him in shock. The golden-red armor stood in the center of the podium, like an industrial treasure, full of brilliance. Everyone was trembling in their hearts. Then, the crowd surged, hundreds of arms raised high, rushing to the podium, noisily raising their own questions. Evening. Honestly, you might as well just appear on stage wearing the armor, that way you won't be questioned by reporters one after another. Leon pushed open the door of the mansion and said to Tony behind him. After the press conference, Pepper was stunned and dragged him and Tony to sit in the company for a whole day. The pile of documents seems to be endless. The superbrain seems to have made a sound of protest. Lion decided, wait until Natasha has rescued all the widow agents. Let her be the president of the internet company. This job is a bit tiring, but it seems that he trusts Natasha. Presumably being able to handle multiple transactions worth tens of billions of dollars every day will give Natasha a great sense of accomplishment. As for establishing the organization, leave it to Yelena. Little girls can grow up quickly if they exercise more. The more Leon thought about it, the more he felt that this decision was feasible, another win-win-win situation. It's impossible to get into this class anyway. He went to work before time traveling and went to work after time traveling. Didn't he travel through time in vain? But that's all for later. Now, he just wants to have a good dinner. Use delicious food to heal the fatigue of work. However, as soon as he walked through the door, Leon stopped. Tony's questioning voice chased behind him. Do you really think so? I saw it clearly at that time, and you laughed the loudest in the audience. Why are you standing still? Tony poked his head out from behind Leon, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. A figure with a black trench coat hanging down to his ankles, his back to the two of them, was looking aloofly at the sea outside the window. That pitch-black head pretends to be mysterious. Who else could it be if he wasn't Nick Fury? Jarvis. Tony called. Welcome home, Mr. Stark and Master Lion. Jarvis responded immediately. It looks like it's local electromagnetic shielding. The technology is pretty good. Tony praised, and he saw that part of Jarvis' monitoring area was shielded. He looked at Leon. What do you think we should do? Leon snapped his fingers. Jarvis, use the armor to blast out the man standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Okay, Master. The sound of a mechanical combination immediately came from downstairs. Wait a minute. Don't get excited. Nick Fury, who was dressed as aloof, panicked and turned around hurriedly. I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick. Happy crap. Before he finished speaking, Jarvis had already controlled Super Mark I to go upstairs. The blue-red armor raised his hands, and the cluster cannon was ready to go. F***K, F***K. I'll do it again. We need to talk. Nick Fury saw that the artificial intelligence had no intention of stopping, so he crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window and jumped off the cliff. Boom. After he jumped off the cliff, the cluster cannon also passed by. Well done. Tony praised, walked to the window, and watched a parachute slowly unfold under the cliff. That guy really has a lot of backup tactics, and it's no different from what you described. He sighed with emotion. Leon also came over. Jarvis, it seems we have to upgrade you, otherwise anyone can break in. Master, if I use the Sky Fortress's host, I shouldn't be blocked by him. Hey, you know how to make requests, so I'll upgrade your console. Tony looked at Leon at this time. Speaking of which, if your Black Widow men had been kicked out by you when they came yesterday, we wouldn't have been able to find the Red House. Why didn't you take action then? He asked. Because there are some things I want to be sure of. Leon blew on the floor-to-ceiling window, blowing all the debris off the cliff. I plan to ask her for some information I want to know. Naturally, I won't drive her away directly. What information? Secret. You kid and I still have such a secret? I think you are just greedy for other people's bodies. Tony's voice was high. Of course, there is also this factor in it. I just made the same mistakes that men make. Leon walked towards his room. You make sense. Tony put himself in his shoes and thought about it. He couldn't refuse a beautiful woman who came to his door.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.